Let's move back to our chairs and get started. Good morning, everyone. I am pleased to call to order the 284th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council in Costa Mesa, California. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with comments on issues before the council at this meeting. Please note that the webinar chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and groups. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written, electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of this meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available by contacting the council office. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into your microphones so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. And with that, I will turn to Executive Director Burden for a roll call.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. I will now call the roll of the November 2025 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Kyle Addix.
Here.
Colin Brinkman. Colin is absent. Jamie Diamond.
Here.
Danny Evanson.
Here.
Let's see. We have someone from the Fish and Wildlife Service. Benjamin Cross.
Present.
Pete Hassemer.
Present.
Let's see. Coast Guard. We have Chris German. I believe he has audio problems, but he is present. Sharon Kiefer.
Here.
Rebecca Lent.
Here.
Lynn Mattis.
Present.
Chris Oliver.
Here.
Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
David Sones.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Asia Shumalo.
Here.
Jennifer Kwan.
Here.
Marcy Uremko.
Here.
That concludes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you do have a quorum.
Thank you. With that, I welcome you all. Our next order of business is to approve the agenda. I just want to highlight that there have been some modifications to the agenda. So with that, I saw Danny Evanson had a hand up. Danny.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda for this, our 284th Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting as listed in A3.
All right, that is, you may not be able to see it or read it, but it is appearing on the screen. And there it is. That all looks accurate then. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Brad Pettinger. Speak to your motion as needed.
I think my motion is self-explanatory.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Then I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, we will then proceed with our business, and I will turn to Executive Director Burden for his report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. Let's see, just give me a moment here. It does look like I should have two executive directors' reports on the online briefing book page. Well, I looked to IT to post the other one that's missing. I will just start reading through my main report, and then I'll turn to the supplemental report. So, gentlemen, my main report is still in our meeting folder, and if you could post that as soon as you can, that would be great. And I will take a little bit of time to read through that since it's not available to you right now at the moment. So this is agenda item A4, the Executive Director's Report. The Executive Director's Report to the Pacific Fishery Management Council typically provides information on informational reports, changes to council membership, advisory body, and committee alternates that are in place for the current meeting, select activities that have occurred since the last meeting, and other updates not announced elsewhere that may warrant summarization. So in terms of council roster, at the time of drafting the report, there were no changes to the council roster. Let's see, some informational items to flag for you. You do have several informational reports in the briefing book. You have informational report 1, which is a California Wet Fish Producers Association letter of intent to submit an EFP. You have informational report 2, which is the California Pelagic Fisheries Association letter in response to Executive Order 14276. You have informational report 3, which is the Oregon Trawl Commission letter in response to Executive Order 14276. You have informational report 4, which is a letter from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Director Debbie Colbert regarding southern resident killer whales. Just a moment here. I believe there are a couple of supplementals as well. And you have a supplemental informational report 5, which is a flyer regarding Washington Fishermen's Conference. Let's see, moving down the report, we do have advisory body alternates. So several advisory bodies do have alternates. And as per usual, I've listed the member name, the seat, and the alternate that is in place just for your awareness and for the awareness of the broader council participants. Some notes here about the government shutdown, the ongoing government shutdown, which began on October 2025. Of course, resulted in a furlough of non-essential NOAA fisheries staff, and that has affected our meeting here this month. Few activities to note for you. One is the Federal Register notice delay. Internal protocols require that all FR notices be reviewed by NOAA General Counsel before publication. With GC and other NOAA staff furloughed, the FR notice announcing the November council meeting, we were not able to publish that for this meeting, and I'll get into that as part of my supplemental report and the implications of it. Second, the impact on meeting proceedings. So without timely publication of the FR notice, which based on Magnuson requirements needs to occur at least 14 days prior to the meeting for any action items. What this means is that the council cannot take final action on agenda items at the November meeting. And once again, this is the subject of my supplemental report that I'll get into in a minute. We can hold discussions, receive reports. We can even take preliminary or tentative action in anticipation of a later final action once we can address those FR notice requirements. In addition, we've had some reduced federal support as a result of our furloughed status. Those have prevented NOAA fisheries staff from conducting or participating in analyses. It's affected the way that we've been able to coordinate council business. It's affected the review of documents produced by ourselves and our technical teams and management teams. It's also affected the participation of advisory bodies, in particular those that have met prior to this meeting. So this has affected the production of documents that you are used to receiving, the rigor of those documents, and you should be aware of that as we move through this meeting. So public notification efforts, despite the lack of a FR notice, we have taken efforts to maintain and enhance our public awareness of this meeting. So we've taken a few steps as outlined in my reports there. We've distributed meeting notices through a variety of channels, our website and mailing list, of course. We've also reached out to other publications and done some outreach to fishing organizations along the West Coast. So there are several items on the November agenda scheduled as final action, and those may need to be deferred until March or handled through a special online meeting prior to that time. These agenda topics really boil down to our 2026 Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan and annual regulations and groundfish in-season adjustments. Let's see, continuing to move through my ED report. Quick update, we did have a session of the Marine Resource Education Program in October. This was held in La Jolla, California. And the purpose here is to provide participants with a practical overview of the council process and how fishery science, stakeholder input, and management decisions are connected within the Pacific Fishery Management Council. So this was a very successful session. We did have some, I'll call them NOAA alumni, some very recent NOAA alumni that were able to step in and participate as a as a gesture, and we were able to continue without our many of our federal partners. And I think it was a really, really good session. We had hoped to have some additional updates for you regarding our ongoing discussions between council leadership and NMFS leadership about some of the capacity changes and really reductions that have occurred throughout 2025. Our plan was to have a third and final meeting of that leadership group. Unfortunately, it fell during the shutdown period, and so that meeting was unable to occur. However, I do understand that at a later agenda item, Ms. Jen Kwan is prepared to speak to some of the changes that have occurred within NOAA as part of their capacity reduction and reshuffling efforts. Moving over to my supplemental report, this report really gets into the details of how the lack of a Federal Register notice affects our abilities here this week. And so once again, as I indicated a couple of minutes ago, MSA requires that we publish a Federal Register notice at least 14 days in advance of a council meeting. We were unable to do that. And so we can continue to meet, take reports, have discussions. We have to stop short of taking final action on items that are scheduled or would otherwise be scheduled as final action. There have been some questions about what final action is. And so that's really the purpose of this report, is to try to clarify that. And so in the supplemental report, you'll see several categories. So category 1 is clear where no action should be taken. And those 2 items, I've already touched on them, but they are the halibut 2026 regulations and groundfish in-season adjustments. For purposes of halibut, if we do need to get something to the IPHC in time, and so I think we can do that. I think we can file a special meeting notice to do something quick and online in time for the halibut meeting. We should continue to go through all the motions here, take reports, have discussion, make sure there's an adequate record, and then just be prepared to pick up a special, highly efficient online meeting in December. In conversations with my staff, it looks like the groundfish in-season item, we can likely wait until March. I think we should still hear the reports of the GMT and GAP on in-season and any other state reports that may exist, and then make a final determination at that time. But that is my outlook at the moment, is that a special meeting for that item is probably not necessary. Category 2, there are some matters that folks have asked whether they are final action or not. And so these are F2, the adoption of groundfish stock assessments, and then the groundfish harvest specifications and management measures items. And from my vantage point, we have in the past said that we are taking action on these items, but really all of this comes together for final action in June. And so anything that's decided here or advanced here is really, and it always has been, a tentative preliminary decision. And we still go through the motions between this meeting and the June meeting that could lead to changes. And then final action on the whole package happens in June. And so really what we're doing here for these matters, for groundfish stock assessments and groundfish specifications, is a preliminary determination, and always has been, as a matter of course. Let's see, category 3. We've titled some things as council action, but really the council's role here is advisory. The council plays an important consultation role on the matter of EFPs, but your authority over EFPs is different from other fishery management matters. And so really your role under EFP matters is to provide and serve as a very important consultation for NOAA as they go through the consideration of EFPs. But there's a different and really missing level of authority here on your part when it comes to these determinations and decisions. And so EFPs fall under this category. So continue to move through the EFP matter as you normally would, and provide advice to NMFS as they consider whether to approve EFPs or not. And that's the third category. So once again, just moving forward, if you do wish to schedule a special meeting to make decisions on H1 and for that matter F6, which I don't think will be necessary on F6, but H1 likely will. We should make that known soon. Already, many of you should be receiving a poll from one of my staff about the timing of that special meeting. We will begin filing the FR notice as quickly as possible because that does take some time. So if you haven't seen that poll, please look for it. If it doesn't arrive in your inbox, please let me know as soon as possible. That's it, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to take any questions on my ED report.
Thank you. Any questions for Executive Director Burden on the report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Burden, for the update and for the clarification. So, as I understand it, the sessions are being proposed for 2 hours, and there's likely to be at least 2 decisions to be taken, and there's also going to be public comment. Are we pretty confident that we could get that all done in 2 hours? I don't know if these are super controversial issues or if everybody will feel like they had their say here. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Line. I appreciate the question. So by the special 2-hour session, I assume you're referring to the special council meeting. And what I would envision is really laying the groundwork for those meetings here at this meeting. And so if you think about the course of halibut actions, typically we take reports and there's a consensus around the council about how to handle different regulations adjacent to each state and in the commercial fishery. And if we have that same type of dialogue and approach, what I would envision us being able to do on the special online meeting is to move pretty rapidly. And so what I would picture the flow being as, first we would call to order, then have the roll call, and then have a very brief summary by staff that would sort of recapture what it is we need to do and where we're at. We would take public comment, and then we would move right into council action. So that we should be able to do that in 2 hours. If there is controversy, it may take longer. So if there is that controversy, likely, then we would schedule it for longer than 2 hours.
Other questions? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hassemer. I'm kind of curious how far we get into that as far as if we have council discussion. Would there be potentially a motion laid out there as far as for people to look at during that pause between this meeting and the next one? So some people to chew on, or would you just have council discussion on the subject matter and then pause until the special session?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Pettinger. That's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought of that per se, but and so I'll pause here in a minute and ask Ms. Lynch if she has any feedback on that question. But the pathways that I've talked about with other folks and thought through on my own, there are a couple of them. One is I think the council could take preliminary action. And what that could look like is that the states convey their desires and make that publicly known so that the public is put on notice that this is what we're thinking before final action is taken. I think that's similar to what you're suggesting. In terms of actually crafting a motion and then pausing, I haven't thought about that. So I don't have a clear answer, but maybe general counsel can weigh in on that question for you.
Sheila Lynch, did you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can give that some consideration. I think from a legal perspective, putting a motion out on the floor and then not voting on it until the special meeting would probably be okay. I'm not sure if there are parliamentary questions around that, and I don't know if the parliamentarian has additional thoughts. But we can have further discussion about that idea. think it would work from a legal perspective.
All right, thank you. So we can consider that and explore those opportunities before we get there. Other questions for the executive director? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick thank you for MREP. I was so glad to be able to attend it. I missed it when I should have had it last year. I want to thank the council staff and others, the alumni of federal agencies who stepped in given the shutdown. But it's incredibly useful. Right here around the table, a lot of people who helped hold my hand and walk me through that. So I hope I'm here a little smarter than I was at the last meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything else here? And not seeing anything, then I believe that completes the executive director's report and allows us to move on in our agenda. Next up, we have open public comment. Reminder, I'm sure everyone has seen it, but there were some comments submitted electronically to the briefing book prior to the meeting. And I know we had a couple of signups also. And there it is on the screen before us. First, we will have Steve Godden, who is here in the audience. Good morning, Steve.
Chair Hesmer, Vice Chair Smith, council members. I'm Steve Godden, a panelist for the Groundfish Advisory Panel. I represent Oregon recreational anglers. I'm president of the Oregon Coast Anglers, and I'm on ODFW's Sportfish Advisory Committee. I'm here representing myself as a fisherman and here hopefully to try and make a difference. I'd like to update council members regarding the Sport Angler Science Project that I introduced to you in the March council meeting. I'd like to set expectations before I start. I'm not going to divulge any of my sport fishing secret spots. However, on a more serious note, there's more to this story than can be told in 5 minutes. 14 anglers volunteered to participate in this project. They were all given forms, which you see in front of you, to record all their sea experience while they were fishing. They also had a centimeters measure, kind of clunky, but that's what it looked like. It measured, as I said, in centimeters. I received 45 completed forms from 8 of the participants. Fishing ports included Brookings, Gold Beach, Charleston, and for state waters extended to Winchester Bay. I'm sorry, for federal waters, for Winchester Bay. I picked one species to summarize the results of data collection, black rockfish. Oregon bottom fishing daily quota, currently set at 3 fish for the whole coast, is based on the black rockfish assessment. The data I'm about to present could be available for all species of Oregon sport cost bottom fish. Sport anglers recorded on 42 nearshore angler science forms that they caught 306 black rockfish, 204 were kept, and 102 released. 33% of the black rockfish were released, none were dead. I will contrast these results with the data summarized in RecFin, which is used in assessments. RecFin data for Oregon summarized January through September 2025. 229,549 black rockfish retained, 39,163 released alive, 14.6%, and 7,430 released dead, 19%. Angler Science Project participants released a ratio for black rockfish. The ratio is much higher than recorded in RecFin with no mortality. Data collected by ODFW dockside fish samplers are the basis for these RecFin summaries. ODFW has good data regarding the fish kept. However, the fish released is based on anglers' recollection. What's available on the Sport Angler Science completed forms is far more than just the numbers caught. So what you see there is one of the forms completed. Information regarding fishing conditions, time, locations, number of anglers, and the measurement of every fish caught, kept, or released is recorded. The fish kept tend to be larger, particularly when you're only allowed 3, and the release rate is higher. Better information regarding the size and number of released fish, which tends to be smaller and younger than fish kept, provides an opportunity for another input to assessments and possibly a reduction in uncertainty. The graph that you see displays the released fish, so the number on the y-axis and the size of the fish on the x-axis. Relate size to age, and the numbers of those fish caught provide some insight regarding the fishery health and future productivity. So where do I go from here? Continuation of the Sport Angler Science project will depend on developing a free phone app. It needs to be made simple and utilize the onboard resources that anglers are familiar with. Phone app would have to be linked to some form of data collection, perhaps a spreadsheet. This approach would simplify data entry and encourage more participation. Jason Edwards, RecFin Database Administrator, believes that Sport Angler Science data could be captured in the subdatabase in RecFin. I'll be investigating opportunities to advance Sport Angler Science in the months to come, and I welcome your help. And I thank ODFW for helping me understand how the catch data is derived, and Jason Edwards for assisting in summarizing the RecFin data. Thank you for your consideration. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Godden on his presentation? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Godden, for your efforts. I appreciate the fact that you're involved and engaged in trying to look at this. Do you, in the data you've been collecting, are you factoring depth of capture and release into that? Because that is a key factor. As one of the former GMP members who helped develop the death by depth mortality matrix, depth is a key factor in that mortality.
So most of the fishing effort for black rockfish is probably within 80 feet, 0 to 80 feet, and most of the fish are generally 60 to the surface. They're generally not right on the bottom. But in the forms, there is a place to record the depth that you've been fishing. And that's one of the questions the samplers ask at the dock. So what depths are you fishing at? So it's kind of loose because you move around and you're in different depths. It's true in both the sampler's case of the data that's recorded there as well as the data we're recording here. What's different is that there's no mortality. And we're looking at the fish as being still alive if they swim away. What they do once they get under the water and we can't see them anymore, I don't know. But the mortality rates that we're using right now are 11% for 0 to 60 feet. And, you know, there's data that's available to all of us. If you look at agenda item H4A, Supplemental GMT Report 1 in November 22, the 0 to 10 depth for black rockfish mortality is 0, yet we're still using 11%. So we have a much higher rate of, and that's just in that depth range. It's higher as you go deeper. So we have a much higher death ratio that's recorded in RecFin than what's actually experienced on the water. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Mr. Godden, for your report and for your efforts. It's always a challenge to make sure we're accurately accounting for recreational fishing activity, particularly the economic contribution and the value. So if you could flip back to your questionnaire, I'm just wondering, there's just a few questions you could add to that, and it might be possible for a brilliant fishery economist at Oregon State University to figure out, based on the travel cost model, what's the value of this fishery to the anglers. That's based on cost. Maybe you would have, what were the miles traveled by those anglers to get to the port? And what did they spend on ice and bait and tackle? That's part of the economic impact, but the value is what it's worth to the anglers over and above. And it's an incredibly powerful indication of the importance of recreational fishing. I'm trying to remember, what's the name of the federal rec fishing survey? Is it still MRFs? It's probably got a fresh new name. I'm dating myself, but blended with the MRFs or whatever the federal data or state data collection is, you could have a powerful picture of the economic contribution of the recreational fishery. So thank you for what you're doing. I look forward to talking with you about this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Rebecca. It's interesting. You talk about miles traveled and the investment in going fishing. When we went to a 3-fish limit sometime in August, don't remember the exact date, we all stopped fishing because the cost to do that, to go fishing for 3 fish, didn't pencil out for most of us. I mean, you still had an opportunity to take 2 lingcod on top of that, but that's when all the reports stopped, where nobody was fishing. But those are good questions. I'll see what I can do about adding them to our form.
Vice Chair Smith, then Jamie Dimon.
Yeah, Steve, some great work here and important work, I think. What you're doing here, so hopefully that, ODF&W, sees it and will compare it and use it as they can. For an example, how on water versus on dock comparisons can be different in the salmon world. On the dock, people thought they released 70 salmon in a day, when on water really showed it was 15. And so, I mean, that was one way that, WDF&W could wordsmith the information and make sure, because people obviously thought they were releasing a lot more fish than they were, or seemed like. They weren't, trying to be mistruthful, but they just seemed to them that they were releasing all these fish, and that really helped in a lot of things. So what you're doing here and what your organization, Oregon Coast Anglers, is important work, I feel, in the groundfish, and it's much needed. And I think Ms. Diamond participated in, her organization down there participated in a similar on water thing. And so I appreciate it and wanted to thank you for your time and effort and what you do, and it's much appreciated.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith.
Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Thank you, Steve, for coming to us today in open public comment to continue to update us on your project. I know you've been working on this for several years now, and working to get these data streams in a format that would be acceptable or digestible for use, working out the little the kinks that, maybe managers didn't feel were like the right way of doing it or whatever. And you've worked really hard to try and create something that is usable or user friendly, but also valuable for data collection. And it's really important. You have to start somewhere. I really appreciate that you're writing down the measurements of everything kept and released, so you're seeing a better picture. You mentioned that in August you were reduced. Did you say in August you were reduced to 3 fish?
That's correct.
And so as a private boater, even it's not really worth it to. You're saying what you're hearing from your friends or the folks that were participating from your association, that even as a private boater, 3 fish, it's not worth the effort to go out, because there is cost associated to it. And I'm not going to ask you to speak for the charter fleet, but I can only imagine, hearing what you're saying as a private angler, how that plays out for the local, for the Oregon charter fleet as well. I'm sure that's a hardship for them to be able to convince people to spend extra money to do that. But one thing, let's see here. Clarify for me, in Oregon, it's required to use a descending device or just have it?
Outside of 40 fathoms, it's required to use it.
Okay.
Inside at 30 fathoms, it's required to have one on board, but not necessarily to use it.
Okay. Would you be willing, and sorry if I'm not seeing it on there. Thank you for enlarging that, by the way. You were mentioning that you were fishing in shallower water, which therefore it would be preferred but not required to use. Do you have a box to say whether or not a descending device was actually used?
It's not in there at the moment. It could be added.
Because that does factor into like the depth dependent discard mortality rates that Ms. Mattis was discussing with you, and use of descending device helps gain that extra credit, if you will,
yes,
for the discard mortality. And so just one more piece, it's one more box to check, but it is a valuable box to be able to check. And I would, if you're able to add that on there, I think that would be helpful. I just want to thank you for continuing this work. I know it's difficult, and it's going to be difficult with the constraints that you are feeling right now in your fishery. So let's see what we can do to help things along. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Diamond. I can add that, and it's more valuable, in my mind anyway, in deeper water. Our ability to successfully send a fish down with any device that we might be using is somewhat dependent upon the species of the fish. I would tell you canaries don't descend very well, and yellow wire is not too far behind them. And those are two of the very constraining fish that we're fishing with. So adding that information would be pretty valuable to let you know whether it actually survived descending it or not. So I will look at how we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Danny Evanson, then Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming forward with this presentation. I am a big fan of this type of citizen science. I feel like it expands the data and the information that we have as resource managers to tackle some of these complex issues. Certainly, none of us have the expertise in this area that you do as fishermen, logging so many hours on the water. And in this time of, let's call it extreme fiscal uncertainty, conservatism, it expands the data that's at our fingertips. You spoke to wanting to put together an app, and I'm wondering, have you looked at what others are doing there? I know that we saw some good stuff when we were in San Diego at the California Sport Fishing Association, and I'm seeing lots of inroads into this type of thing in Alaska, particularly more on the commercial side than on the sport side, collecting environmental data to expand that network out there. But there's a lot of skipper science apps out there, and I'm wondering if there's some economies to scale that could be realized.
Thank you for the question, Councilman Everson. Yes, I'm looking at all opportunities. I looked back at NOAA in some of the information that's available on their website, and much of what's done on all the coasts is very similar with what's done in Oregon. And it's a survey. And the surveys all have the same flaw. They're all based on what anglers can recollect, what they're willing to share. this approach gets right at people that are willing to not only share the information, but volunteer to actually do the work so they can share it. The fact that we have 14 participants that agreed to do it, 8 of which actually did something, tells you that, there's some people out there that are willing to do that work. So the question is, can I find, other resources that, I've looked at some of them. Unfortunately, there's not a lot that I see that actually models what I'm trying to do here. But I have high hope that at some point I can break through, figure out what's the best approach with help from others. That's why I asked the question here. And any pointers that people can give me in a direction that might help with this effort, I appreciate. And we are looking at some right now. Thank you.
Thank you. The number of hands, Lynn Mattis, then Asia Shumalo, then I think Jamie Dimon. So Lynn?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a point of clarification because it was mentioned a couple of times. On August 18th, we went from 5 fish back to 4 fish. We held out as long as we could until after Labor Day, and we had to go to 3 fish on September 18th. And 3 fish was either that or close. Having 3 fish available allowed access to winterling cod, which is always seemed to be important. So just clarification on those dates. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks. Asia Shumalo?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Steve. I also appreciate you coming here again and again to share information about what you're working on and see a lot of promise in this. And I just wanted to tie back for the council because I keep forgetting the names of all the different actions that we're working on as well with the in the special project arena. But this is one of the items that we talked about last council meeting in September was the adaptive management and flexibility action, and we ended up including an item in there to look at traditional and local ecological knowledge and trying to formalize how that fits into the system better. And so I appreciate you keeping going with this and yeah, all the efforts that are happening around the coast to do that kind of thing. And I feel like those are the areas that we need to look to try to pull this information into management in the future. So yeah, I love that you're creating a system around it and continuing to test it with everyone. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
Jamie Dimon, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mattis, for, I now recall your update at the September council meeting of the changes. Thank you for reminding me of that. And maybe this is for Mr. Godin or maybe for Oregon. Does the charter fleet fill out some type of report like this, whether it's electronic log or a paper log that contains this type of information as well?
Lynn Mattis?
Chair Hessmer, Ms. Diamond, there is a charter logbook is not required in Oregon. However, our sampling program, the ORBS, Oregon Recreational Boater Survey, coordinates with all the charter offices each day on how many trips they have, how many people they go out, and they sample and interview the majority of them. So it's a similar sample. It's the same samplers that do the private and the charters, but there is no logbook that they're filling out on the water.
Okay. And is it capturing, so it's capturing similar?
It's the same questions being asked on a larger scale from the charter captain that would be on a private captain on a vessel.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
One other point I'd make, you had asked about what the charter boats were doing once we went to a 3-fish limit. And the feedback I got when I asked questions of some charter boat captains that I know, they rely heavily on crabbing. So they offered crabbing opportunity, and that was good right up until crabbing stopped, which is like mid-October, but it did extend and gave them opportunity. So crabbing's a very important aspect of what the charter boats are doing.
Thank you.
Right, thanks. Look around. Any other questions, Mr. Godin? Not seeing anything. Thank you very much, Dave, for that.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the council.
Okay, next we have Yelena Novak, who is here in person. Good morning, Yelena.
Morning, Chair Hasmer, council members. My name is Yelena Novak. I am the director of the Oregon Trawl Commission, and I'll be speaking on agenda item B1, open comment. OTC is a fisherman-funded state commodity commission representing Oregon's bottom trawl and midwater trawl fishermen who deliver various groundfish and whiting to Oregon shore-based processors. I'm glad to be here with you today. I'm new to the council process, so I really appreciate your patience with me. But I must say, I'm not new to our fisheries. I've been with the OTC since 2018. The issues facing the industry today are very serious. Sharp competition from often unregulated or underregulated foreign seafood, reduced processing, inflation, high regulatory and operational costs, and on top of that, the substantial quota cuts for several key groundfish stocks is pushing the industry to the edge. OTC took a position on several fishery management issues as reflected in our letter to Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick. On seafood executive order, one issue I would like to highlight under this agenda item is the Economic Data Collection Program, or EDC. EDC is currently required to be submitted by all trawl program participants each year, which takes a considerable amount of time and it has a cost. In 2024, we had 60 trawl permitted groundfish vessels delivering to Oregon processors, which included bottom trawl, midwater trawl, and fixed gear vessels who delivered trawl IFQ sablefish. I asked 5 fishermen to confirm how much time they spend on average on EDC compliance each year. Depending on the level of proficiency, it takes between 3 and 12 hours per vessel to prepare for and complete the EDC questionnaire. This equates to an average of 56 business days for these 60 vessels alone. There are other program participants that are required to submit these data, and they are not part of this calculation. We recommend that EDC reporting requirement is reduced to every 5 years instead of each year, which will be aligned with the trawl program review. And so the requirement can be to complete EDC a year prior to the start of the trawl program review. Reducing EDC reporting frequency is consistent with the Executive Order 14276 on seafood competitiveness, as it would reduce the regulatory burden on the industry. It would also allow the industry to focus on value-creating activities such as sustainable fishing practices, safety, and operations. Having data is critical, and we believe that reporting every 5 years would still provide plenty of data to monitor the fishery's economic performance, and it would be sufficient to inform the trawl program review. I would also like to point out that there was a recent action taken by the North Pacific Council to remove EDC in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands trawl, groundfish, and pollock fisheries at the October 2025 meeting. To conclude, I would like to request a consideration of a separate agenda item to discuss EDC requirements at this or at a future meeting. Alternatively, perhaps there is another way to do it without a separate agenda item. I'm just hoping the topic does not get lost among other priorities in the trawl program review. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Novak on her presentation? Rebecca Lind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Nowak, for coming and giving that information. That's not the first time I've heard about the burden of the EDC. However, yesterday at the Scientific and Statistical Committee, I heard the extensive praise by the scientists about the quality of the report that was prepared, the program trawl review, which I hope your organization will review and provide comments, and that will be discussed here this week. The reason for that is multifold, but what's really critically important is that those data are collected. It is a burden. It's a burden like having an observer on board. It's a burden like having an observer when you get off. It's a burden like having to comply by regulations with time area closures. Yeah, fishing regulations are a burden, but thanks to those data, we have an incredibly precise picture of the economic hardships faced by this industry. And indeed, we've succeeded biologically, but we're really struggling economically for a lot of reasons. And that varies year to year with prices, with costs, with markets, And all that is so well described in the report because of the EDC, and many, many thanks to the fishery operators who provided those data. One more thing, those data are required by law under Magnuson-Stevens for a rights-based management quota system. So the North Pacific Council not only, in my view, has robbed themselves of valuable information to track their fleet, I don't think they're following the appropriate guidance, not guidance, but requirements in Magnuson-Stevens. Well, in any case, I would love to talk about how perhaps the instructions could be clarified, how these could be blended into more accounting type measures, but I will defend that EDC data collection for a long time because I think it's really important to have that information so we know how your fleet is doing, and if they're not doing well, why? Is it gas prices? Is it market prices? Is it all the things you mentioned before? Unfair competition. So welcome that opportunity, and I hope we will hear from your organization about the report itself that was provided in large part, based on those data. So thank you very much for coming to speak with us. It's important for us to hear that, and it's important for us to remember to appreciate the effort that the fleet puts into providing this economic picture. Thank you.
Through the chair,
Yes.
Thank you for the comment. A couple of things I would like to say. So my understanding that the data that is being collected in our industry doesn't change a whole lot from year to year. So once in 5 years should be sufficient to inform the review of the program and also to evaluate that fishery is not doing great, economically speaking. And regarding the MSA requirement, well, our commission, we don't advocate to get rid of the EDC requirement altogether. We see the value and we believe the data has incredible and critical value. But again, we advocate for reducing the burden of filling it out every year, which takes many hours from vessels, and rather allow them to do something that can make a difference for their business.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Nowak, for coming and talking to us and bringing this issue to us. I was able to either be the staff officer or listen in on 4 of the 5 trawl review hearings that were held this summer, and in all 4 of them that I participated in, this did come up as an issue and a concern. So thank you for bringing it up again in this format so that more people can hear it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Krista Svensson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually a question for the executive director, but based upon the conversation that we seem to have started, so happy to ask it now or wait, but it may be beneficial to have Ms. Novak available in the event.
But in the sense of efficiency, let's go ahead and ask it now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mattis brought up the 5-year review. I was one of the staff officers for that 5-year review. Ms. Novak noted that this is new information as of October in terms of Alaska, saying that they are reducing, if not stopping, EDC. I am certain we have not done any analysis of what it would look like based upon the 5-year review, which is why I'm asking the question for our executive director. I don't know that there is time this week to get any information folded into that agenda item. But I think even knowing that part of the ask is to identify additional research and data needs for moving forward for any trailing agenda items would be in order. I'm just curious about staff time for those of us that would be interested in having a better understanding about what this would mean, both in terms of impact to economic data, which, as Dr. Lent noted, is important for the SSC and others, but also to support the fishermen that are asking for this, which currently it sounds like approximately half of our shoreside bottom trawl fleet and others are interested in at least pursuing this. It's also in alignment with executive orders. So not trying to ram something through in just a few days, but interested how to support stakeholders in a way that would be efficient based upon our executive director and his experience, particularly with his staffing.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, thanks, Elena, for raising these important topics. I think the best answer to your question, Ms. Svensson, is really a matter of process at this point and prioritization. From the staff perspective, what we've done is thinking about our year-at-a-glance summary. I can't recall exactly which meeting offhand, but one of the early meetings coming up in 2026, we're asking you all to identify the trailing actions that you'd like to take for amending the trawl rationalization program. That will be informed by the trawl program review that you're scheduled to adopt at this meeting. And so part of that review is also the reporting of the SSC, the advisory subpanel and the management team, and as well as public comment. So I think Ms. Novak's comments are relevant to that as well. So I would propose then that we consider any changes to the EDC as part of the trailing action package. So that does mean that it would take another meeting or two to get to that point, but I think that is where that lands. Of course, that is it's your prerogative to tell me that you want to take that faster, but that would be my proposal to you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Novak? Not seeing any. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you.
And we have Lynn Langford Walton online. Good morning, Lynn. Is not online? Okay. Lynn, if you can hear us, your mic is not active. Doesn't appear to be a microphone connection there. So, yeah, without that microphone connection, nothing we can do there. So that will complete our public comment. And let's take up one more agenda item and then have a break. Our next agenda item is D2, the Council and NMFS workload. And I'm going to turn to Executive Burden to start that discussion. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just give me 1 minute here. Well, just as I indicated in my ED report, we did cancel a few agenda items. We contemplated canceling this one, but we did leave it here because of some potential updates that Ms. Kwan may be able to provide about how capacity on NOAA's side has been affected and some of the realignment of staff. But just as a matter of some introduction and history, where this has come from, I tie it back to the May CCC meeting. And at that time, one of the big focuses of that meeting was on the reduction in capacity at the National Marine Fisheries Service and how we as sort of a collective federal management entities, both the councils and NMFS, how we could move forward. And so at that time, Ms. Kwan and I essentially volunteered to the rest of the CCC to say we already are taking on these conversations in our region that tie back to our committee of the whole process, that tie back to the implementation of those things and these conversations that we've been having about how to best align our capacity even before we have gone through this year. So we've had a couple of meetings with council leadership and NMFS leadership. We've updated you on those briefly over a couple of meetings. And the intention here was to have sort of a synthesis, wrap up third meeting that would bring forward some more concrete implications for you and possible pathways forward. We were unable to have that meeting because of the government shutdown. So the intention is to still have that meeting at some point, but at this point, the update is really light. And so I think the update at this point is really just to provide Ms. Kwan with an opportunity to speak to you all about where NMFS is at and how much more she's able to convey since we last met in September. So that's all I have for you, Mr. Chairman, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions on that? I'm not seeing any hands. I'll turn to Ms. Kwan for any updates you have.
All right, thank you, Chair. So in September, I did just share with you that at the end of September, the West Coast region, just the regional office, was implementing a rebalancing given the cuts that had happened to date. So I do want to say, I know the science centers, and this is usually the meeting where we talk about our priorities and what's coming up next. And I think we look forward to doing that, kind of re-upping that, and probably next year. I don't know that it'll look the same that we normally do, because we're wanting to align, and a lot of our work is really about aligning with national priorities right now. And so we're still getting more clarity on the direction there. But what I'm going to talk about today is really only West Coast region. It would, probably be good to have maybe more of a panel conversation where we bring in the science centers and talk about how we're coordinating with our rebalancing efforts all across the West Coast. But, at a high level at this point now, the region is down about 40% since the beginning of the year, and that's 40% in staff. And those losses didn't occur evenly across the region. So we had to implement some rebalancing. What that meant is that we consolidated what used to be about 39 branches across the region to about 24 branches. For the Sustainable Fisheries Division, that's the division that Ryan manages. He's down from what were 8 branches to 5. So those branches are largely kind of FMP oriented. 2 of the hatchery branches that were in his division have been moved into what we call area offices. And those hatchery branches were largely geographically assigned. So they're moved into area offices that have that appropriate geography. I think there was a question last time about what skill sets we might have lost. The largest impact has been to our Endangered Species Act program. We lost about 58 staff that were doing and supporting ESA statutorily required work like consultations, permitting, listing and recovery. So we're going to have to, we're not going to be able to do it all like we did we're barely doing it all before, but now we're going to have to reprioritize. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. As far as sustainable fisheries, we lost about 10 staff, individuals with specialized skills in permitting. So we're going to, while we retool the permitting side, that may be slow. Some of our international engagement and skill sets there have been impacted. Some of our fisheries observer training programs have been impacted. We also had a significant loss to our communication team, which I was really sad about because it's important to engage with the public on that. So we're having to rebalance in that area as well as our administrative side. So that's just high level. We lost skill set all over the place, but largely it was in the ESA support side. So in rebalancing, my hope is to move us out of the triage stage we're in to set us up for stability. Along with that is going to be implementing and realigning priorities. That priority realignment, I will tell you, is really being driven at the national level. Like we didn't experience cuts evenly on the West Coast region, nationally we didn't either. And as the national priorities roll out, we have to look nationally to make sure we're covering those. So it could be that maybe there's a national priority out here I don't have covered. I'm going to borrow somebody from the East Coast and vice versa. So this kind of reprioritization is happening nationally. And over, so while we rebalance, we can't have everybody be doing and assuming the same workload before. My leadership team and I, over the next probably 3 months, will be reviewing all of our current functions. We'll be aligning them with national priorities and regional priorities. There'll likely be reassignment of work and pause on ongoing work to make sure that we're covering the highest priorities and core functions. I will say within those, some of the highest priorities, themes of keeping fisheries open, expanding fishing opportunities are within those. So the work we do here at the council will remain a priority, although it will not, you won't have the depth and breadth that we have had available as far as NMFS staff. And the work we've done, on the groundfish stock definitions is, I think, even though we started that before all of this, is really kind of a good example of the type of work we're going to be doing in terms of where we can really be focused and engaged on federal fisheries. So in the near term, I really think it's prudent. I think there's probably some culture change we're going to have to start practicing around this. And as people kind of get used to what is going to be a smaller federal footprint, there's no way around that at this point. So the work that we're doing with Merrick, I think, is trying to align and balance with the smaller federal workforce. I also think, one place that the council can start really thinking and maybe start practicing some changes too is as we look to how we're assigning and asking our committees to do work. I think we're going to need to challenge them a little bit more about what's nice to have versus what's needed. I think that is the end of my update. So questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Kwan? David Sones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious how are you, is this a budget reduction that you're having to work things in, or is this direct program, cuts to individual programs that you're having to deal with? I'm not sure how you're having to guide yourself through this process.
Yeah, I think it's, thank you for the question. I think I don't have a straightforward answer for you because it's dynamic and is evolving. So each budget, we probably will, so right now we're operating on a continuing resolution at FY24 levels. We haven't, we've been closed during the transition in the fiscal year, so we're not even sure what money's in our accounts right now. I expect last year we were receiving monthly installments of our budget, and I expect that to continue. And the color of money and how much is unknown to the region at this time. So I'm right now assuming I haven't structurally changed or closed out any program in the West Coast region. We still have staff in every program, but we aren't doing everything in each program that we've done before. And I think we're just going to have to see how this budget process plays out.
Any other questions? Rebecca Lend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kwan, for that report. Again, as I said at the last meeting, we should not grow numb to these figures. They're just shocking. how much you've lost in terms of percentage of staff, and as you point out, in skill, because that kind of skill set doesn't happen overnight. As you look at those priorities and you figure out what are the most important things to do, I think it's important to consider. One of the things that surprised me about this, the fisheries that we manage here, is a lot of the stock management, the conservation problems have been pretty well addressed and they're pretty well maintained. So if we're running short on money, funds, my biggest fear is that there will be this usual rush towards things like community studies, traditional knowledge, social science, economics, that those will be the first to go. Where in fact, that's where we really need a lot of work. We have a lot to learn about that. So I know then I trust that that will be part of your bigger picture as you look at priorities. And I hope that our council can focus on those needs as well. Thank you so much. And we're with you in spirit. Thanks.
Thanks. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kwan, for that update. You noted the lost skill sets around the ESA program, and 58 staff sounds like a lot. The ESA is obviously an important sideboard for the work that we do here at the council. Can you speak a little bit about what that difference is going to look like for us in terms of the analysis we receive, and how that might impact our assessments or our decisions, really any way that that loss will kind of come down to the decisions we have to make?
Well, a lot of it a lot of the ESA loss happened in what I referred to as our area offices. So we and one thing I wasn't explicit about was the level of institutional knowledge and supervision that we also lost. So when the impact is going to be, we've lost the institutional knowledge, say, for instance, in the Columbia River. I will say in all our three big basins, the Columbia River, the Klamath, and Central Valley, we lost all our senior expertise and institutional knowledge in those areas. That is a loss. We're having smaller staff. We're having junior staff that are going to come in, and that's an opportunity for them. We'll have to transfer staff in there. So, I noted, there's some requests coming through, like the Habitat Committee, for people to come and talk to us. We're not going to be able to do that. Those are the things like nice to have versus need to have. We're in a kind of stabilize and try and rebuild that knowledge right now. So I think that's where we are. Things are going to be, we're in a time of relearning and rebooting. So you won't have the answers at your fingertips like you had. You won't have those experts that you can call up and get an immediate answer from right away. I think it will be harder for us to be timely on our delivery of, just your bread and butter Section 7 consultations. Listing and recovery, focus on recovery is going to be really hard. That was something that we were building capacity towards, like really a recovery focused culture. And my perspective there has been and still is that you can't get to abundance, you can't get to sustainable fishery if you're just managing, to survival. So I would say that's still my long goal for the West Coast region. It's going to be, we have to rebuild back up to that right now.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. I believe that completes our work on this, but I will check and make sure with Executive Director Burden. Nothing else.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. There's nothing else to do on this agenda item.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to take about a 10-minute break here. When we come back, we'll be on agenda item F5, and the gavel will be in the hands of our vice chair. Before we break, Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair, and apologies if I missed this. Is there, for F5, since we're getting a couple day early start on it, how far through that agenda item do we think we're going to get?
This is only a presentation on what's coming. Whatever the next day is, we take it up. We will go through the normal reports and public comment and all of the process, but this is to help us to absorb that information. And no staff there, and I'll just confirm with Executive Director, that's what we'll do.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chairman. So we'll just take the report because it is a complicated agenda item. I would just add that Jesse is planning to pause at certain key places, so you will have a chance to ask questions, but we're not anticipating any discussion, deliberation, public comment, or reports or anything of that matter.
Yes, thanks for that. Questions, to clear things up, but not discussion. Okay. Anything else? Not seeing any, then let's take a break here and be back in about 10 minutes. Thanks.
Let's go ahead and grab our seats, please. Brad, too. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I just had to do that. All righty, so we are at F5, harvest specs and management members flexibility, 2 hours scheduled, and the great Ms. Jessie is up to give us a glowing presentation and report. Thank you, Jessie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, council members. Yes, this is agenda item F5, and today we'll be doing the overview only. So I have a presentation to walk through the materials, including the situation summary and your task. And then we'll take this item up on Tuesday to get advisory body reports, public comment, and for you to have your discussion and any action you wish to take. You'll also notice I brought some friends along with the GAP and GMT are here to also listen to the presentation. So with that, so like I said, this is agenda item F5, harvest specifications and management measure flexibility. I do want to note that while the National Marine Fisheries Service was involved in the initial drafting of the materials, they were unable to do a formal review of the document due to the government shutdown. While our process continuously is incorporating new science and understanding of West Coast groundfish stocks, in the last few biennia, there have been steep changes in harvest opportunities resulting from changes in scientific understanding, as well as changes in the specification of the status of the species. For example, apologies. Here we have 2 depletion plots for canary rockfish. The top figure is the one from the assessment in 2015, which showed a rebuilt stock with an increasing trajectory, which you can see here, the line is over our management target at B40 and is on an increasing slope. The bottom figure represents the 2023 canary rockfish assessment, in which the stock was determined to be in the precautionary zone with a much lower biomass. Additionally, during the 21-22 harvest specifications, the implementation of time-varying sigma and an increased baseline sigma resulted in a larger buffer between the OFL and the ABC. An example of this is shown here with short spine thorny head, which at the time of this implementation of the time-varying sigma did not have a new assessment at the time. But you can see that between 2020 and 2021, the buffer between the OFL and the ABC grew. And then as another example of a new assessment and understanding of the stock and the status in 2023, we saw the decline in the harvest specifications, resulting in a dramatic decline in the availability to the fishery. With the number of groundfish stocks in our F&P, even with the removal of some stocks under the phase 2 action, there is likely to be the continuous issue of having assessments become staler and the increase in the buffer due to the time-varying sigma between the OFL and ABC, reducing yield to the fishery. Now, while all of this may be reflective of the new scientific understanding of the stock and fisheries as a whole, noting that there have been several conversations around results not matching what industry is seeing on the water, the impacts of this instability led to the industry and council recognizing the need for flexibility and additional tools in our management toolbox. And so based on these issues discussed on the previous slide, the GAP recommended and the council prioritized measures in March of 2025 that will be discussed today to try to address these issues and provide additional measures to promote flexibility. In April, the groundfish fishery, and specifically this item, was identified as a focus area for our adaptive management work. In June, he provided direction on scoping, and I'll note here that the focus was really on what I'd consider more process or management tools. There were several considerations brought forward that may be better suited for the upcoming risk management item on the council's year at a glance, or potentially dealt with under the terms of reference considerations starting next year. Additionally, you tasked staff with beginning a dialogue with the SSC on preventing and evaluating overfishing on a multi-year timescale through ideas such as looking at average catch compared to multi-year ABCs and ACLs. Given timing and workload constraints, this dialogue has not begun, but again, the upcoming risk management framework item, tentatively scheduled for April 2026, may allow for this discussion. And this brings us to this meeting, and we are tentatively scheduled for final action in March of 2026. So for your council action for this meeting, it is to adopt a problem statement, adopt a range of alternatives, and to adopt a preliminary preferred alternative if possible. And just for reference, there were three materials in your briefing book. So attachment 1 was the analytical document. Attachment 2 was a summary of the alternatives and options for each item. And then supplemental attachment 3 is a synthesis that looks at the combinations of the various action items and how they interrelate. So first off, with the problem statement, staff have developed a problem statement based on the council guidance from June, which was to consider the GAP's 2025 June report. The entire statement is on page 5 of attachment 1, but I wanted to highlight a few items in that problem statement. First of all, it identifies the issues related to the scientific understanding that I spoke to a few slides ago. Additionally, these issues can lead to changes in fishing behavior, harvest strategies, and market disruption, as the variability in the specifications can create instabilities. The multi-species nature of the fishery means that reduced harvest specifications for one stock can reduce access to other stocks, leading to magnifying the negative socioeconomic impacts of harvest specification adjustments. The items will be discussed today are designed to promote increased access and landings of groundfish resources and provide that long-term stability. They are also intended to modify the FMP to provide tools to address changes in a more expeditious manner. There are 5 action items that we'll be considering today that you proposed in June that are aimed to address the problem statement, which include carryover, phase-in of ABC changes, a mid-biennium harvest specification change, changes in how we account for off-the-top deductions, and then harvest specification frequency. The council could elect to adopt a range of alternatives and a preliminary preferred alternative for some, all, or none of the action items. Some of the alternatives within action items are mutually exclusive to other alternatives. For example, a mid-biennium harvest specification change or a green light would not be needed if we had an annual specification cycle. And we'll discuss this later on in the presentation, which was covered, and this was covered in supplemental attachment 3. Another key note here is that the current harvest specification values, or those proposed for the 27-28 biennium that you're discussing at this meeting, would not be changed for any species with this action. Rather, any action items would or could be applied through future management actions related to setting catch limits. So first off, we'll tackle carryover. Currently, any unharvested ACL can't be utilized in a future year unless it's considered under a stock assessment or a projection. The only time where unutilized catch can be used in a future year outside of this is for IFQ surplus carryover. And here, up to 10% of an unutilized vessel level quota can be carried over, but only for species where the ABC is greater than the ACL. And this is key because there are only a few stocks for where the ACL is less than the ABC, so there's very few stocks for which IFQ surplus carryover is actually issued. In 2016, the National Standard 1 guidelines were revised, and one key provision was added was this carryover of unutilized ACL. This revision was added to address issues of underattainment, the ability to relieve pressure on industry to catch the limit when impractical, and address situations when fisheries are prematurely closed in season and some ACL is unused. In the National Standard 1 guidelines and the corresponding National Standard 1 tech memo, there are two approaches described for carryover. One is utilizing the ACL buffer, and one is an ABC adjustment. The maximum amount of quota for either of these approaches that is available to be carried over from 1 year to another is the amount of unutilized ACL. And key to both of these alternatives and approaches is that neither alternative would impact the OFL in a given year. So staff have used these two approaches outlined in the national standards to create our two action alternatives considered here. Alternative 1 is ABC carryover, which would increase the ABC and the ACL, where alternative 2 is ACL carryover and would only increase the ACL. Based on the GAP recommendations in June, staff proposed that carryover would be automatic based on a prescriptive carryover framework that would minimize the workload trade-offs, acknowledging that it would likely mean that carryover quotas may not be optimally distributed among fishery participants in every situation. Therefore, there are no proposed ad hoc changes proposed under the options within any of the alternatives. These alternatives are not mutually exclusive, and the Council could choose to implement both into the Groundfish FMP. So now we're going to break down a little bit about how each of these work. This will probably seem similar to June, but I think it's a really good reminder because these are complex topics. So with alternative 1, again, this is ABC carryover, whereby the ABC and ACL could be increased based on the amount of unutilized ACL. So with the graphic here on your screen, we have our baseline year in our first column, and this is what we're calling specifications without carryover. So our navy kind of box here represents the ABC ACL amount, with the orange block representing the difference between the OFL and the ABC or an ACL. The total mortality is shown in column 2 for our baseline year, with the harvested proportion shown in green and unharvested in tan. So under the carryover provisions, the amount of eligible carryover is the amount of unharvested ACL, and this is shown in tan and shown by this box on the screen. However, the actual maximum amount of carryover that is permitted is bounded by the OFL in that year that carryover will be issued. Assuming that there is some minimum buffer between the ABC and the OFL, the maximum amount of carryover is, sorry, I lost my place real quick. Assuming that there's some minimum buffer between the ABC and the OFL, which we'll discuss here in a few slides, this means that the maximum amount of carryover is less than or equal to the eligible amount. So in essence, the tan shading is larger than the max amount of carryover, so the amount that's carried over is that maximum amount. If we had less than that amount, we would only be able to carry over whatever was unharvested in a given year. So here you can see in our year 2 that the ABC and the ACL were raised to the maximum amount, maintaining the minimum buffer at the top. National Standard 1 contemplates the ABC equal to the ACL under an ABC carryover scenario, but staff are proposing to maintain the default ACL harvest control rule under alternative 1. For example, if the 4010 adjustment were in place, we're currently proposing that that maintains because carryover, the allowance for carryover does not change our understanding of the status of the stock. So here we have alternative 2. This is ACL carryover. Here we're only increasing the ACL up to the ABC. It's likely to be used less than ABC carryover because, as we spoke before, most stocks have ABC equal to the ACL. So we have the same chart as before, but you can see the difference between the ABC and the ACL in the yellow column on the yellow color in the first column. So the brown area still shows our eligible amount of carryover. However, with this alternative, only the difference between the ABC and the ACL is the maximum amount of carryover permitted. So the result in this situation is that we end up having the ABC set equal to the ACL. So the council should consider setting criteria for when a stock would be eligible for carryover, as was noted in the National Standard 1 Tech Memo and was done by the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council in their comprehensive ABC amendment. This criteria would likely be implemented in the FMP. Eligibility criteria are particular importance so that the council may continue to manage the risk of overfishing, and it supports carryover being an automatic process. Criteria could differ between alternatives. One of the more of the following criteria or other criteria to be determined could be set by the council to determine if a stock is eligible for carryover. At a minimum, again, the stock must have some amount of unharvested baseline ACL. So staff have proposed 3 options in the document, but others could be proposed by advisory bodies or considered by the council. So the 3 options we proposed, option A would be that the stock status is known and that the stock is not overfished. I do want to note here that currently stock complexes would not be eligible for carryover because we do not have stock status assigned to our complexes. However, we are undergoing an action slated for next year that would help us have the stock status known, and so this could be eligible in the future. And while we're proposing currently that a stock is not overfished in order to issue carryover, you could consider allowing carryover for overfished stocks. That would just need to be considered and some guidance given here. For option B, this would be that the stock is not subject to a phase-in ABC control rule, and this really applies with just alternative 1, the ABC carryover alternative. And staff are proposing this because we'll talk about this a little bit more under the phase-in as well, is that a phase-in typically has a lower buffer between the OFL and ABC, and you're ramping down the impacts of a stock assessment. So if you issue carryover, it could be seen as going around the phase-in plan that's put in place under the phase-in ABC change. Our third option C is that the stock has not exceeded the ACL more than 1 in 4 years. And so this is based on the national standard guidelines in which you would implement, if a stock exceeds an ACL more than 1 in 4 years, you look at your accountability measures. And so we're kind of mirroring that as something you might want to consider for stock eligibility criteria for carryover. For both alternatives 1 and 2, the council needs to specify when and how this change in the ABC or ACL control rule would be applied and how carryover would be implemented through the allocation framework. The next few slides go over these decision points. Note that some options are mutually exclusive. So first up is the process options, and these are how carryover would be implemented. So process option A is on a stock-by-stock basis. Here, during every specification process, the council and the advisory bodies would identify which stocks are in need and when carryover could be issued for that stock. And it would continue until the council says otherwise. Now here, one of the cons against this process option is that it could result in a stock not getting carryover when needed if it wasn't identified in the specifications process. For process option B, we are calling this the default option. So here, all stocks that meet our eligibility criteria would have carryover implemented. Now, this would limit your decisions and ensure that all stocks could get carryover, but it would likely increase work and have carryover for stocks where it's really not needed. So next up is our data options, and this is what data is used to issue carryover. Data option A would utilize final year-end mortality estimates for year 1 from the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program Groundfish Mortality Report that are typically available in September of year two to calculate the potential carryover in year 3. This would allow for the maximum amount of carryover, as WCGOP estimates are considered BSIA for accounting for total mortality against the ACL. Data option B, on the other hand, would utilize year 1 projected underage to issue carryover in year 2, and this is how the National Standard 1 guidelines propose carryover to work initially. For trawl dominant stocks, given the in-season monitoring and 100% catch accounting, it is possible that the maximum possible carryover amount could be covered by the unutilized allocation at the end of the year. Alternatively, a projection would need to be made to determine what is likely to not be used with a degree of certainty. However, data option B may result in less than maximum carryover, as any mortality estimates are not considered final until September of the following year. Given that data option B would be based on a projection, it is likely that the estimate would also be later than data option A, suggesting that carryover would be issued later under data option B than under data option A. Furthermore, with option B, given that it's based on a projection, considerations would need to be made within the policy framework to account for overages if the actual mortality was greater than the projection. So here is our options for the minimum buffer between the OFL and the ABC. So the National Standard Guidelines do allow for the OFL to be set equal to the ABC to be set equal to the ACL. However, NMFS notes in both the National Standard Regulations and in the rules surrounding those revisions that there are few fisheries for where this type of scheme is appropriate. And typically, our policy sets the ABC below the ACL by use of the P-star sigma framework. So here we're looking at if we were to have our P-star sigma or another ABC control rule in place for a certain stock, how we would kind of create that minimum buffer for how much carryover could be issued in a given year. Option A is what we're calling our maximum extent. And here, the ABC would be set at X%, this X of course is to be determined, less than the OFL, and would apply across all stocks. And the reason we're proposing a percent rather than a metric ton is that, 1 metric ton of, let's say, Dover sole is very different than 1 metric ton of cow cod, for example. So it's a very different percentage. Option B is a category-based option. And so here we're proposing that the allowance and the difference between the OFL and the ABC for carryover issuance would be based on the category of the assessment or the stock and how we define that. So tier 1 stocks, which are our data-rich assessments, and we have a lot of information on those, might have a lower buffer compared to a category 3 stock, which is be considered more data poor and where we have less information. So next we're going to think through how carryover actually gets issued through our allocation framework. Again, we're proposing that this is prescribed and automatic so that it allows for expedited issuance to the fishery. So first of all, staff are proposing to maintain all off-the-top deductions for incidental open access, research activities, and EFPs under any issuance of carryover. Those values are set based on the best available information for what the IOA and research fisheries are expected to take, and then for EFPs, it's based on a request. However, outside of those items, there's a need for the council to prescribe 3 different things. 1, should the same tribal off-the-top deductions be applied? 2, how should allocations, harvest guidelines, and other allocation schemes be changed? 3, should set-asides for the at-sea sector change and how? I'm going to go through each one of these options here, especially with the allocations, because we have a few specific options for you to consider. So regarding tribal set-asides, coastal treaty tribes request set-asides each biennium with the exception of Sablefish North, which is allocated 10% of the ACL based on the allocation structure as specified in the FMP. The council should consider if and how tribal set-aside should change if carryover was issued for a species with a tribal set-aside. For allocations and harvest guidelines, there are 3 options that staff are proposing. The first one is a proportional increase, and I've kind of created some dummy examples to show you how this would work. These are also can be found in attachment 1. But first off, for our proportional example. So in the hypothetical here, we have 100 metric tons of carryover that would be issued in a given year. And for this type of stock, I put in a 95-5 trawl non-trawl allocation scheme. So in this option for a species with a percentage base, carryover would be issued in accordance to this allocation scheme. So it'd be 95 metric tons to trawl and 5 metric tons for non-trawl. Our second option is what we're calling the remainder only. And here again, we have our carryover at 100 metric tons. But in this case, we have an allocation scheme where we have set a specific value. And in this example, I picked 30 metric tons for non-trawl based to cover their proposed activities, with the remainder going to the other sector. So in this case, trawl gets 270. So there's a total of 300 metric tons in the fishery harvest guideline. And so here, based on the fact that the allocation in my example here for non-trawl was based on the needs of that sector, this option 2, remainder only, would not issue any carryover to that sector, and all of the carryover would be issued to the trawl fishery, again in this example. And a stock that you can think of this would be like a petrale sole. This was something you considered during the emergency rule action as an example back in September. And finally, option 3 is our if-then option. Given the council's interest in this, I know under the adaptive management program, or excuse me, adaptive management item in September. So here, again, we have our 100 metric tons of carryover issued. And so I have the same trawl, non-trawl allocation scheme as our last slide when we were talking about remainder only. So in this situation, non-trawl, we allocated 30 metric tons, and the trawl sector got the remainder of that allocation. But here, we imposed a mortality threshold with the idea that, you know, the last slide wouldn't give any of the carryover to our non-trawl sector because this is just expected to cover their activities. But this option would actually take into account how that sector has been operating in recent years. So here we threw in a mortality threshold, which is totally up for discussion, where that sector's mortality, if it's greater than 50%, so they've taken more than 15 metric tons in my example, then we would go and issue it proportionally to that sector. So the non-trawl sector in this case would actually get 10 metric tons of the 100 metric tons, or the trawl sector would get 90. But if they attained less than 50% in a recent year, then the trawl sector would receive all of the carryover in this example. So this is just based on a recent mortality. And again, I think this will be a good discussion point for the GAP and GMT to think through about, you know, recent year mortality and what those triggers could be. So these are, of course, up for debate on the evaluation of that threshold if you're interested in this option and what years could be considered an evaluation of this trigger. And finally, with our at-sea set-asides. So at-sea set-asides for select non-whiting groundfish stocks are deducted from the trawl allocation prior to the IQ distribution and are intended to cover anticipated bycatch mortality in the at-sea whiting fishery. Therefore, in determining set-aside amounts, recent mortality, whiting allocations, and other factors, such as changing in ocean conditions resulting in shifting of fishing locations, are considered when setting values through the harvest specification process. The only action that is taken with regards to set-asides is if there is a risk of harvest specification being exceeded, unforeseen impact on other fisheries, or conservation concerns, in which case in-season action may be taken. Therefore, given this consideration, staff have proposed 2 options. One is that there's no change in the at-sea set-asides, and the second option would be proportional. So the at-sea sectors would receive a proportional increase within the trawl sector allocation increase in carryover. And this was a similar discussion, again, that you had in September under your emergency rule item. So in summary, there are several options to think through. Oh, apologies there. So with both alternatives, the advisory bodies and the council should provide comments and recommendations on a range or a potential single option for the following topics here on your screen. And while this is the range of alternatives and potentially a PPA, the more specificity that is provided here would allow for further development of the analysis between now and the final preferred alternative. So in summary, our action alternatives are expected to continue to prevent overfishing through the management measures allowed in the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan and regulations. While carryover could increase the risk of biological overfishing, there are fewer precautionary adjustments to decrease the catch limits below the OFL in the event that the OFL was set too low. And the risk of this is higher with alternative 1 than alternative 2 because you are setting your ABC a lot closer to the OFL under alternative 1 compared to alternative 2, which would be bounded by the ABC that's already in place. So with either alternatives, there is the need to consider stock assessment impacts and potentially changes in the TOR. As an example, we need to consider what values are used for stock assessment projections. Right now, 100% ABC or ACL attainments are used in our stock assessment projections, but with carryover, considerations would likely need to be made to have the maximum ABC or ACL run considering carryover. That being said, given the high underattainment for many stocks in our groundfish FMP, it is likely based on past comments that there could be considerations made within the TOR to provide alternative catch streams more representative of actual catch amounts that could be used to set harvest levels. Both action alternatives may help to increase attainment and provide opportunity. And while this could be for target species, it's more likely to be for co-occurring species and providing that additional access to target species. The final point is that there does need to be considerations for the reason that a stock is being underattained. And this was noted in the National Center 1 Tech memo. So there are lots of concerns around constraints leading to underattainment. However, if underattainment is actually due for a stock due to lack of encounters due to declining stock size, considerations would be needed to make sure to not issue carryover. And with that, because I know that's a pretty complex set of slides, I might stop here and see if there's any questions.
Questions of Jesse? Lynn.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for this overview, Ms. Dorkenhouse. And I'm probably overthinking this a little bit. But what happens in year 3? Does the year 2 ACL remain the original ACL, or does the carryover from year 1 now count as part of the ACL for year 2? Hopefully that question makes sense.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Mast, yes. This is one of those things that you look back in your document and you're like, oh, I didn't cover that completely. But this is, I think, comes back to this baseline amount. So you can't keep carryover. So it's kind of similar to how our IFQ carryover works. So your ACL would still be your ACL. And you would think about it without carryover in order to issue.
Thank you. That helped clarify for me. Appreciate it.
And because my head naturally tips to the right, I saw Brad, and then we'll come over to the left.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Jesse, you say carryover could increase the risk of biologically overfishing. I'm kind of curious, given that the catch projections assume full removals each year, how could we get to a biological overfishing?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Pedger. Yes, this is an apology. It's sort of been more clear here. And this is why I specifically say biological overfishing. So I agree with you. So in terms of overfishing itself, and this was I think you'll hear a little bit from the SSC on this. So we have our overfishing limit, which is determined by our stock assessment. And so I think that there's limited risk in actually exceeding the OFL in regulation with carryover. But our OFLs are also based on this kind of, I had that slide back in June where it's based on a proxy and it's set at 50%. So there's a 50% chance where we're setting our OFL at the right value. So this is just saying that we're setting our ABC a lot closer to our proposed OFL value. So if we are wrong about our OFL, we could be increasing the risk of biologically overfishing the stock, but not actually overfishing in the lens of like the national standards overfishing.
Thank you.
Mr. Niles?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks. My question was similar to Brad's, but I don't know, just if it wouldn't be too hard to go to slide number 12. Or maybe it's the alternative one. Maybe I have my numbers wrong, sorry. Yeah, thanks. And it also was maybe making sure I was understanding this chart. Thanks for all the thought you put in the materials and all this. And it is thinking in, I think. But on this one, so on your baseline year one, it looks like there's a pretty, can't read the numbers because the bubbles are there, but your buffer between your OFL and ABC is that orangish red color, right? And I'm thinking of situations like we have with the IFQ species like yellowtail and canary and others where we're expecting that lightning strike dynamic to continue and not have everything be harvested. So you start off with a really big buffer, and I'm just making up percentages. Then the green part is it looks like it's left, you catch less than half of the ACL in that year. And then your buffer becomes probably like, if that's P-star 0.45, then that's probably like a 6% lower than the OFL, something like that. So I guess the only way this would be biological overfishing is if that dynamic changed in that, and then year 3 or year 2, I guess it would be year 2 equivalent of the beige green. The green went all the way up to the blue in full. Do you have any comments on them?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Niles, I think I was tracking you, and yes, those are, trying to simplify down how carryover works. I think some of these nuances are something, with that buffer being pretty small already and the dynamics you're speaking about, you are correct. Like, I think it would take some big changes. I think, if you were to look at like a Petrali sole as an example and issuing carryover, and we were wrong about that as an example, I think your risk would be a lot higher than most of our other stocks that are highly underattained.
Ms. Ridings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Ms. Waller, for this presentation. All these materials are great. My question is actually something, I think it was maybe the first thing you said, which is relating to the government shutdown, and I think it was the review of materials. So just getting my head around sort of like what's missing because of that. Are there certain pieces of information that you weren't able to get? Are there certain materials that the GAP and the GMT won't be able to look at? Just trying to understand sort of the impacts of that and how you think that impacted the work you were able to provide today.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Ridings. Yes, so I will say that Gretchen Hanshu, who's online, is my counterpart in this action. We worked a lot on developing the initial products before the government shutdown. So Gretchen and I did work through a lot of this together and did have some initial review from Keeley Kent as well. However, other parts of our project team included Dan Holland from the Science Center, who was actually on the National Standard 1 working group that developed that tech memo. So we were unable to have Dan unfortunately participate. He gave us some great materials to start looking through, which are incorporated, some of those scientific papers that are noted throughout the document. But Dan, as an example, was not able to look through this materials. And I think we had also hoped to get some input from, some stock assessment folks that were on furlough and just kind of better understanding those stock assessment impacts. But outside of that, I do think that Gretchen and I, like this was our big goal, was to make sure that there was a key understanding of all of the different action items and consideration of the options that are needed, and kind of to spell those out to make a good step of progress and getting that problem statement out. So an initial synthesis, which Gretchen did help me out on before she left. So hope that answers your question.
Any other questions for Jesse? Amy?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Jesse, some of the different alternatives and options you mentioned was like, or at least one of them was on a case by case. Is that the same for all of the options, or are we kind of going through, at what point is it we decide and that's it in that flow chart versus coming back to this crazy like flow chart of options every time?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Diamond. Yes, so I think the case by case, so like things like the process options and the data options, like this is kind of a start it, like you pick one and we're done, right? Like it's either we're going to issue carryover on a stock by stock basis and we're going to pick them everybody in, or we're just going to, everybody gets carryover, end of story. As long as you meet the eligibility criteria. Like that's a really key point there, of course. On the data issue, again, this is to apply to all stocks, regardless of if it's a stock by stock basis or a every stock. So we're not looking to mix and match our data options. We either want to use final data or projection data. So these are kind of like we're going to use one. The proposal is to use one and not others. The only one that I would say has a not a tree, because we do want to have this be as prescriptive as possible, is that you could choose, sorry, I got to click through all these lovely little animations, is when you get to the allocations and harvest guidelines, you could in theory include both proportional and remainder only as two options. Like those could go together. So for stocks like Petrali, where it is a set amount, and then the remainder that could be issued under alternative 2, whereas the other stocks that have percentage-based allocations would be issued under alternative 1. On the other hand, if you did, the if-then, we've kind of encompassed that to cover all of that. So it kind of would apply by, to cover your stock basis. So I hope that answers your question, but the idea is that we kind of are picking one option for each of these tasks. And so that gets us to our fully prescribed alternative to allow for issuance of carryover and not have any of those ad hoc decisions that would slow down issuance of carryover.
Thank you. Yes, I heard somebody mention they were concerned of like having to kind of go through this crazy for everything, and that's what I thought it was, but just making it clear that that is what it is. We're kind of picking paths, and that is how it will be, with the caveat of, I think you said allocation or data.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Diamond. No, we still, sorry, I was a little unclear there. We still, in order to be prescriptive, we do need to have the options. I think that this is just the case where, depending on the stock type, the stock allocation formula, you could have a differential option applied to it. But at the end of the day, it needs to be very prescriptive in order to be issued fast. And I think it really increases the complexity if you have a mismatch of things applying across all stocks, with the exception of maybe the allocations, because we do have differential schemes there.
Thank you for clarifying.
Ms. Ajam.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Jesse, for the presentation and for all of the work you put into this. I think it was really clear in spite of the complexity, so I appreciate that so much. I wanted to talk aloud for a moment about what your vision is for the process of how this would work. And I know that you just went through some discussion of decision points for the council and either maximizing or minimizing those decision points. But I think you referenced it in the document. Do you envision this happening, like it requiring us to talk about it at in season, or this happening automatically each year that NOAA would run through it? Just, what is the thought for how it would actually play out and be issued to people?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Shamilo. I will say, I think there is still conversations to be had between council and NIMP staff, but, for our shore-based IFQ surplus carryover, there was a time where the council used to talk about surplus carryover at every March or April in season. We would do the evaluation, and then NIMS would do the same evaluation, and then so it would take up a lot of council time, and we ended up actually no longer come to that at a council meeting. So I think there is a desire to look at the idea of not having, like, this would be an automatic. If we set it up where there were no decision points to be made, I think there is some questions to still be wrestled with, given that this does potentially affect the ABC and the role of the SSC there. So I think there is a little bit to still work out there, but I think we're trying to make this as expeditious as possible. Note, and then still need to kind of, I think, work out the process details with NIMS now that they're back a little bit more.
Corey. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Jesse, if you, I didn't watch to where you wandered in the slide 15. Can you go back to just slide 11, please? Or I must have the wrong version. It's the one with the has alternative 1 and alternative 2 on the same. Yeah, thank you. So I'm just maybe ask a rambling. It helps to hear you explain, but somewhat rambling question here. So I'm comparing 1 and 2, and I can't do the math. Basically, you have like on alternative 1, you start with a buffer between like a sigma buffer of like 25% ish for year 1, and then you probably have that 6% or whatever it is buffer in year 2. But I think if just balancing those blue bars in my mind, it's all, and this is particular to your scenario of how much. I think the average of those would be pretty darn close to 800 or so. So it's, if you even them out, they'd be pretty even. But on the second one, your buffers are also like close to 25% in each case. So I'm guessing. I guess why are the buffers so much bigger in alternative 2 than in alternative 1? And is it particular just to the hypothetical you have here?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Niles, to be completely frank, the reason the buffers are so big is I wanted to be able to show things like there was actually no consideration that this is a 25% buffer. Like this was purely for illustrative purposes to show like how it would be moved. But in this case, the buffer between the OFL and the ABC is the same across both the original baseline year for alternative 1 and in carryover as well, in ACL carryover 2. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I just want to note that the discussions with the SSC, there has been, a lot of discussion around the fact that we have a very low buffers for some of our category 1 stocks and the impacts of that. So my expectation is between now and the next time we come back to this agenda, this item, after this meeting, is that it's really teasing out some of those dynamics between the buffers, between like more, I'll go realistic buffers than this example. But so I guess I wouldn't read that much into the fact that this is a 25% buffer. It was really just to make it easy to see.
Thanks. Okay, no, I think I get it now. So the starting place is the same. All right, I won't read. I will wait for the next iteration or to bug you later. But and we have to talk about this again in a couple of days. So thanks. That's sinking in.
Any other questions, or we should have Jesse keep going? Okay, Jesse.
Okay, great. We're going to move on to phase-in of ABC changes. So harvest specifications are typically changed in line with the assessment results, with no ability to slowly implement or phase in the results of the assessment unless it was conservative in nature. Now, phasing in of changes to ACLs has always been allowed, and it's permitted in Section 4.7 of the Groundfish FMP. But here, the ACL is not allowed to exceed the ABC. Additionally, the ability to phase in, we can phase in through an ad hoc harvest control rule, which we've been talking about a lot for the 27-28 specifications. And I'll talk a little bit more about that under no action on the next slide. But with National Standard 1 revisions in 2016, it included a provision to allow changes in the ABC to be phased in over 3 years or less, as long as overfishing was prevented. So here are the alternatives. So under no action, while, as I just mentioned, ad hoc harvest control rules are available, including phase-in ABCs or ACL harvest control rules. Examples of an ABC phase-in are what you're considering for yellowtail rockfish and short-spine thornyhead in the 27-28 biennium, and we have additional ACL harvest control rules looking at those constant catch for things like yellow eye. However, the Groundfish F&P has no guidelines on how to implement a phase-in, and there's a lack of clarity about what the default harvest control rule is after a phase-in is completed. So in other words, our Groundfish F&P does not have anything about the 3-year specification of a phase-in, and with the default, there's a question of if you implement a phase-in, depending on how you read it, then the phase-in becomes the default, when in reality, the phase-in should only last up to 3 years. So there's just a real lack of clarity there. So with alternative 1, we would add in the phase-in framework to the F&P. And here we would allow ABC increases or decreases for up to 3 years. There would be outlining of stock eligibility criteria, and we would specify what happens with the default. However, one key consideration here is that we are proposing the phase-in framework is not automatic. So while carryover, and when we talk about the mid-biennium change, those would be automatic actions with prescribed frameworks. Here, we're just really adding the framework to the F&P to provide that additional clarity. As with carryover, the Council should consider stock eligibility criteria for implementing a phase-in. Staff have proposed 2 options. So option A matches our carryover eligibility option B. And so that would mean that a stock selected for a phase-in could also not have ABC carryover issued. Option B would be that new assessments that show an ABC of less than 85% of an existing ABC would trigger a phase-in. And this is based on the GAP's recommendations for June 2025. So I did an analysis, and this is in Table 4 of Attachment 1 for the assessments where I could do a direct comparison. And it shows that 10 of 16 stocks would have triggered a phase-in based on this 85% trigger. However, this trigger could both include and exclude stocks of importance where the Council and its advisory bodies may want to think about a phase-in. So while a stock may meet this criteria, the Council may not actually be interested in phasing it in officially. On the other hand, the criteria could exclude a stock where a phase-in might be warranted. For example, let's say the change in the assessment was 84% rather than 85%. This suggests that this criteria may not be something to consider for the F&P for eligibility criteria, but might be potentially as guidance in the terms of reference to support efficiencies in our stock assessment process to look at phase-ins. National Standard 1 Tech Memo also outlines stock generation time as an important consideration. So this, among other factors, could be considered as eligibility criteria. Overall, as this action item proposes a framework, does not change the default harvest control rule, and proposes to just amend the process and provide clarity, the Council should consider whether eligibility criteria is put in the F&P, like option A is proposing, or may be better suited for the terms of reference. So for phase-in, some summary points here. The Council could continue to select an ad hoc harvest control rule under both no action or alternative 1. However, under no action, there would likely continue to be a greater workload between the September and November Council meetings during specs years. And that's because, as you're probably all well aware, in September, you put forward a series of ad hoc harvest control rules, which required runs by the Science Center and review by the SSC. Unfortunately, a lot of those were not able to be done due to the government shutdown. But right now, we cram all that workload to do a phase-in between September and November of a given year. With alternative one and having that framework, not only do we provide are we proposing to have improved clarity in the FMP and how a phase-in works and our harvest control rule policy, but it would really also provide a lot of increased efficiencies. So for example, stock assessors could provide harvest specification tables that incorporate a phase-in over the summer while they're actually working on a stock assessment if it meets maybe certain eligibility criteria outlined in the tour, rather than waiting until September of a specification year where the GAP and GMT and the council are actually considering potential ad hoc harvest control rules. It would, so therefore minimizing the potential number of alternatives to analyze after September. And so here, I think we would be looking to add details to the terms of reference in 2026. And I don't have this in the presentation, but we do provide a couple of concepts of what could be put in the terms of reference to kind of provide this efficiency of a phase-in framework, and what could be considered in the terms of reference. Again, that would be a separate action. So we're not looking for feedback here on the terms of reference yet, but just kind of want to get people's brains thinking about that. So next up is our mid-biennium harvest specification change, also known as the green light. So currently, the Groundfish FMP only has two mechanisms to change a harvest specification during a biennium. So the OFL, ABC, and ACL can change if not adequate to meet rebuilding goals. This has also been known as the red light, or if there is an error. Additionally, ACLs, ACTs, and harvest guidelines can be established and adjusted through the point of concern framework, a technical correction, or the socioeconomic framework. An example of the second mechanism is when we raise the short belly ACL and remove the Calcott ACT in 2020. Alternative one would consider adding a framework to the FMP to allow for an increase to the harvest specifications, and this would be for the OFL, ABC, and ACL, so this is unique compared to carryover, for year 2 of a biennium based on a new stock assessment. Similar to carryover, we are proposing that this is to be prescriptive to provide quick implementation of the increased yield to the fishery through the green light process. So how would this work? So our proposed process is that in June of even years, the council makes its final assessment recommendations for the next biennium and then the preliminary recommendations for the biennium after that. And at this point, we're proposing that the council would select stocks that would be eligible for a green light. So these would be stocks where if the assessment were to come back positive, it would be something that you would want to have implemented through a green light process. In summer of odd years, stock assessments would be reviewed by the STAR panels or the Groundfish subcommittee. And when we're talking about stock assessments here, I should have made this clear earlier, this could be a benchmark or an update assessment or a catch-only projection. So I think there is, that's kind of the proposal here, but any of those could be seen as a green light. Stocks considered for a green light would include an additional decision table run starting in year 2 of the current biennium rather than starting in the first year of the next biennium. So a really good example of this is back in September, when you did your emergency rule, that was teed up by the fact that you had assessment runs that started in 2026 rather than starting in 2027. So we would be looking for those stocks that were considered to be eligible for a green light would have 2 sets of projections, one that started in year 1 of the next biennium and then one that started in year 2 of the current biennium, so that you would have those both available. When we get to September and November of odd years, so where we're at right now, the SSC would review and endorse stock assessments and any OFLs and ABCs. And then the council would actually, at this point, recommend implementation for selected green light stocks. And the reason we kind of have this checkpoint here and the actual recommendation here, unlike thinking back to Ms. Schmielo's question about carryover and kind of like whether or not that comes into the council process, here, this is proposed because while stocks might have been designated as eligible, the actual impacts might not be as beneficial as the workload associated with it. So let's say a stock was considered eligible, it results in the stock assessment came back, but maybe only 20 metric tons of available yield was made. That workload of issuing a green light for that stock might not be enough compared to other stocks where you might want to prioritize those resources. So we kind of put in this checkpoint so that it wouldn't necessarily be all stocks. It would be those that you felt met the criteria. And then after recommending those, the mid-biennium adjustment would be implemented for those selected stocks in the even year of the current biennium. And so with the green light, we would be looking for you to answer the same question as we saw for carryover with the same option available. So this would be considering how tribal off-the-top deductions, allocations, harvest guidelines, and at-sea set-asides would change and how. And so for this one, I did think it was kind of interesting to go through a case study. And so there are 3 case studies that are provided in attachment 1. 2 of them are more related to current issues, including short spine thornyhead and quillback rockfish in 2025. However, there was one other example that I think provides a really good story about the potential impacts of a green light. So in 2015, a lightning strike of canary rockfish resulted in a vessel being in deficit in the IFQ fishery. And at that point, it was to 2017. So for the IFQ fishery, if you're not aware, we each have there are vessel limits for every species and for the non-whiting, all non-whiting species as a whole. And in order to fish, you have to have available quota in that vessel limit. So this vessel took more than 2015 and had already used up all of the 2016 vessel limit, and so wouldn't have been able to fish until 2017 under the current scheme. However, at the same time in 2015, our canary rockfish assessment came back rebuilt. Actually, I had this figure way back on slide 2 where it showed the trajectory, it showed us rebuilt and on an increasing trajectory. The ABC was actually estimated to be more than double what was proposed in 2016, and the ACL was actually 12 times higher under the new assessment because at the time, again, we were under a rebuilding plan for canary rockfish. So there was a significant reduction between the ABC and the ACL based on that rebuilding plan. And I actually have the specifications here under the original column. So you can see the OFL in 2016 in regulation was 729. The ABC was 679, but then the ACL was all the way down at 125, which was what was available to the fishery. So we did an analysis showing the resulting impacts of if we would have had the green light available at the time of 2015. And just to make it simple, we assumed no changes to off-the-top deductions or set-asides and just issued proportional allocations. At the time, canary was an allocation, so we, that was for the at-sea set-aside, so we did it proportional there, although it's not shown here on the screen. But what you can see here is that the ACL increased to nearly 1,500 metric tons. The trial allocation increased as well as the non-trial allocation. But key here, kind of going back to our lightning strike, is that the vessel limit in 2016 was originally just over 9,800 pounds. Under the green light, it would have been over 130,000 pounds. Therefore, with the increase in the vessel limit, the vessel would have been able to fish in 2016 with the availability of the green light. However, in reality, it wasn't until 2017 when the new assessment was actually put into regulation. So there was that delay in the inability to fish for a year plus. Of course, with canary rockfish, which has been a much talked about subject, there's really benefits to all sectors that would have occurred at this time. Canary rockfish is constraining now, and it's constraining back then. And so it's used by all sectors. So the benefit of the green light under this case study would have been quite significant to all sectors. And so just going over the summary here. So under no action, there is no mechanism available to increase in year 2 when a new positive assessment comes back. Of course, unless you decided to do an emergency regulation as we did in September. This delay, though, can negatively impact the fleet and cause unnecessary constraints. With alternative one, it would provide socioeconomic benefits, but could potentially provide less stability. We'll talk about this a little bit under our harvest specification frequency item, but the idea behind a biennial cycle and why the council actually originally did not include a green light back in the day when they were evaluating a biennial cycle was the idea that setting specifications for 2 years would create stability for the fishery. And so to not have the kind of up down this would almost be akin to an annual specification cycle if you did have a green light. So you could have a big swing in the availability of quota. Alternative one could increase workload, of course, but the process recommendations, again, that I spoke to allow for your ultimate recommendations for the green light to be for stocks with significant benefits and therefore wouldn't necessarily be for all stocks, creating a much larger workload potentially. And so with that, I have 2 action items left, but I know this is a lot of detail to go through, so I might stop, take questions here, and then can go on to the next 2.
All right, questions of Jesse? Corey, then Dr. Mack.
Thanks, Faith. Thanks, Jesse. Thanks for going through this and providing this information in a way that's like going sort of pro-con and helping us weigh the risks as we think about that. I think that's really helpful. On your canary rockfish case study, thank you for providing that. It's always really nice to have those examples. This one really highlights the benefit. Can you also tell us, using that line of reasoning, so what the costs might have been, or like what the costs were in this case, because we didn't use the green light. So just thinking about, the pros and cons of this, how would it have happened, or how did it go happen in the other direction to try to understand what we might gain, but also what we might lose.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Ridings. It's a little hard to say the exact cost in terms of like if you're thinking about workload or like what this would take, for NMFS to do. I would look to them to more speak to that. And I do have Gretchen on the line. I don't want to put her on the spot, but I don't want to speak for them, of course. But I do think in terms of cost of not doing the green light at that time, thinking back to our slide here, and thinking about canary and all the restrictions, with a stock assessment, the idea being that like if it came back and as positive as it was, that should mean that fisheries are encountering canary rockfish at a much higher rate than we were anticipating them to capture. So the risk to a lot of sectors and the potential to implement a budget, like to maintain the constraining regulations under the rebuilding plan is kind of in conflict to that. So we would have had, likely had boats catching more canary rockfish than we were anticipating, assuming the stock assessment is reflective of what's happening on the water. So that's one big cost, I think, is that thinking back to that, even though I was around, this might be a really good question for the GAP to wrestle with for those that were around there. I think with any of these that, this does take into account with this management measure that, the idea that we get this completely prescribed, I think helps. The more ad hoc kind of tinkering with any kind of green light is going to add workload that adds time to the council, the advisory bodies. But, proposing this as a prescriptive framework, I do think minimizes that workload. But of course, this still results in a rulemaking. It still has to have make sure we have the appropriate coverage. So there are definitely additional workload considerations to have there. I think we are trying to think of what we can front load though, and be sure that we're covered so that it doesn't take away from things that are already happening on the council's plate. But again, I don't want to speak directly for NMFS in terms of like what it would take to do this, because I think we're still working that out and haven't had those conversations completely with the shutdown. So I hope that answers your question. I feel like maybe I went in circles.
Corey.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Jesse. I think you got most of the way there. I don't think I was super clear. I think the other part of my question was maybe sort of the risks if we had done green light. You just nicely laid out sort of what the council costs are in terms of and it sounds like they can largely be minimized, but thinking about because we had the original and hadn't gone green light at the point you looked at canary, were there any, thinking about how that's played out a little bit, were there any instances where we saved some fish we needed later, or there was a certain subsector that didn't go over another limit, or there wasn't any sort of like conservation problem or any sort of reference point or protected species or anything like that where there would have been a problem if we had gone ahead with the green light.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Ridings, not directly, nothing's coming to mind. I just think to the fact that, you know, when this assessment was adopted by the SSC in 2015, that's considered BSIA. So under this would have been operating, like we would have been able to use this in 2016. So I can't think of anything directly of a risk how you're laying it out, at least at this example. But it's definitely something like Gretchen and myself could think through. It's just nothing I will say is coming to mind like right at this moment.
Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Waller, for the presentation. This is the third time I've seen it. You'd think I'd be an expert by now, but I'm still sort of struggling with a couple of things. And thank you so much for allowing me to raise some questions. There's a lot of you, if this happens, then you'd be allowed, and you do it for something going up or something going down. At the same time, we're saying it's a prescriptive framework to save on the administrative costs. So how do we know when that could becomes a did, or we will? And is it always for an increase in decline? And does that vary across species? I know the choke species are the ones that are keeping folks from attaining their quota. So there may be some stock assessments that change quite a bit, but it's something where we're at 30% attainment and we're not necessarily concerned, right? So that would be one where you could, but you might not. So where do we fit in all the prescriptive part and say, well, no, not that one. Oh yeah, this one here, this one's a constraint or whatever. And stability and flexibility, those are such laudable goals. I am hearing today that sometimes if you take some of these actions, you might actually have a less stability, you might have more variability. So I know it's a lot to sort out and there's no easy answer here, but just am I understanding the situation correctly? Thank you, Ms. Waller.
Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Lent. Yes. So, yeah, there is a lot of should and, you know, thinking through these items. I think the easiest way to think about the few that we've covered so far is that carryover and green light are designed to be prescriptive. So we want all of those figured out. But whether or not each of those are done is a little bit different. So carryover, we would want to have a process in which you're selecting either stocks eligible for carryover, either on a biennium basis or just make it default for everybody. So there's that decision point. With green light, we did something a little bit different, and that kind of comes into my process thing, because I think with green light, and the council, I think, really wrestled with this when we tried to do green light the first time and made it all the way to final action, is that putting you need to have your ACL go up by X percent, or putting in something like that, I think is really hard to define. So I think that's why we wanted to give the council that latitude to kind of be like, here's our initial marker of stocks we think a green light would be helpful for. But then we want to have you have that ability to have like come back in September, see their results, see what the SSC says, and then go, yes, this is my final decision, push the button, and then they all get issued a green light. So I think there is a little bit of a difference there, because one's based on the new stock assessment, whereas carryover is really how did our mortality do the previous 2 years ago or a year ago, and then it's kind of more of a math exercise versus, you know, I think green light is something to consider the stock assessment, because it does affect the OFL, ABC, and ACL and how many stocks you want to do that for. And then for phase-in, again, that's the one mentioning that it's not automatic. That's really just cleaning up our F&P. And I think not as well described in my presentation, but a lot more in the document, is that to me, that is a big process efficiency to be gained. So I talked a little bit about it on the slide, but right now we have to cram so much of these phase-in looks between the September and November council meeting. And I think that by developing this framework and adding considerations into the terms of reference as an example, I think we can set ourselves really well up to have these phase-in kind of frameworks done over the summer during the stock assessment process so that we're ready to actually see the results of those coming into September rather than like crunching everybody's time during the September and November council meeting where there just really isn't that time. So I hope that answers your question. It's a little bit like dependent, but I do think keeping the two things different, that green light and carryover would be automatic with the different decision points to actually trigger them. And then phase in is really just cleaning up our FMP and creating that very explicit framework.
Asia.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Jesse. I wanted to bring to light something that I think was helpful in the document, which is the scaling of like when this green light could actually happen and like the number of stocks that it could happen for theoretically within a cycle year. So I just wanted, I didn't see it in your presentation and was wondering if you could speak aloud about like how many stocks are we talking about here going through green light at any point?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Shmilo. Yes, this would be, kind of tying back, I think, to our slide here. So in June of even years, you make your final assessment recommendations for the next biennium. So this cycle, I think we did 5 full assessments, a couple of updates, and then like a lot of catch-only updates. So, there were several. So depending on your scope and what you want to have green light implemented for, if it's just for fuller update or, include catch-only projections, you could range, I think, from like 6 to maybe 15. It's really going to be dependent on how many catch-only updates the council is interested in doing. To me, that's like the real variation point there. Typically, we only have room, I think, for 5 to 6 full or update assessments. And I think that the number of catch-only updates is something that really varies biennium to biennium. So it's kind of a wider range, but I think it'll be interesting as we move forward. And some of our, like right now, we obviously have 80 something stocks. And if we go down to 42, I think that conversation also has an impact in the future. So, but that's kind of my memory of what I wrote.
Any more questions before we break for lunch? Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jesse. I guess on what you just said, we had 5 assessments. I think it's sad that I don't think we would have used them for any of the assessments this cycle if none of them came out better the last. So, but just thinking, I think the Canary example you also mentioned, if memory serves, that year the at-sea sectors went over their set aside for Canary, I think, but they just also happened to be done fishing anyway, close about this time of year. And so I'm thinking, like, how could we, and it was weird, like, okay, theoretically, like you said, the ACL was going up more than 10 times, like 12 times, I think you said. Yet we were facing that situation of maybe if it had been a few weeks earlier, the at-sea sectors would have had to leave a lot of whiting left on the water. So they're kind of thinking, like, we would not have forecast that, and would it possibly just be beneficial if the workload is there just to green light automatically something on like what you were talking about with Dr. Lent on just more black and white criteria.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Niles, one thing I think Quillback is a great example for 2025 in a green light. So that would be the one that came to mind this year, but I hear you. I think, that is absolutely something if the council was interested in. I think we were just thinking it's really hard to make that black and white distinction on whether or not, because again, like, positing like it's a 5% increase or a 10% increase or how you would set that up, I think gets challenging. I think the idea of maybe with like Canary, I think that having real big flashbacks to like my first stock assessment cycle, but I mean, that was like the first assessment. I think that was like the first star panel or one of them. And it's like, is there a way to orient our star panels so that stocks that were maybe of higher importance could be done first? I don't know, right? There's a lot of considerations that I think go also through our stock assessment prioritization process here. and our terms of reference, and like, again, how can you expedite maybe some of these, because to your point with the at-sea sectors back in at that time, like they were allocations and constrictions with dark blotched and POP, widow, and canary. So that could definitely be something, if the council were interested in, that we could look at. Again, I think the issue here is how to set that trigger and make it a little bit more black and white.
Are there any other questions? Well, we'll pick this up after lunch and we'll see you at 1:04. 1:05. On it, we can go farther. All right, break for lunch. 1:05. If we could get back to our seats, we'll get started. All right, we're going to get started here. Jesse, continue on a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. So we will pick up where we left off. Although I guess I want to check just in case anybody had any questions on the material we covered so far before I keep going. Okay. Okay. So starting off with next subject is the accounting for off-the-top deductions. So our ACL accounting system was established in 2010 with Amendment 23 to the Groundfish FMP to align with the 2009 National Standard 1 revisions, and we did not update these in 2016 with revisions made then. So in 2016, the National Standard 1 revisions changed the accounting provisions to state, quote, where practicable, all sources of mortality, including that resulting from bycatch, scientific research catch, and all fishing activities should be accounted for in the evaluation of stock status with respect to reference points. So in practice, what that means for the Groundfish FMP is that its stock status reference points, which are OFLs, ABCs, and ACLs, it means that all sources of mortality should be accounted for within the OFL and in estimating biomass and stock assessments. So here we have kind of what our current scheme looks like for our off-the-top deductions. So you have your OFL at the top. We have our P-star sigma that drops it down to the ABC, and then we set our ACL. And off of our ACL, we have our 4 categories of off-the-top deductions. We have incidental open access, exempted fishing permits or EFPs, research, and tribal set-asides. And from that, the ACL minus these deductions results in our fishery harvest guideline. And this is our structure for all stocks and complexes except for Sablefish North. Sablefish North is actually specified in the FMP, and it outlines the structure for that fishery and how it's accounted for research, and tribal fisheries, as an example, have a 10% allocation of the Sablefish North ACL. And our off-the-top deductions, these can actually be adjusted mid-biennium and reallocated to directed groundfish fisheries for unforeseen events. And we have used this allowance in the past. One example was in 2015, in which we moved dark blotch from the IOA set-aside to the at-sea sectors, which had higher than anticipated catches. And at that point, we're under an allocation scheme. So this allowed them to continue to fish at that point. So there are going to be 2 alternatives, but our first alternative is going to be to, and both alternatives would apply to all stocks except for Sablefish North. And alternative 1 would be taking our our off-the-top deductions and simply moving them from below the ACL to create the fishery harvest guideline, but instead we'd be taking them off the ABC. In essence, our ACL would become our fishery harvest guideline, or we wouldn't even need a fishery harvest guideline, and we would simply allocate directly from the ACL. Alternative 2 has a very similar structure, but the only difference here is that while our tribal research and IOA set-asides would come off the ABC, for EFPs, we'd actually take them off their respective allocations. And the idea here is that EFPs are typically targeted to look at creating changes in our fishery, and they're generally for a specific sector. So as opposed to an EFP affecting all groundfish fisheries, this would direct it to only apply to the sector in which it would be impacting, hopefully, in the future. Now, there are some stocks where we do not have trawl, non-trawl allocations for things such as spiny dogfish. In that case, it would revert back to alternative 1 if there were a need for an EFP for that stock. So how would this impact ACL's allocations and management? And you saw very similar to this in June, but I wanted to go back through it again to show how these alternatives would work. Now, I'm only going to show an example of alternative 1 here, but if you did choose to select alternative 2, where the EFPs were taken off the trial allocation, just those EFP numbers would shift. So here, our first example, we're looking at ACL equals ABC. Again, this is common for most of our groundfish stocks. And so the slide here, you can see the first set of columns show OFL, ABC are off the tops, and then how you get to that fishery harvest guideline, and then a trawl, non-trawl allocation. And this is under our status quo accounting practices. And so here are off the top deductions, like I just mentioned. So we're just taking them off the ACL to create our fishery harvest guideline. The second set of columns is the proposed change under alternative 1. So you can see the same OFL and the same ABC, but the OFL here is moving, the 72 metric tons actually moves up. And so our ACL is then the deduction from the ABC to the ACL. But here you can see, while there's a difference in comparing the status quo to the proposed change in off-the-top deductions, the actual fishery harvest guideline is exactly the same. So in essence, there's no practical difference in terms of allocation to the fishery under alternative 1 and when the ABC equals the ACL. So while this does reduce the ACL, higher than expected catches in off the tops, so research, tribal, incidental open access, or EFPs, would not trigger ACL exceedance accountability measures by itself, as we would only be comparing directed groundfish catch against the ACLs, as previously noted. Therefore, in-season actions may not be as strict because we're not assuming 100% attainment of off the tops. So if you think about the scorecards we typically look at under in-season, and if we were to look at this mid-year to see if we need to take action, we would really only be considering those impacts from the groundfish fishery and not having to assume 100% attainment of our off the tops like we usually do, therefore potentially resulting in more restrictive mitigation measures to stay under the ACL. So now let's look at a situation where the ABC is greater than the ACL. So this is status quo is going to look exactly the same besides the ACL. It's just that lower than the ABC here. So again, we have our off the top deductions, and then we'll flow into our harvest guideline and allocations. But here, we move the off the top deductions to be accounted for within the ABC and the ACL, but we're setting our ACL at the exact same amount as we did previously. So if we remove the accounting into that buffer, we could end up with a higher ACL, fishery harvest guideline, and resulting allocations. So overall, alternative 1 would increase, and 2 would increase harvestable surplus available to the groundfish fishery sectors. And while it could increase the risk of overfishing, because if our assumptions are wrong, we could see overall mortality higher than we were planning for under the ACL as in current practices. However, higher than expected catch and off the tops alone would not trigger ACL exceedance accountability measures. Given that we typically get these estimates later in the year and in essence like the next year with the groundfish mortality report, so if we did have higher than anticipated and accounted for catches and this was accounted for against the ACLs, we may need to consider management measures to account for that in the directed groundfish fishery. So in summary, across both alternatives, all sources and no action, all sources of mortality would continue to be accounted for. However, under all alternatives, we are expected to see increased uncertainty for incidental open access fisheries. As a reminder, the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program will no longer be observing state fisheries, so we would only have landings data or any state-provided discard data. The only IOA fishery expected to be surveyed would be the directed halibut fishery. While the benefits would depend on the alternative, it's likely that rebuilding stocks would potentially see the most benefit. Rebuilding stocks tend to have the greatest reduction between the ABC and the ACL. If you remember our canary case study from 2016 that we discussed before lunch, it was like 630 as ABC and the ACL was like 125. And so this was obviously significantly constraining to communities. So the alternatives could end up freeing up some fish to the directed groundfish fisheries without risking the stock rebuilding. Alternative 2 is similar to Alternative 1, except that EFPs are taken off their respective allocations. And both action alternatives align with the Magnuson-Stevens Act and Executive Order 14276. And this executive order specifically mentions preventing fishery closures. Alternatives 1 and 2 are expected to prevent those closures if there are higher than anticipated catches and off-the-top sources in instances where the ABC is not expected to be exceeded. And finally, an indirect benefit of either of these changes is that it would allow surplus carryover for all IFQ stocks. If you recall back to our carryover discussion, currently the only stocks for which IFQ carryover surplus could be issued are for stocks in which the ACL is less than the ABC. So under this, applying to all stocks except for Sablefish North, this would mean that all stocks except for Sablefish North could have surplus carryover issued. So our last action item is the harvest specification frequency. So under Amendment 17, the groundfish fishery transitioned to a biennial specifications process, which is outlined in COP 9, from an annual process. And with our biennial process, there are 3 distinct processes within that. There is our stock assessment process, our harvest specification and management measures process, and then our stock definitions process. Other councils and FMPs around the nation utilize a wide variety of harvest specifications and processes and timelines. And in the past 5 years, they have been exploring more efficient and responsive ways to be more efficient and responsive to changing fishery conditions. The 2 action alternatives are based on some of these ideas seen around the country. Specifically, our action alternatives have a single common feature in which harvest specifications, including OFLs and ABCs, were scheduled for a period of longer than 2 years based on best scientific information available, such that only a subset of stocks with new information have revised harvest specification each cycle and/or year. So the main differences between our 2 action alternatives we're going to speak to today is the process. So alternative 1 is our annual specifications process. And so here we would move from a biennial process to an annual cycle. For here, specs and management measures would be set annually. And likely we would need to, again, adopt specification for those non-assessed stocks for a determined amount of years to accommodate rulemaking. In other words, we would likely be looking at just adopting new specs for the assessed stocks so that we wouldn't have to be going through the list of all 40 some odd or however many specifications numbers that we have in the groundfish FFP every single year. And so the graphic I have here on the screen is just kind of a simplified version that Gretchen designed to kind of show you what this might look like at any point in time. So the annual specifications process means that we would kind of be in 3 places at once. So our outer circle here would be our stock assessment year. Our middle year is our council, the middle circle is our council meeting and rulemaking year. And then our inner circle is actually the year in which we have the regulations effective. So at any point, you can kind of draw your line. So in this case, at March, we'd obviously be we'd be working on our pre-assessments for the stock assessments in that year. We would be setting ACL PPAs at our council meeting. And then, of course, we'd be living under a set of specifications in the current year that we're in. And then if you move to June, similarly, for stock assessments, we'd be working on developing assessments at our council meeting. We'd be adopting ACLs, preliminary preferred ACLs, and again, still living in a set of regulations at the same time. So alternative 2 was something we looked at after the June meetings. This is kind of a new alternative. And here we would be maintaining our biennial specifications process. But again, we'd be modifying it to allow setting harvest specifications for a to be determined period rather than 2 years. So the key thing here is that nothing would change in the process that we know and love, except for OFLs and ABCs could be set for a longer period of time. And the idea behind this is actually based on a recent New England Council action, and they did this to both increase management flexibility and improve consistency across their FMPs. So in summary, annual specs, alternative 1, are thought to be potentially more responsive than no action, as you'd be able to incorporate that science on a faster timeline. But again, thinking back to our green light discussion, it could have less stability potentially, as the impacts of those assessments could drive the harvest specifications up and down depending on how frequently you're assessing a stock. And actually going to biennial specifications, one of the reasons in the council doing that decades ago was the fact that they wanted to provide that stability by having a set number of specifications set for 2 years to provide that stability was one of the rationale at that time. So both action alternatives, though, as proposed to kind of have this idea to adopt OFLs and ABCs for a longer than 1 or 2 years, would likely result in higher upfront work, but are thought to have longer term savings. And before I get into the last part of the presentation on the synthesis, I might stop and see if there are any specific questions on either of these 2 action items, and then we can finish it out.
Any questions? Dave and then Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I was trying to think back. I mean, this is where we were before the biennial specs, I believe. And there was a lot of issues there with us having enough time to get all this together annually with all these stocks and everything. Has something changed why this is being suggested today?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Sones. Yes, so at the time, and Gretchen, I might phone a friend here if Gretchen's still online. My understanding is there was also a lot fewer folks working on Groundfish when we did have the annual specifications process. So I think it was hard to get it done then. And I think also key to this annual specifications process is we are looking at much fewer stocks in the FMP under phase 2. So that reduces the number that we actually have to consider every cycle. Additionally, I think really key to this is that we would have to adopt OFLs and ABCs for some stocks so that we're not checking off every single one of those specifications every year. And so we're only doing like a subset of those. I think those are key elements to the annual specifications process. It would definitely be a big change to our process, but that's my understanding and reading back through the material of what's changed.
Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jesse. Something you said on the set-asides kind of caught my ear about the rebuilding situation. And I think you'll hear us in other places this meeting mention this. We have this discrepancy between what we have to plan for in terms of possibly being caught and how difficult it is. And then there's the reality of what actually gets caught. And in rebuilding, for example, for yellow eye, all the times to rebuild were based on the idea that the ACL was taken 100% in full for decades and decades. So I just kind of, you said this would, if we did the set-asides above the ACL, there would be some benefit, but I'm still thinking, why wouldn't we use that same assumption that those would be caught and be mortality that then affected the times to rebuild? And I may have misheard what you said, but could you just explain that point again?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Niles, I think I was capturing your question. Sorry, I was also trying to see. So Gretchen was weighing in on the annual specs thing, and I was correct. So if I'm tracking your point, so yes, we actually did look back at the Canary example in the rebuilding plan, or I was looking at a rebuilding plan structure, and obviously there's several different runs that the rebuilding analysis does. So I think there is a way to set our ACL and like consider it this way. So we could run, and I think there's discussions to be had, but there's actually runs that would consider the ABC run and the ACL run. So I think it's just thinking through our rebuilding plan strategies and what's evaluated. And my expectation is I think this is going to be something where we'll need to think through more of the rebuilding plan, like stock assessments and how that's done. But looking at it, it seemed to me, reading back in Gretchen, that it didn't affect rebuilding in like the examples we were looking at. But I think this could be on a case-by-case basis. Like we'd have to consider that in setting the rebuilding plan. I hope I answered your question. It's a little trying to think through after lunch of like what I have in the document and what we looked at before.
Asia?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Jesse. I have a question just to help me think about the off the top section a little more. And this was one that I was, and yeah, I'll be very honest, I was excited about it, but then I have slightly different ideas about it that I'd like to talk to you about maybe offline before we get down the road later on. But one of the things you said too is that, so I think we only have a buffer between I think there's a construct in the FMP that we set ABC and ACL equal to each other for many stocks, and that only stocks where we have some rebuilding concern do we actually put a buffer between those two numbers. And so I would like to hear, some correction on that if I don't have it correct. And then I'm curious, like for the last cycle, for example, how many stocks actually had some buffer between the ABC and ACL. And one other piece of color that I'll add to this is that I was raised in a region where there was always a buffer for management uncertainty between ABC and ACL. So when I was originally thinking of these alternatives, I was thinking about that buffer. That buffer, again, is meant to traditionally account for management uncertainty. That's the way Magnuson discusses it. It's just not something that we do here very often. We don't really put that buffer for management uncertainty up between the ABC and ACL. I think my understanding of why it happens here is to allow for us to issue as much quota as possible out to the fisheries. But yeah, I'd love to talk about that more and talk to you offline about it more as well.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Milo. Apologies, I missed part of that because my computer decided to start showing weird things and I didn't want my email up there. But so I'm going to start where I can and then might have to have you repeat some stuff. Again, apologies. So in terms of our typical ABC ACL, so it's at the default for our stocks is to have it set equal to one another. The only situations is where that doesn't happen is if you're in the precautionary zone or a rebuilding stock. The other options are if the council chooses, to make an ad hoc change to our ACL. So this would be things like you are considering for yellow eye rockfish in the 27-28 biennium, or we've done the 50,000 constant catch ACL for Dover sole that was in place for quite a lot of time. So those are going to be the differences where we have stocks where the ABC is not set equal to the ACL. Now I'm sorry, I lost your questions. I was like trying to keep them in my mind as you were talking. So if you don't mind repeating the next one.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, oh no, it's okay. Yeah, I said a lot of things. I don't know how many stocks there is actually. Like it sounds like there are only a small handful where there would be any relevance here for this. And then I guess another question, sorry, I'm adding on questions now. Where do we account for management uncertainty for, it's a different style of doing it in other regions, but here we've chosen to do it a very different way. And I think this actually bleeds over to some other FMPs too. CPS is the one that comes to mind, where we have like a lot of management uncertainty buffers where we probably don't need to have that many way under the ACL.
Mr. Vice Chairman Shmilo, yes. So I would say it's not it varies by cycle, but definitely the vast majority of our stocks are ABC equals to ACL. There's probably a handful of them I can think of right now that we have or considering in the 27-28 biennium. So that's correct. In terms of management uncertainty, that really comes down to, we do have our ability to lower the ABC through P-STAR. That is a council policy decision. But additionally, you could take, the ACL in the FMP. It spells out that one thing you can do is lower the ACL directly from the ABC to account for any additional uncertainty. And one of those uncertainties is management uncertainty, socioeconomic considerations. Like there's a lot of things where you can account for that additional uncertainty in your setting of the ACL.
Thank you. And thank you for that answer. Some side conversations that we've been having too is that there's some relationship between this action and the risk discussions that are coming up in the future as well. So I'm just flagging that that's in my mind as we think through how to go forward with some of these things. I would also love a rethinking of where management uncertainty comes up. But one thing that is hitting me right now too is that I know that we're highly underattained with a lot of our stocks, and so the management uncertainty question isn't as critical here, but I'm recognizing that we account for the reason why I like the approach of putting management uncertainty up above between ABC and ACL is that if there are mistakes, we have a slush fund that we're not dinging the fisheries for. And so by putting everything underneath the ACL, we're putting all of the potential for a management response onto the fisheries. So we're loading that all, when you set ABC and ACL equal to each other, you're loading that all onto the affected people. So that's all. I just want to think about that more as we move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none?
Okay, last little bit here. So we're going to tackle our synthesis next, and this is again from Supplemental Attachment 3. And so this report was really put together to provide some considerations on how the alternatives and the action items work together or possibly don't work together. And so Table 1 is kind of a key of trade-offs or consideration between each of the action items. And I just want to note this is by no means a complete list. We're looking at, doing further considerations after the range of alternatives is selected. And I think some of the options and other discussion points that'll be raised will really help us kind of discuss how each of these things really play in together. So we're going to start off with carryover. And here we have our 4 other action items. So regarding phase-in, one of the eligibility criteria proposed for both carryover and phase-in is that a stock cannot receive ABC carryover under an ABC phase-in. Staff are proposing this as the concepts are potentially in conflict. With a phase-in, the ABC could be close to the OFL, resulting in little to no ABC carryover possible, depending on the minimum buffer established with carryover. However, a phase-in ABC could be possible with ACL carryover, which is alternative 2. For the green light again changes our entire specification. So it would change OFL, ABC, and ACL, whereas carryover only changes the ABC, ACL in a given year. So the OFL that's in regulation would stay the OFL. Given that a stock assessment informing a change in a mid-biennial specifications would consider recent mortality, including the current year, which would be used to assess carryover. Carryover would be deemed ineligible as the recent years would already consider setting specifications based on that recent mortality. For off-the-top deductions, both carryover and this item could be used together, and the change in the off-the-top deductions would result in most stocks having a buffer between the ACL and ABC. Noting that the reduction would need to consider the off-the-top deductions, the risk to overfishing is likely increased with both of these items, but likely to be mitigated with the groundfish management process. Additionally, the council could consider setting additional eligibility criteria for carryover if a stock were to exceed an ABC or an ACL in a given year. For harvest specification frequency, carryover would be compatible, but considerations would need to be made in the stock assessment process and specifically the harvest specification tables so that future specifications would be based on the best estimates of mortality and specifications, including carryover. So for phase-in, since we've already on the previous slide discussed how that interacts with carryover, we're just moving to the next three items. So all three items, both mid-biennium specification change, accounting for off-the-top deductions, and harvest specification frequency, are all compatible with a phase-in. Considerations would be needed in the stock assessments process for both mid-biennium change and the harvest specification frequency. Note that off-the-top deduction changes could increase the risk to overfishing, as there would likely be a decreased buffer between the OFL and the ABC during a phase-in. And here are our last few interactions to consider. So for the mid-biennium change, this is compatible with changing off-the-top deductions, with the only consideration being if we did not apply the change to all stocks, but as the implementation details would be slightly different. However, as proposed, the change in off-the-top deductions would apply to all stocks, with the exception of Sablefish North, and so this shouldn't be a problem. For harvest specifications frequency, as previously noted, the green light and annual specifications are incompatible. If you're doing annual specifications, you're already looking to implement that change in the next year, so there'd be no need, of course, for a mid-biennium change. And finally, off-the-top deductions and harvest specification frequency. These items are compatible, but would likely impact our current timing. So timeline for setting off-the-top deductions would likely need to be front-loaded. As an example, we typically set these in November. You'll be hearing about the off-the-top deductions from the GAP and GMT here in just a few days. And so to account for the ability to set ACLs back in September, we would likely need to back up the setting of off-the-tops in September as well. And with that, your council action to take on Tuesday is to adopt a problem statement, a range of alternatives, and a preliminary preferred alternative if possible. And I'd be happy to take any last questions.
Any further questions for Jesse? Ms. Wrighty?
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Jesse. My question is sort of an overarching question, and it's getting to the purpose and need. And in that, it talks about, you mentioned this in your presentation as well, about one of that being increased stability. And yet, through your presentation, when we went through each of these items, I think maybe 4 out of them, you said either it decreases stability or it increases some risk of getting higher to an OFL, or I think biological overfishing was stated. And so well, maybe those are still things we would like to do. I don't see how that's necessarily moving towards the goal of more stability or long-term stability. So I'm wondering if I'm missing something there, or we should be thinking about that in the purpose and need, or yeah, can you help me out there a little bit?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Ridings. Yeah, that's a really good question. I think, the problem statement is obviously up for changes and debate and such. I think that it's kind of depends on, I did talk a lot about instability in terms of that you could have a up or down situation, right? With like a green light, you could have a low to a high. But I think at the same time, stability, some of these items could provide stability in the fact that I think of carryover and the canary example, and, having canary, even if it's a little bit of canary, does that provide the access to key target species and allowing that fishery to be stable? So I think of like our midwater rockfish fishery. If they have a little bit more canary, does that allow them to keep accessing widow and yellowtail? And so that increase, even if it's a little bit of increase, provides stability to keep like those markets going. So that's just kind of an example off the top of my head. I think we did a little bit of a dive in the document of trying to kind of match how each of the items addresses the problem statement. But I think that's something, again, that's completely up for, looking through that and seeing whether or not that's needed, or, if there's some wordsmithing to do there. I was trying to think of anything else, and I think considering our off the top deductions discussion here, you could also think of stability as the fact that when we get into our scorecard exercise, we're having to play this conservative look at, okay, we're going to assume that incidental open access, research, tribal, EFPs all assume 100% off the top in our scorecard exercise. And so that means that we might have to take late breaking action in order to keep our fisheries under the ACL. And we've done this in the past, right? To keep our fisheries under the ACL. And to take those changes in-season changes to stay within that. If we were to move them above the ACL, I could also see stability there where we're really only having to track against. We're not having to be kind of playing this guessing game of are they over, are they under, and maybe that's providing some additional stability. But that's just some initial thoughts. I think this is a good point of conversation and something, you could consider addressing in the problem statement if you wanted to change it. So hopefully that helps.
Okay, I think we have an online hand up. Gretchen Heinschuh.
Good afternoon, Good afternoon. This is Gretchen Heinschuh. Jesse, thank you for the great presentation. I just had a follow-up comment that stability can also include measures that help promote market stability so that you don't have large swings in harvestable surplus from stock assessment to stock assessment. And so it might mean that you're not having stability. You might be sacrificing stability in your harvest control rules or policy decisions, but it would be to promote market stability and harvest stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. All right, I'm going to look around. No, that's right.
Thanks, Vice. And thanks, Jesse and Ms. Hanshu. I'm just going to push on that a little bit. My understanding generally, we think about management is that on average over time, the closer you get to your OFLs, and we manage to maximize catch, and we manage to try to get as much without overfishing, without hurting the stock. As we go closer, we are going to be risking overfishing and ending up with overfished stocks the closer we get to that level. And in my mind, that is doing the opposite of what I heard Ms. Hanshu just say, which is providing that long-term stability for harvesters, for markets, for processors. And so I think I'm putting something out here that's big picture, but I stand to be corrected, I guess is what I'm asking. Am I missing something, or am I thinking at this at a level that's not appropriate? Just looking for some clarification on that.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Writings, I'm going to be honest, I need to think about this just a little bit. It's just needing, and this might be something Gretchen and I can talk about. I don't want to just talk out of this, right now, just without thoroughly thinking through that. So, might just ask to hold that and think about it and come back to this Tuesday.
Sounds reasonable. Mr. Brad.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I think it's, the groundfish fishers of the West Coast are struggling, to say the least, and we're looking for some flexibility. I think we get hung up on the term overfishing. That's not the issue. It's basically what's the stock status, right? Are we driving that stock status down? That's really what we're talking about. That's really the crux of the matter. We seem to be, unfortunately, we're hung up where we got these 12-month increments we're stuck in. We try to break out of that. I just think that it's interesting that we talk about overfishing, the risk of overfishing. But we're really talking about, if we took the full ACL, is the risk of overfishing, potentially being overfished because the scientists got it wrong that we're talking about. And that's the wrong way to look at it. I mean, basically, we're allowed to take the OFL. We should take the OFL, potentially 100% if we could, but we can't. So we have a system where we have quotas broken up in multiple different sectors, fisheries, and every one of those fisheries is coming in under because we don't want to go over. And so we're getting these multiple buffers. And we're just trying to find some flexibility in the system. And it's, unfortunately, we can't do a big sea carryover yet. Because that's really what we would ideally like to have. But I mean, we're harvesting 25% of our stocks on the West Coast. I think, so let's, anyway, I think it's not get hung up on the term of say overfishing. We obviously don't want to do that. The stock status is really what we're talking about. We're really worried about as far as managers is we don't want to drive that stock status down. We're just trying to do that best we can under the constraints of the law that we have. So anyway, I appreciate Jesse for the fantastic presentation. Very clear, very concise. There's a few more tools in the toolbox maybe we thought we had. Not all we'd like to have, but good work, and I just look forward to the discussions later this week. Thank you.
So I was reminded that we are here to ask clarifying questions and save these riveting ones, plus hear our advisory bodies' statements for later on in the week. So we save getting too far into the weed questions. Not that Brad's was. I just wanted to point that out that we want to be clarifying and then get ready for the main show later on this week. Dr. Lett, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm probably violating that rule right now, but it's just to lay down a marker. In looking back at the performance report, Catch Your Program, I can't remember the name of it, but isn't it true that for the majority of our stocks, we're way under attaining the full quota? And is it the case that here we're looking at cases where we've got this constraining stock, either because it's falling or it's much smaller relative to the target species? So it's a limited number of cases where we might be using some of these things. Just to clarify if that's the case, and that'll help us maybe when we look at this later this week. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Lent, I'm remembering back to my June presentation. I think it's something like 40% of our stocks average less than 25% of their ACLs in terms of attainment. It is, and a majority of our species are highly under attained, I would say. The only ones that typically aren't, off the top of my head, are things like petrale, widow, yellowtail, sablefish, and non-years like we have now. It used to be, right, in that 90 percentile kind of thing. So there are very few stocks. We do have some in, those 50 to 70% kind of range. So like a canary falls into there. But yeah, it does. I think a lot of this does come down to co-occurring stocks specifically, and ones where we have species, I would say like a canary, that are allocated across all of our fisheries. So I think there's a few different kind of buckets of species you could look at here. But I think of a canary where trawl at sea, all types of trawl, recreational, non-trawl, everybody needs canary. And so I think that that's one where, it is either a targeted species or it allows you to access your target species. And so that might be one where a few extra metric tons makes a world of a difference and helps you increase, your other co-occurring or allows you to stay open another month for a recreational fishery. I could see a lot of stocks where maybe some of these tools aren't used. I don't, off the cuff, I don't know if arrowtooth flounder needs carryover as an example. It's very low English soul, things that are, until a market develops, right? But I think the idea here, and just thinking back to Mr. Pettinger's point, is that it's putting tools in a toolbox and we don't know what's going to change in the future. So hopefully some of these, the idea behind these and from what, analyzing these and going through this is so it allows these to be used for those stocks where we need it. And then it's either to help increase attainment of those stocks or generally, and more likely provide some extra co-occurring species to help access those target stocks. So I hope that answers your question.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just thought I would go back to a question that Mr. Sones asked a few minutes ago. There are very few of us that were around when we shifted from annual specs to biennial specs, and that was a big issue, and there's a lot of good reason to do it. And so I sympathize with Mr. Sones' concerns about going back to annual specs. It was a lot of work to do it before. And so the question is, would something be different this time? And the answer to that is yes. We'd likely be looking at something different. To do the annual specs effectively, we would be leaning on completing a programmatic. So that would put us essentially into the same sort of model that the North Pacific Council has, where they have a programmatic and they can do their specs pretty quickly. The other one that is coming down the pike and still being hashed over is this realignment of NEPA and the Magnuson Act. It looks like if it continues in that direction, that implementing specs should become a lot easier, not require the large NEPA documents that are required now. So both of those things should make the annual specs process more manageable than it was 20 years ago? But it would be conditioned on those things, in my opinion.
Okay. I think we're ready to move to the next item. Jesse, thank you very much. Always great work. And so we'll switch to E1. And so we have a line change here of people, but give them a couple minutes to get in place. All right. Carrie, you've appeared to clear the room. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure here waiting for your overview and instructions and your report. So take it away, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item E1. It's on current habitat issues. The Habitat Committee met online just last week, November 10th, to discuss several issues, including marine planning and the NOAA aquaculture opportunity areas, a proposed port improvement project in the Port of Coos Bay, council operations and efficiencies, and a few other updates. There are two Habitat Committee reports in your briefing book. Report 1 is the normal HC supplemental report, which highlights pertinent issues that they feel would be important to keep on the council's radar screens. Some of those are actionable and some are just for your information. And then supplemental report 2 is a report that the council requested in September at the our last meeting. And that focuses on California water issues, including the Central Valley project and related operations and policy issues related to California water in general. So those are the two reports in your briefing book, and I don't think there are any, I haven't seen any supplemental reports, and I haven't seen any public comment come in, at least not as of yet. So after we hear the summary of the two reports by Dr. Scott Happel, who is the chair of the Habitat Committee, and assuming there's no reports or comments from advisory bodies or management entities or public comment, then we'd move on to council action, which is to consider the HC reports and provide recommendations as needed. That concludes my overview, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Otherwise, we can turn to Dr. Happel, who is online.
Any questions of Carrie? Thank you, sir. Dr. Appel, you're up for Habitat Committee Report 1.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I am reporting first on agenda item E1A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1. I will do my best to summarize these as one of them is quite lengthy. As Carrie just mentioned, the Habitat Committee met online on November 10th to discuss a variety of issues associated with the November agenda. At the top of our report, we have 4 recommendations summarized. I will not read through those now, but include them as stated in the relevant sections to come. First off, by summary, the state of Idaho continues to monitor quagga mussels in the Snake River. This is the 3rd year that they have discovered, had positive discoveries of quagga mussels in the river, although through their repeated treatments, the river range has restricted by about half, down to about 3.5 river miles. This is not currently an issue for salmon, but if quagga are to move downstream into the anadromous section of the river, they will become an issue, and the Habitat Committee will continue to monitor that. The Washington State Department of Ecology is working on a draft EIS for a flow-through water control dam on the Chehalis River in Payette, Washington. Primarily, as the name implies, is for flood control. It's going to impact steelhead, coho, chinook, both fall and spring, spawning and rearing habitat and passage. There's ongoing conversation at the state level right now. Associated with that, a federal EIS is expected to follow in the spring of 2026 and would include a deeper analysis of Endangered Species Act listed species, primarily impacts to southern resident killer whales. It would also analyze impacts on salmon, although not through an ESA lens. The Washington draft EIS expected to be released in late November with a 75-day comment period. The Habitat Committees will be tracking this process as it develops, as various strategies are still under consideration. As such, the Habitat Committee recommends foregoing a comment letter on the state draft EIS and instead planning to comment on the federal draft EIS when it becomes available in the spring of 2026. The Habitat Committee briefed the Council on the status of the Pacific Coast Intermodal Project of Coos Bay at the September Council meeting. At that time, the Port of Coos Bay anticipated a December timeline for publishing its notice of intent to prepare a draft EIS. Council tasked Habitat Committee with preparing a draft comment letter on the NOI when it becomes available. At this time, however, it's unclear if that is on track for December because of the government shutdown, so we will continue to track that matter as well. California water issues, also in our second report, but Council has commented numerous times on the impact of water management in California on freshwater habitat of salmon. The report that I will read second summarizes 10 primary projects. From that summary, the Habitat Committee concludes that despite the potential that some of these projects will improve salmonid habitat, many of the actions, such as large-scale water diversion and storage projects, as well as water management policies, will likely result in wide-ranging adverse effects to salmon. To better understand specific changes in these systems and characterize potential impacts to salmon and their habitats, the Habitat Committee recommends requesting briefings from the Bureau of Reclamation, National Marine Fisheries Service, and State Water Resources Conservation Board of California representatives at a future council meeting. In addition, the council should task the Habitat Committee with writing letters to BOR, NMFS, and the California State Water Resource Control Board as appropriate to voice concerns regarding harm these changes may have to Pacific salmon and habitats within council jurisdiction. In September, the Habitat Committee briefed the council on the status of the Resilient Columbia Basin Agreement for recovering depleted salmon and steelhead in the Columbia Basin. In September of 2025, U.S. courts lifted a stay on ongoing litigation after that act was rescinded by presidential memorandum. The preliminary injunction is proposed. The court is now reviewing briefs for and against a preliminary injunction. The preliminary injunction is proposed by the National Wildlife Federation and Oregon and is supported by amici from Washington, Yakama Nation, and Nez Perce tribes. It seeks to benefit salmon and steelhead by increasing spill over the dams, limiting reservoir elevation changes, and implementing targeted predation management and habitat improvements. The underlying case will be briefed and argued after the decision on the preliminary injunction, but there is no schedule yet for that phase. Regarding the Salmon Essential Fish Habitat EFH review update, in September, the council posted a call for information and data for the Salmon EFH review with the comment period ending on December 3rd. The government shutdown has hampered efforts by the states, the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and others for coordinating the NMFS staff on preparing and providing data products. Under these challenging circumstances, the Habitat Committee recommends the council extend the call for information to allow for this important coordination. The Habitat Committee notes that a CFI extension could also affect the timeline for the EFH Phase 1 report and/or other aspects of EFH review timeline. However, the HC believes that preparing the volume of habitat-related information is foundational to a informed Phase 1 report and the EFH review and should be given ample time for that work. And finally, and informational for council members and others, is that there is a call for board candidates for the National Fish Habitat Partnership, which is seeking 3 new board members in the recreational sport fishing, commercial fishing, freshwater anglers, habitat conservation organizations, and science-based fishery organizations. This is a different notification than the one we reported on earlier in the year. This is an opportunity to help lead a national effort to protect, restore, and enhance fish habitat. Board members play a vital role in coordinating conservation efforts of 20 regional fish habitat partnerships, collaborating to ensure healthier waters, stronger fisheries, and lasting benefits for communities nationwide. There's an email included and a deadline of December 31st to indicate interest. That concludes our supplemental report 1. I could pause there to take questions before moving on to supplemental report 2.
Any questions on the habitat report number 1? John North, sorry.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just a quick one for Dr. Happel. I see related to this essential fish habitat and potential need for a delay on the deadline for the CFI. I see the current date is December 3rd, but I was wondering what the expected delivery date was for the associated Phase 1 report. Like,
through the chair, Mr. North, I couldn't give you a specific date, but I believe it was early April.
Ms. Writings.
April.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Dr. Happel. My question is about the report on the impacts of water management in California. So I know that this is what the second report is on. So if you want to hold this question, please go ahead. But it's in regards to your recommendation about requesting briefings from the BOR NIMS and the State Water Resources Control Board. I just first want to appreciate the fact that you created and thought about this and brought us a report. And second, are thinking creatively about something this council can do that goes beyond just writing a letter. But I'm curious if there was anything else that the Habitat Committee discussed that they would be interested in seeing the council do to have more input on these issues and try to solve some of these problems we see that are in the report. Does that make sense? Thanks.
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Ridings, thank you for that question. Yeah, that makes sense. And of course, to put it bluntly, I think it would be, we need to be thinking about ways to move beyond shaking the angry fist at what's changing that is detrimental to salmon. I think because our impression right now, or at least some people's impression, is that not a lot of this is being codified in formal written language, that inviting representatives in to be asked about these changes is a good way to get the information we need to decide how to act. Obviously, council has the capacity and requirement to comment on any federal activities that have an impact on anadromous species. I'm not sure that we have much more a creative comment than that particular legal route at this time.
Okay, any other? Oh, Dr. Lynn, sorry.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Heppel. Just a question about the copper-based product Natrix, which is used for treating the those pesky mussels. You mentioned that the report mentions that treatment has impacts on all aquatic organisms, continue to be monitored and isolated to the treatment reach. Any news on impact on salmon? Thank you.
Yeah, through the Vice Chair, thank you, Dr. Lent, for that question. Because this stretch of river is, I think, approximately 280 river miles upstream from the anadromous fish barrier, there hasn't been any observed directly attributable effect that I'm aware of at that time. Obviously, there are direct effects within that reach, although my understanding from our Idaho representatives is that the primary fish in that system are non-native game fish. And so there has been less concern expressed for that relative to the concern of the quagga mussel spread into additional parts of the basin.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Carrie, on this topic? I know I got. We're going to do one at a time, or you want to do everything at one time, Carrie?
Yeah, my understanding is Dr. Happel is ready to move forward and summarize report 2. If there aren't any questions on report 1.
Indeed, I am.
All right, Dr. Happel, take her away.
All right, thank you. The second Habitat Committee report, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 2 for Agenda Item E1A, a Supplemental Habitat Committee report focused on California water issues and key recent regulations, policies, and anticipated changes to federal and state water operations in California. I again will do my best to summarize this, hitting the key points. To start, though, I would like to very much acknowledge the hard work that the Habitat Committee members put into this, primarily Gary, Sarah, Victor, and Justin, to put this together in the 2 months intervening the September meeting. At the September 2025 Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting, the council tasked the Habitat Committee with providing a status update on California water issues, including potential changes to the California Central Valley Project, CVP, long-term operation plan. The scope of this report is limited to recent or anticipated policy and operational changes without an in-depth analysis of impacts to council managed salmon. This report includes summaries of the following topics: contradictions between executive orders, Central Valley Project and State Water Project long-term operations, the Bay Delta Water Control Plan, proposal for Sites Reservoir, proposals for the Delta Conveyance Project, Klamath River Dam removals, conditions on the Trinity River, proposed Eel River Dam removals, regulations on lake stream bed alterations, and California Governor Newsom's salmon strategy. While some projects will likely contribute to improved salmon habitat, a consistent theme of most of the projects discussed is to maximize water delivery to regions south of the Bay Delta, primarily for agriculture, and to maximize water storage in reservoirs. These proposed operational changes are likely to have deleterious effects on freshwater habitats across the region and impose higher risks for salmon survival. As I just mentioned in the previous report, the Habitat Committee recommends requesting briefings from the Bureau of Reclamation, National Marine Fishery Service, and State Water Resources Control Board at a future council meeting describing pending changes to water management in California and the implications of those changes on salmon habitat and salmon stocks. California water policy and operations are scientifically complex, affect many different user groups and ecosystems, can be politically driven, and are managed under extensive environmental regulations. Stakeholder interests include multiple federal and state agencies, competing industrial and municipal needs, commercial and recreational fishing, tribal and cultural resources. Compiling an accurate and comprehensive update to California Water Project has been a particularly difficult task due to agency policy changes resulting from compliance with executive orders, reduced capacity at many federal agencies, diminished transparency and opportunities for public comment, and the speed with which many of the operations are implemented. Due to the ongoing federal shutdown, federal employees were unable to contribute to this report. We first note a contradiction between executive orders, direct conflict between executive orders 14276 and 14181, which are restoring American seafood competitiveness and emergency measures to provide water resources in California and improve disaster response, respectively. The 14181 directs the BOR to maximize water delivery, superseding authority of the California Department of Water Resources if necessary. There is no guidance in either EO on how agencies should address the inherent contradictions. The Central Valley Project and State Water Project, in December of 2024, the BOR issued a record decision for long-term operations following NMFS and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service buyouts for no jeopardy for species of concern in the LTO, including winter run Chinook, spring run Chinook, and southern resident killer whales. Notably, Central Valley Fall Chinook were not analyzed as they were not listed under the ESA. In September of 2025, the BOR held a meeting to provide an update on the long-term operations of the CVP. BOR plans to comply with Executive Order 14181 while staying within the NMFS guidance for the 2024 buyout. Revised operations are expected to deliver up to 400,000 acre-feet annually of additional water to Southern California agricultural districts. The Habitat Committee notes there may be inconsistencies within the 2024 ROD, the Record of Decision, and the EO 14181, although the Habitat Committee has not had opportunity to conduct a detailed evaluation. We do have a list of major changes here, including changes in where the salinity gradient falls, export reduction, revised entrainment, revised governance and adaptive management. All of those detailed in the September 2025 Habitat Committee report. There are some indications that CVP water operations 26-27 will further increase water deliveries to the South Bay Delta. Initiative 6 includes changes to the D1614 Shasta Reservoir storage requirements, fish population estimates, targets, and ESA compliance. But there is very little information publicly available on those proposed changes. The Habitat Committee would like to note that on the day we were drafting this report, the National Academy of Sciences did in fact release a review of the long-term operations of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project. The report identifies a number of overarching issues that include the need to enhance collaborative science, enhance modeling, and more strongly consider how changes in climate impact drivers will affect long-term operations. Because of the timing, the Habitat Committee has not yet had an opportunity to review that report. For the Bay Delta Plan and the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Program, in July 2025, the State Water Resources Control Board issued a draft update on their plan. It included a Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Program, which was also known as what's called voluntary agreements. The council sent a letter to that in regards to that in November 2024, expressing concern that voluntary agreements are not reasonably certain to occur and should not be relied on as mitigation measures. Under the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, there are two compliance paths. One is this voluntary participation. The other is a regulatory pathway. In September of 2025, however, SWRCB rescinded all notices of public comment and workshops related to the Bay Delta Plan. They anticipate a limited recirculation of draft plan of Sacramento Delta updates along with a staff report in December 2025. New dates for a public hearing and comment period will be announced after that. The site's reservoir project, we reported on this in June of 2022. It is a proposed redirection of Sacramento River flow into an adjoining valley approximately 14 miles away to store water for use in the California system. The site's project authority received 2 incidental take permits from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, authorizing the authority to build and operate the reservoir in compliance with California's ES endangered species laws. They require to mitigate any potential impacts during both construction and operation. In July of 2025, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issued a biological opinion, and a stream bed alteration agreement was issued by CDFW, 2 regulatory hurdles which were key to allowing that reservoir to move forward. The Water Resources Control Board held administrative hearings throughout 2025 for water right applications, and the project right application is in the last major regulatory hurdle before construction can begin. The Delta Conveyance Project is designed to create or modifications to it currently, or to create a 45-mile tunnel to divert up to 6,000 cubic feet of water, Sacramento River water, to Bethany Reservoir. Intake for this tunnel is designed to be further upstream in the north section of the Delta. This will reduce the proportional impact of water take from the Sacramento River downstream because it's being taken upstream, I suppose. It'll allow them to supply more fresh water because current pumping rates, if flows are low and pumping rates are high, is drawing brackish water at this time. If implemented, these changes would remove a physical limitation on pumping fresh water for irrigation and would allow for greater impacts to salmon, including low flow conditions on the lower Sacramento, higher temperatures, and other deleterious habitat effects. The State Department of Water Resources submitted its certification for Delta Conveyance on October 17th. For our report on the Klamath, generally there's good news. The removals had a number of positive outcomes in the biological responses. Chinook salmon have passed Keno and Link dams and have been found in Upper Klamath Lake and the Williamson River upstream of that lake. The annelid worm that are the intermediate host for Cerrato Nova Shasta are greatly reduced. And the incidence of sea shasta in fish and spore counts are down relative to previous years. However, associated with Executive Order 14148, it revoked numerous EOs. Based on the EO, the Department of Interior determined that water users' contracts as non-discretionary, which puts deliveries for agriculture at a higher priority than ESA or tribal trust needs. This decision reduces the discretion that BOR has to allocate water to irrigation or the environment in the Klamath, which essentially places all risk on the environment. Currently, the Klamath area BOR staff are drafting an interim operations plan that meets only the minimum requirements of the current BIOP. This plan is expected to focus on minimum flow thresholds and reallocate variable flows used to manage disease and improve environmental conditions to irrigation via the Klamath project. Once finalized, this plan will likely be the subject of litigation. In the Trinity River, BOR, along with joint leads, the Hoopa Valley and Yurok tribes, is working to reinitiate consultation for the Trinity River Division. A draft BIOP is a biological assessment is anticipated for review by cooperating agencies by the end of 2025. Once that review is complete, it will be released for public comment. A proposed action has not been selected at this time, as much of the biological analysis is still underway. Once the Trinity River Division supplemental EIS is complete, it must be coordinated with the 2024 long-term operation and CVP BIOP and changes to the LTO that arise from the Trinity River Division BIOP will be addressed at that point. The public comment is expected to be between December 25 and February 26. I think we just got our daily dose of acronyms there. In the Eel River system, some good news. Potter River for salmon. Potter River Valley project includes 2 dams on the upper Eel River, PG&E, power generation infrastructure, and a tunnel to divert abandoned water from power generation to the north branch of the Russian. Power generation ceased in 2021. Scott Dam has been deemed seismically unsafe and is no longer economically feasible, and PGE has submitted a license surrender application. FERC has opened public comment period on the LSA until December 1 and will also conduct its own NEPA review. The Eel Russian Project Authority, ERPA, has been formed by local agencies and tribes to construct, operate, and maintain the new Eel Russian Facility, or NERF. In July 2025, state and local agencies, the Round Valley Indian tribes, and non-governmental organization partners signed a water diversion agreement. This agreement transfers PVP water rights to the RVIT and includes proposed diversion rules for operation of the NERF. Dam removal will undoubtedly have impacts on Eel River ecosystem. There's 20 million cubic yards of sediment estimated to be trapped behind the dam. Drawdown and removal has to be timed to minimize deleterious impacts. During the decommissioning project process, minimum in-stream temperature flow amendments are likely to continue in order to manage stream temperatures in the Eel. In the last couple items, in July 25, new regulations have been issued to authorize the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to suspend or revoke lake and stream bed agreements. When project or activities requiring lake or stream bed agreements are not in compliance, CDFW can now suspend or revoke those agreements without involving the Attorney General or public court system. This new regulation allows CDFW to reduce the time lag between potential environmental harm and agency response. In response, Governor Newsom's salmon strategy in response to mounting threats posed by the climate change to California's native salmon, Governor Newsom has created a California salmon strategy for a hotter and drier climate. It centers on 71 projects in 6 key areas: removing barriers, such as obsolete dams, restoring natural habitats, improving water flow timing, modernizing hatchery flow infrastructure, enhancing monitoring and adaptive management, and strengthening partnerships with tribes, local communities, and conservation groups. By March 2025, the state's progress report on California salmon strategy showed meaningful progress in many areas, including habitat restoration, barrier removals, hatchery upgrades, improved monitoring infrastructure. However, salmon returns, the 2024 Sacramento Fall Run Chinook in particular, remain well below management targets. Continued funding of the salmon strategy remains necessary, but is not sufficient. There are few policy directives in the salmon strategy that directly address flow protection, diversion limits, and interagency alignment. In conclusion for this report, the report identifies several projects and strategies that will likely contribute to improved salmonid habitat, including restored habitat on the Klamath River, dam removals on the Eel River, and the potential of the California salmon strategy. The majority of anticipated changes presented here, however, are large-scale water diversions, water storage projects, and water management policies that are likely to result in wide-ranging adverse effects on salmon. The Habitat Committee is deeply concerned that deterioration of critical water quality measures, specifically temperature, salinity, and flow, will cause further harm to freshwater habitat that are crucial for salmon survival. The Habitat Committee recommends, as stated, requesting briefings from BOR, NMFS, and Water Resources Control Board at a future council meeting, describing pending changes to water management in California and the implications of these changes on salmon habitat and salmon stocks. The council could then task the Habitat Committee with writing letters to BOR, NMFS, and California Water Resources Control Board describing potential harm to Pacific salmon within the council's jurisdiction. I apologize for the length of that report, but that ends my report, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, sir. Great report by the Habitat Committee and you too. Any questions? Brad, I see you're dying to ask a salmon question. Go ahead.
Not a question, Vice Chair Smith. I just want to thank you, Dr. Appel, for just a really good reports and for all the good work and really keeping us on top of stuff on the terrestrial side of things. And hats off to them for really just fantastic work supplying this council with the information they need to manage this fishery. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Any other? Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Hippel, for yet another report that you read with a little pep in your step. And yet there's some lousy news in there, so thank you for keeping our spirits up. I'm just curious, you mentioned the Klamath River Dam removal updates. The first paragraph is, yay, we have all this new habitat, finding fish in new places. And then, oh darn, we might not have enough water. You also point out the inconsistencies between executive orders. It's an executive order saying increase American seafood competitiveness. We can't do it if our salmon don't have any water. So net for the Klamath, where we're just hanging so much hope, I think we could still have some improvement for the salmon in the Klamath. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you through the Vice Chair, Dr. Lent. I might say that it's not that we don't have enough water, it's how we're choosing to use it. And obviously the contradiction between executive orders is something that needs to have conversation that happens above the level at which I work. But I think that within that system, there have been so many people working so long to realize what has become, that I suspect that there will still be that process moving forward. And maybe one of the reasons for hope in my voice when reading that is because of the good people that are doing it and will continue to do it. And I think in this particular case, the council would be well suited to particularly lean on the expertise and strength of the tribes in the system, because they can be very strong drivers of change.
Yep, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Heppel. Can I ask our NOAA Fisheries partners, are you in regular communication with Bureau of Reclamation, DOI, all the folks who are implementing these difficult policies? Thank you.
Yes, we are. And I think it's important that people, remember NMFS's role in this. We are technical advisors. We're responding under an Endangered Species Act authority. So we're not in an advocacy role. We are there as, as regulators, essentially. But we are in all these basins. We're working really closely as a U.S. government and as a U.S. developing a U.S. government position on how we're engaging, and that does involve a lot of back and forth. And does this action fit within the BIOP? Does it not fit within the BIOP? And those sort of things. So, long answer, yes.
Okay, Jamie.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Happel. I'm really trying to step into like the salmon space coming from Groundfish, and both reports are, I think we're all acknowledging, are very disheartening, especially for the state of California. I'm looking at salmon, and from the outside, I keep thinking the only thing, like, we can do whatever we can do here at the council as far as restricting catch and this and that, but literally the one thing that will have any meaningful change is water in the rivers. And it just feels like our hands and feet are being tied. We're being hogtied here, and we can't really do something meaningful. And I appreciate that you linked the governor's California governor's salmon strategy for a hotter, drier future and the progress report. And it has progress, 4 things complete, but it's frustrating to see that planning for not having more water instead of doing the one thing, again, releasing more water, and the different projects that are going on. It's just I was talking with an avocado farmer in Southern California, actually a handful of them, and the state water project and this increased flows that are coming down to Southern California for agriculture, they don't want, because right now they're looking at a 2.5 times rate increase on their meter charges, and 11% per year for the next 10 years increase in their water rates. And they definitely didn't ask for that. And so I'm trying to, there's such a disconnect. And I don't know how to break through that. And there's so much bureaucracy baked in between what we can do and what actually happens and how to get water into a river, and we're ocean. And I appreciate the way you laid this out. It definitely clarifies where the different parts are, where the different pieces are, for me to see and try and track and dig in on my own. So thank you for laying that out so well.
Through the chair, Ms. Simon, you're welcome. I wish I had the silver bullet solution for you for all this. Sort of big picture, and this is me speaking, not the Habitat Committee, is you'll notice from our Habitat report, there are so many different actions going on with so many different players that there is not any central coordinating holistic view that can look at how all the incremental impacts add up to a total impact. And at some much higher political level than me, that would be an action that would seem to move us perhaps in a direction to address some of those issues you just raised.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the great doctor? Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Happel. On the recommendation that you make to us regarding briefings, what's the vision with briefings? Is this inviting guest speakers on occasion to come talk to the Habitat Committee? Is it a request for specific justification for certain actions that we've read about? I'm just wondering, what specifically did you give thought to in terms of briefings? Well, I'll start there.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so through the chair, thanks for the question. At the moment, I think what we lack is a sort of a central source of information that to even put this report together takes lots of digging in lots of different places. And whether that briefing is to the Habitat Committee, which to me would make sense at least initially, as opposed to the whole council, to really have each agency present its full view of what it is doing with water in California would allow us to get to part of at least the understanding of everything that's going on and be able to consolidate that information. I think that would then hopefully aid us in understanding where council's efforts might best be placed to voice comment on how water use might change.
Thank you, if I may
Yes.
follow up.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that elaboration. I guess I'm thinking back to some of our prior discussions where the council has identified the concern with a lack of response to letters that we have written and to various agencies. And so now I'm kind of seeing maybe this other approach of requesting briefings of them instead of just providing a letter. Maybe you can describe for us why you think this approach might be more effective, and if you've kind of done any scoping on that with these entities that we're looking for more detailed information from.
Sure, through the chair, thank you. To the second point, no, we haven't done any scoping on that. I think part of the conversation is that it is to, by having these interactions is to, I think there's some value potentially inviting them into our space and having them talk through it from our perspective. Whether that actually affects any different change, I don't know, but it's something different to try, as you pointed out.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the response. And if I might just say, I appreciate the effort here. You've really done a great job attempting to serve as kind of that intermediary. You've brought us a lot of information here, and I really do appreciate the research and legwork that went into the report. You've taken this quite a long way on your own in the Habitat Committee arena, so we do appreciate it.
Excellent. Well, thank you all very much.
Ms. Kwan.
Yeah, thank you. And this is, appreciate the report. It's actually a really good compilation and summary of how complicated the issues are in California water. And I guess kind of continuing on with, I think, where Mr. Yaremko was going is maybe another spin on that question. What authorities or efforts or influence have we looked at what influence the council, the Habitat Committee and the council can actually bring to water and water issues? Because I feel like there's a little bit of, you're hoping that the agencies are going to come in and divulge all the information that is going to give you that silver bullet. But I'm wondering if we really can, if there's an effort to really focus on what it is the council can affect, where they can, weigh in and have a meaningful outcome. And if you guys could give some thought to that, or if you already have given thought to that.
Yeah, I through the chair, thank you for the question. Yeah, I certainly believe that requires additional thought. It's quite possible that the routes that we're using now are the ones we've got. And so I think it's fair to be skeptical of trying something new, but we could also try it and decide whether our skepticism was valid or not after the fact.
I guess I'm going to call him myself. Listening to at least my friend for a couple more hours into the barbecue tonight, Mark Gorelnik, and other California salmon, and for a very long time, that's the whole crux. We do what we can. Communities do what they can do to survive, to more water or better water. And, we see reds dewatered and all kinds of funky things that happen with salmon water. And that's the most frustrating thing. We've never, at least I haven't, figured out why water's not included in salmon. It seems pretty easy question that salmon need water. That's the only thing that we have been able to not control in this process or have too much. Yeah, we've written letters until people's, have arthritis in their hands, but it just has been kind of an oxymoron for a long time that we have not been able to interject the importance and the need for salmon survival, no matter how hard we do things and how much we ask our fishermen and communities to sit on the dock and wait for better times or more rain or what have you. So anyway, that's just an editorial, and I'm sorry that I called on myself, but any further questions for Dr. Appel? Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your reports.
All right. Thank you very much for your time today, Vice Chair and members of the council.
Don't go too far in case I ask you a question. Sorry. I don't see any managerial or AB reports. I don't see any last minute. Do you, Carrie?
No, I don't see any public comment or supplemental advisory body reports.
So I guess with no public comment, I'll ask to see what we we would like to do here. Mr. Carey?
Well, I think if the council would like to have some discussion, I could maybe tee that off with just reiterating some of the recommendations that were in the HC reports. I think they're consolidated pretty well into the main report, Report 1, which now I lost somehow. But they key in on there are 4 bullet points at the top of Report 1, and they key in on the California water issues, potentially communicating with federal and state agencies and requesting this briefing. The Habitat Committee also talked about the notion of maybe the HC could invite someone from Bureau of Reclamation and the State Water Resources Control Board to come to talk to them first, which I think you also talked about. Maybe that would lead to an invitation, if the council wanted to do such a thing, to come talk to us. So that was one item, and then there were a couple of upcoming comment periods, and that the HC and also the MPC will keep an eye out for with regard to the oil and gas leasing and AOAs that are coming up. And then also there's that Chehalis Basin EIS. There's a state EIS that's coming soon, but then there will be a federal EIS expected in the spring of 2026. And then the last suggestion was about extending the salmon EFH review call for information comment period, which currently ends December 3rd, but with the shutdown of the government, it hobbled. It seems not only the ability of federal agencies to bring information forward, but maybe other entities that needed or wanted to consult with the federal agency. So maybe before they submitted some information, they wanted to call their local NMFS office, but they weren't able to do that. So anyway, that sort of summarizes the recommendations from the council. So I think it'd be good to get some direction on next steps.
Thank you for your direction. John North.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess follow-up question for Mr. Griffin on that last recommendation. If we were going to recommend extending the deadline for the call for information and the report, which I support, what would be the pathway? Would you have any suggestions? Like, was that something we do right now through a motion, or would it be something we do later in the meeting, or thinking out loud?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. North, Mr. Vice Chair. The call for information was endorsed by the council, but then it was the executive director who gave the final go-ahead to post it on our website and send out the e-blast. So in my view, if the council, voice support for extending that, then I think we could huddle with council leadership and the National Marine Fisheries Service and figure out, is this like a 2-week extension or 4-week extension? We can also think about the implications for the 2026 council meeting schedule. Right now, the phase 1 review report is scheduled for April. So, we want to think about implications also. So that's how I see it. And Merrick's not giving me the dirty look. So I think if the council endorsed it, then we could huddle and figure out the best approach for how to make that work and how long to extend it for.
Christmas miracle early. Any other questions? Ms. Ridings.
Thanks, Face. Not a question. I was just going to, Carrie, thank you for summing things up so nicely for us. And thanks again to the Habitat Committee for both of their really excellent reports and taking the time to put everything together. Just so deeply appreciative of that. And I was just going to voice my support for everything Carrie laid out and moving forward on all of those items.
Other discussion? Ms. Kwan.
Yeah, just on the issue of requesting action agencies to come in and talk. I spoke earlier about staff capacity and loss of expertise, and I would just say that's happening, across all federal agencies. And so just something to be mindful about. If we are moving towards a letter in that direction, we'll just say NIMS will probably abstain.
Not seeing any other questions. Director, you have any? Carrie, shoes on your foot now.
Okay, thanks. I'll put my shoes back on both feet now, and I think that concludes your tasks for this agenda item. So we'll go have some discussions about extending the comment period, and then also about how to go about requesting reps from other agencies to come and decide whether that's best to talk to the HC first, and sort of, maybe we can share with them this report and get a readout, and then come back to the council with additional information in the future. I'll take it from there. So I'll talk with Merrick and Kelly and NIMS, and I think we can take it from here. So good discussion. I think we have good direction.
He did have a question. Executive Director.
Thank you. And just because there are a couple of, I guess, balls in the air, for lack of a better word, so we'll keep talking as we do as staff, and we chat with our federal partners. And if there is an additional consideration for you all, we can bring that up under workload planning. That might affect what we think about these letters, but I think that's just a matter of course. So just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, well, I think we've done our job here. And before I hand the gavel off to Mr. Hassemer, I think we'll take a 10-minute break.
I believe we have more business to do, so if we can regain our seats here. Kind of a vacuous space here. All right. I think at some point our executive director will join us, but Todd, please start the overview on this one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Council. This is agenda item F1, which is the beginning of the Groundfish agenda items, and it's titled the National Marine Fisheries Service Report. So per usual, the National Marine Fisheries Service, the region and the science centers are here-ish to discuss and provide updates regarding both the region issues, which would include rulemakings and notices published through the Federal Register, and update any information regarding their workload. The Science Center has provided the Council 2 reports. They are both the Pacific Halibut Bycatch for 2002 through 2024. The first report, agenda item, the report 1, is the report itself, the written report, and report 2 is the downloadable data file. So the Northwest Fisheries Science Center was expected to be able to provide their annual Pacific salmon bycatch report. However, due to the shutdown, that was not provided for obvious reasons. So looking to your reference materials, I just noted you have the 2 reports there. And your action per usual is council discussion and guidance as appropriate. Thank you.
All right. First, any questions on the overview? And not seeing any questions, then I wasn't sure. I have Keely Kent's name down here. I just want to make sure, are there any NMFS updates or speaking to that? Jen Kwan?
Yes, I have been given some very nice talking points to deliver. May I do so? Or right now the time?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so we're back. We are once again triaging our work here. But we're prioritizing actions and rules and picking things up accordingly. We expect immediate groundfish priorities are the emergency rule request from the September meeting, the September in-season, and cost recovery fee notice for 2025. And we expect to have more information on rulemaking actions in the near future and just kind of big picture. You know, we just opened up, so there's also a national level conversation about which rules we're going to be able to push through and when. That direction hasn't come through yet. Okay, next, getting through the limited entry and quota share permit renewal backlog is also our top priority, and we're addressing those applications as they come through. And you know, due to the impacts from the furlough, we're also evaluating the potential to extend the deadline for the renewals, as it normally ends on November 30th. So we'll get back to participants soon when we've figured a way through that. That's what I have.
All right, thank you. Any questions on that portion of the NMFS report? And I see no hands. There are the 2 Science Center reports there. I know Mr. Craig Russell is online. Craig, did you want to speak to those?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have anything to say necessarily about those 2 reports. I did want to just also echo some of Ms. Kwan's comments about we're still getting our feet underneath us here as well. So I did want to provide an update, though, on our surveys. So just before the furlough and lapse in appropriations, we were able to complete the final research leg of the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey. And we also were able to complete, through the furlough, our groundfish bottom trawl survey and our hook and line survey. But I want to highlight the dedication, resilience, and the teamwork of all the staff and the volunteers and the captains and crew to make that happen. So that's all we've got for you today. I'm happy to stand by if there are any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Russell? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Craig. I was wondering, I was wondering and forgot to ask about the fate of the surveys with the shutdown, but did it, and really impressed to hear that you were able to complete them. But did it take any modifications or just any extra unusual efforts to get it done, or was it more scheduled to be finished and hard work and luck kept it on schedule?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say it took a lot of hard work and creativity and resilience to make that happen with all the changes and additional constraints that the period of elapse and appropriation provides. So it was a lot of additional work, but we were all able to complete the full survey.
Thank you. Other questions? And I don't see any. Thank you, Craig. And with that, we've heard both from the region on some of the rulemaking and the Science Center. I believe that completes all of our reports. We have no public comment signed up that I see. So any discussion on this item? As we anticipated, it might be a brief report following the shutdown. So I'm not seeing any hands. Todd, anything else we should do?
Mr. My hand is up.
Sorry, Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just did have a question. I certainly, great kudos to NMFS for the work they were able to do with the survey under very, very challenging circumstances. Circling back to the salmon bycatch report, recognizing I can appreciate with the government shutdown that was not completed, but just curious if there was kind of an expectation of completion and when that might be reported to us.
Craig, if you're on, I think that might be directed to you.
Yes, indeed. Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kiefer. The delay with the salmon bycatch report is not just because of the furlough. We also lost, through the previous losses of staff, some of the key folks that have worked on that. And so we're still working through what that report will entail and exactly when we'll get that done, but that continues to be a priority for us. And we're working closely with the region on that too. So I wish I could give you a little bit more clarity as to when that will be done, but this is one of the impacts as well, not just the shutdown, but also the staffing.
Thank you. That clarity helps.
Thank you, Sharon. Other questions? Not seeing any of them. Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, well, I think we all expected this to be the case for this particular agenda item. I would say that you have both heard from the region and the Science Center, and there was a little limited discussion there, which achieves the goals and tasks of this particular agenda item. And it'd be my opinion that you are complete.
All right, thank you. We'll close the books on this one and let you switch chairs. And we are joined by Ms. Marlene Bellman. Good afternoon, Marlene. I'll let you, when everything's operational, to start our overview.
Thank you, Chair Hesmer. Good afternoon, members of the council. This is agenda item F2 in front of you, adopt stock assessments. This agenda item is related to the council's process for setting groundfish harvest specifications that depends on the periodic assessment of the status of groundfish stocks. SSC reviews this assessment work and makes recommendations to you relative to the standards of the best scientific information available and the soundness for use in groundfish fishery management decision-making. The council then adopts assessments and relevant analysis that are used to set your groundfish harvest specifications. Since the September 2025 council meeting, guidance was provided based on SSC and advisory body recommendations to conduct a supplemental review of the 2025 Widow Rockfish Update Stock Assessment. Stock assessment authors provided responses to the requests made by the SSC in September and the Groundfish Subcommittee from their August meeting, as well as supplemental review material, and they provided that with a proposed new base model that is found in attachment 3. The supplemental review panel provided a report with recommendations to the full SSC for consideration at this meeting. That was found in the SSC materials section of your briefing book. Due to the federal furlough, stock assessment authors and federal members of the SSC were not able to participate in this supplemental review that took place. In addition, a complete stock assessment document to accompany the proposed base model for the Widow Update Assessment was not yet available. The SSC considered recommendations from the supplemental review panel for the Widow Rockfish Update Assessment, as well as 2 catch-only projections that were requested in September as well, that included the standard implementation of the time-varying buffers. So the council is scheduled to review the update assessment and the status of that, as well as the 2 catch-only projections that have come forward since September 2025. I believe that covers an overview. Any questions?
Let's see, any questions on the overview before we proceed? Being none, then we will move into our reports. And first up is the Scientific and Statistical Committee, Dr. Jason Schaffler. Good afternoon, Dr. Schaffler.
Good afternoon, Chair Hassemer, members of the council. I am Jason Schaffler with the Scientific and Statistical Committee. I will be reading agenda item F2A, Supplemental SSC Report 1 into the record. The Scientific and Statistical Committee report on groundfish management adopts stock assessments. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed a revised stock assessment for widow rockfish and catch-only projections for Oregon black rockfish and Boccaccio. The latter 2 items used the standard implementation of time-varying sigma to calculate buffers for projections instead of the approach that allows for a larger time-varying buffer when natural mortality is greater than 0.15 per year. The SSC deemed that the catch-only projections had been conducted correctly and endorses these catch-only projections as the best scientific information available. The approach that allows for a faster increase in the time-varying uncertainty buffer for shorter-lived species with faster turnover rates will be implemented to the extent practicable in the 2027-2028 stock assessment cycle. Most of the SSC discussion related to the supplemental review for widow rockfish. Dr. Cheryl Barnes, SSC Groundfish Subcommittee Vice Chair, summarized the findings of the supplemental review panel that met on October 14th and 16th, 2025. The panel reviewed a model that was modified based on the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee review from August 2025. The stock assessment team and NOAA members of the SSC were unable to participate in the supplemental review due to the federal furlough. These absences prevented the ability of the panel to interact with the stat and limited the degree to which stat model decisions, assumptions, and interpretations could be evaluated. In addition, a complete revised stock assessment document to accompany the proposed base model was not available. Nonetheless, the panel recommended endorsing the October 2025 model as best scientific information available and recommended a benchmark assessment for widow rockfish during the next biennium to address tensions among the various sources of input data, particularly age and length compositions from the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey and the Midwater Trawl Fishery. The SSC was unable to make a determination on BSIA at this time. Because of the federal furlough, more than half of the Groundfish Subcommittee and several SSC members were not available to review the materials. Similarly, most of the staff was not available to address remaining questions. The SSC agreed that the October 2025 model is an improvement on previous models. The SSC recommends that the October 2025 model be subject to further review to allow, one, all SSC members to evaluate the modified model thoroughly, and two, the stat to fully respond to all outstanding requests presented in Table 1 of this document. This meeting should be held as 2 half-days in early 2026 to facilitate exchange with the stat and ensure scientific advice is ready for the March 2026 council meeting. The SSC strongly recommends against proceeding with management based solely on the 2019 update assessment or the 2015 benchmark assessment. The 2015 benchmark assessment and 2019 update assessment incorporated a known data error that resulted in overestimates of stock biomass. Furthermore, these models do not account for the considerable changes to the fishery and to accepted practices in groundfish stock assessment since the models were developed. These changes were found to be important in development of the October 2025 model. If the October 2025 model is not endorsed by the SSC as BSIA following additional review, the SSC will consider the application of equilibrium MSY estimates for recommending overfishing limits and acceptable biological catches based on a Category 3 designation. And that is the end of the statement. After that is the table that we are sending to the stat for questions and answer, and I won't go through that, but just wanted to note it for your reference. And on that, I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a few, but I'll go one time and see if others have some. But I guess one question, and thanks, Jason, to you and on SSC and all those who, and Marlene and staff for the supplemental review. I thought it went pretty well listening on the sides from not having the federal people there. So thanks to the Groundfish Subcommittee for making that happen. I guess my first question is, one of the what could be done in a full assessment that wasn't possible in an update assessment, and so do you have on that last sentence in your third paragraph about further exploring the tensions between the data from the survey and the fishery? What could have been done in a full assessment that wasn't done at the supplemental review or couldn't be looked at between now and the next review you all are recommending?
So let me back that up just a little bit. From the August model to the October model, there were a number of analyses or a number of bridging analyses that went beyond a normal update assessment and is pushing the October model closer to a benchmark, but not quite there. So some of those analyses would just be additional sensitivities, and particularly at a star panel, there would be much more exchange between the stat and the review panel that would allow for a better interpretation or a more fuller understanding of how those tensions interplayed with each other.
I have a question on this side if you want to take a break. Lynn Mattis, and we'll come back to.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler, and all those who participated in the challenging subcommittee meeting. I also, like Mr. Niles, listened in as much as I could, and it was challenging and tried to make it through. I may be missing some context or just reading comprehension isn't going well at the moment. The first sentence in this, I guess it would be the third paragraph, the SSC was unable to make a determination on BSIA at this time. To me, there was something missing that, but after listening to you and reading it, I'm reading the paragraph above that to say the work group, the subcommittee thought it was BSIA for the October model, but the SSC as a whole is saying no. You guys couldn't, as a whole group, couldn't determine BSIA. Is that how I'm supposed to be reading those?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. Yes, that is how you're supposed to be reading that.
I appreciate the clarification. That's helpful.
Corey Nile, or is there another hand over here? Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer, and thank you for the report. I'm trying, I guess sort of following along the lines of Corey's questioning, and I don't know if you were going to get to this question too, but I'm curious if there was any discussion, because the final sentence of the last paragraph is, if the model isn't endorsed, then that pushes you into thinking about using the Category 3 designation and kind of thinking outside of the box a little bit about what approach to use for setting OFL and ABC. And so given the discussion that you guys had so far, I'm curious if there are things that that you see that kind of push you over the line of, I know that you can't make a determination for the whole group, but I'm wondering if you could give a little bit more color to the kinds of things that would lead you to pushing into that Category 3 territory from where you are now. I don't know if you can answer that right now yet either. So whatever answer you have is great. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Shimalo. Yeah, that evaluation. So the SSC is certainly not pre-decisional on how that review would go that we've proposed for January. So that determination will be made based upon our interaction with the stat. One of the new models or the additional models that we asked for from the stat was changing the fecundity relationship to an average rockfish to something specific to widow rockfish. So those decisions will be based essentially on those questions that we're asking of the stat and the interaction that we have with the stat at the meeting.
Okay.
All right. Other questions? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks. I think I have two questions. I'll try to get them at the same time, but and maybe parsing your words too finely. I can't remember a time, and I think you just said that you don't want to be pre-decisional, but it's pretty rare, if ever, that the full SSC would disagree with the Groundfish Subcommittee strongly on the merits of an assessment. But I'm looking for your on that, like the what if there, but I'm going to pick on the word solely in that first sentence of your last paragraph on the first page, where it says SSC strongly recommends against proceeding with management based solely on the 2019 update assessment or 2015 benchmark assessment. And I'm just going to use my imagination here, but we did hear some members of the SSC talk about using the 2012, assuming it is using it to see what the effects of maybe a ramp down of catch might be. What would the new assessment would say about the effects of stock status of not taking the cuts all at once? So am I reading too much into what you mean by solely there? And I guess second part of that is, what would you foresee changing the subcommittee's mind about the best available science determination?
Thank you for the questions, Mr. Niles. Let me go back to start off with your first question, that being based solely on the 2019 and 2015 assessments. So there has been a data error identified that affects both of those. So we wouldn't want to use that, or we would strongly recommend against using something where we have a known data error in that. And part of the additional thinking that goes beyond that, that's I think evident a little bit later in the paragraph, we're not disagreeing with the Groundfish Subcommittee's assessment that the October 2025 model is a better model than the 2015 or 2019 models, because many of the accepted practices that were used in 2015 have evolved. So much of the stats thinkings on what might be a better way to move forward in modeling these has changed over the past 10 to 15 years. And that is now reflected in that 2025 October model. What would change our minds about BSIA? I don't have a good answer for that question. I mean, again, that's going to largely be based upon those interactions with the stat and what may or may not, just the explanations that the stat is able to give us to understand the data. I mean, I apologize for not being able to give you more there. There's just, we need those. One of the real unfortunate things is not having that interaction with the stat to really get an understanding of this data, or an understanding of how they're thinking and how they're approaching what the data is telling them, and being able to have a full exploration of it.
And Dr. Schaffler, I think you're back up. Dr. Field has his hand up. Dr. Field?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would welcome the opportunity to just add a little bit more to the Chair's, Jason's response. I think part of it really was some thinking that we would like to make sure all the I's were dotted and all the T's were crossed. We would like to see all the typical model diagnostics and figures and jitter tests, and just there's a suite of things that anytime during a typical review panel where we're making changes to a base model and we're discussing those changes with the stat, we're discussing how they alter the fit, how they change residuals and error estimates, all these other things. We typically look at this, have these discussions, and look at this suite of figures. So I think that the SSE as a whole didn't feel 100% comfortable recommending this model for BSCI without that completeness and without some additional tidying up of the fecundity relationships and some other things where there may have just been a little bit of confusion about which parameters were appropriate. So that's just a little kind of add-on to Dr. Schaffler's explanation, which was otherwise 100% on base. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Niles?
Yeah, maybe a quick follow-up, and if there's no comment. No, I guess the thing that was the sentence that Asia, I think, referred to of like, this is an older TV reference. Maybe there'd have to be some kind of huge Matlock moment here where the Category 3 assessment would be preferable to either this one, the 2019 or 2015 assessment. So I don't know if you had any elaboration, Jason or John, but yeah, that's kind of what I didn't mention with that sentence, like what could go so wrong. It's not crossing I's and T's to think that you might, I know there's always surprises, you might end up as a Category 3 as something preferable to what you have now.
I would defer that to John if he has any thoughts on that.
Thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. Yeah, I think that's an instance where if we saw that the jitters suggests there's multiple local minima in the model, or the model isn't converging, or there's some other diagnostic that just would lead us to go like, oh, there's really something wrong here. That's when we might have to basically pull the plug and say, we don't have time. There would be insufficient time to fully address whatever diagnostic ailment was afflicting the model, and we'd have to, we wouldn't be able to make a BSIA determination. We'd have to do something else. So again, my anticipation would be that this would be a very unlikely scenario, but the probability is greater than 0.
Good, thank you. I'm going to interject and ask a question here. This is late in the day, I'm getting a little confused. Is it common for us to characterize the model as BSIA and what happens after that? And I guess the logical sequence I'm thinking of is if the model is BSIA, then the output of it is automatically BSIA or error proof, and or is the model appropriately structured in a functional model that allows us to do the assessment and then make a BSIA determination? Because we keep talking about whether or not the model is BSIA. So just correct me on that, please.
Thank you for the question, Chair Hassemer. I would also defer that to John to describe how that goes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Yes, I will confess that I'm hoping I'm going to get this right, but my understanding is that the model is in fact to be determined the best available best scientific information available, and thus the results of the model are similarly the best scientific information available. I would like to think that under some circumstances, there are opportunities for creativity. We've been encouraged to think a little bit outside the box by Ms. Kent and others. We haven't had the time to really do much of that, but that would ideally be something that could be discussed at this meeting as well. In other words, whether or not there was any available option to use the model to provide advice that was not strictly, the absolute numbers coming from the model, but use the model itself as a framework for providing advice in a less than typical way. But we absolutely have not had those conversations.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? And I'm not seeing any. Thank you both, Dr. Schaffler and Dr. Field. Next, we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Jeff Lackey is here. Good afternoon, Jeff.
Afternoon. My name is Jeff Lackey. I'll be reading from Agenda Item F2, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Adopt Stock Assessments. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel offers the following comments and suggestions. For catch-only projections, the GAP supports endorsement of catch-only projections for Oregon black rockfish and Boccaccio. GAP suggestion for widow supplemental review. The GAP sees the proposed supplemental review as noted in the SSC statement under the agenda item F2A, SSC Report 1, as a chance for the STAT to answer questions raised in the October supplemental review, have latitude to address other issues as they see fit, and make model runs that inform specifications in the case that the 2025 model is not adopted as BSIA. Specifically, the GAP recommends 1, review October simplification of fleets in more detail, determine if it is still appropriate for the inclusion in its current state or at all. 2, relative to SSC requests to the STAT for supplemental review, the GAP is especially interested in focusing on requests 3 and 4 that include the 2 most important or impactful factors from the 2025 model, which are natural mortality changes and hook and line correction. Additionally, the GAP agrees with the points made in the GMT F2 statement and recommends the following model runs to inform harvest specifications if the 2025 model is not adopted as BSIA. These could be used in conjunction with each other. There 5 are listed there. The GAP hoped the SSC would include some creative thinking about the next steps for determining an OFL for widow rockfish. For example, using the 2019 model, but including the 2019 hook and line correction, with the results being projected forward as an alternative consideration to the updated assessment results as noted below. The estimated OFLs for these runs added to the table shown are above or below. Oh, that's... The GAP remains concerned about underlying issues and assumptions included in the updated model and some of the proposed model runs. For perspective, we provide the following information for council consideration for the full SSC supplemental review. Macro look at widow stock assessments. Macro look at four things are informative to draw conclusions: the stock itself, the fishery, the 2025 model, both August and October, and the 2019 update stock assessment, which could include the 2015 benchmark. First, the stock. Stock ranges the entire West Coast and is very healthy from off Central California to the Canadian border. And B, widow are historically known by fishermen to have widespread congregations throughout the range, rarely encountered by the post-2000 bottom trawl fishery or trawl survey. 2, the fishery. A, the stock dominant midwater fishery is largely congregated in two areas directly west of the two major processing ports, with vast other known widow aggregations in areas lightly fished or not fished at all. And B, fishing mortality is about 10,000 metric ton over the last 8 years annually, with fishing catch per unit of effort still robust in 2025 and still concentrated in the two locations. Third, the 2025 model. A, it has a 40% plus coastwide spawning biomass 10-year decline is modeled through 2026. B, low biomass and productivity values leading to a more than 50% allocation cut. And C, productivity modeled so low that 10-year forward projections show stagnant spawning biomass and stock status, even with greatly reduced allocation projections. Fourth, the 2019 assessment has an MSY of 8,200. When taking a macro look at the 4 points above in conjunction with one another, some conclusions can be drawn. First, a comparison of the 2000 updated model with its 8,169 metric ton MSY for the entire coast and about an actual of 8-year 10,000 metric ton average as fishing mortality on a subsection of the stock range with a species that estimates 50% maturity at 5.47 years suggests that the 2019 model might be conservative to what a real-world sustainable yield might be. 2, the 2025 update model seems improbable in that fishing primarily on a small subsection of widow congregations could drive spawning biomass down 40% over 10 years. The 2025 model would seem to require the theory of hyperstability in drawing fish from California, Southern Oregon, shelf throughout Oregon, many parts of Washington, without being replaced very much by local recruits. This seems unlikely. Third, the 2019 update model may have a technical error, but its product generated in terms of informing fishery management has withstood the real-world test of time for the past several years. And 4, which model is better science? The one that has the technical error but appears to closer to the modeling the stock conditions in the ocean, or the one that has the technical merit but appears to be far off in modeling the stock conditions? This macro look leads to the conclusion that the 2025 update assessment should not be adopted as BSIA and is beyond minor tweaks to be put into a position of being adopted as BSIA. Now for a micro look at the 2025 widow stock assessment sensitivity. Following are 4 points of note demonstrating sensitivity of the 2025 draft update widow assessment. Points 1 and 2 are the main drivers of the 2025 downgrade of productivity and biomass. Points 3 and 4 are two negatively impactful changes in the October model runs relative to the August model. First, older fish are driving down productivity. A proportional increase of older fish in recent years' bottom trawl survey data drove natural mortality down and therefore productivity down. B, removing the bottom trawl age composition data from 2025 model increases 2027 OFL by 74%. C, the model is hypersensitive to age data. And D, fishery participants understand the bottom trawl survey finding some more 25-year-old fish is reasonable since widow fishing was curtailed in 2000 with bottom trawl fishery remaining a non-factor ever since. So this dynamic should not be a game changer to the tune of 74% on the 2027 OFL. 2, hook and line data change driving down biomass. A, majority of biomass downgrade due to the discard change for hook and line discards, which is about 0.2% of fish and mortality. This change revised down estimates of 2010 recruits, especially in 2013 and 14. C, recruits revision in turn drove down the biomass and stock status. And D, this correction of the 2019 update assessment led to a large biomass downgrade and has not been validated by the results of the fishery. Model assumption of overestimation of biomass does not seem to be the case because the fishery operating on a small subsection of the coastal widow congregations has demonstrated a healthy biomass, not a coastwide drastic decline of biomass. 3, simplify fleets change in the October model. A, it reduces the 2027 OFL from 4239 to 3096 metric ton. And B, this is a large change for something that would not seem warranted. 4th, fecundity change in October model reduces the 2027 OFL by 9%. 4 points above show the 2025 update model is extremely sensitive to data that seems, to those with the knowledge of the fishery and the stock, to be well beyond what would seem reasonable. The GAP remains concerned about a number of stock assessments during the last 2 cycles diverging significantly from on-the-water observations and a knowledge of stocks. There is a substantial negative economic consequences to communities that have resulted from these changes and are projected to result from these occurrences. And that concludes the report, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lackey on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Take time to look around. Jamie Dimond.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Thank you, Mr. Lackey. I really appreciate the GAPS report. And I, among a few different things I want to bring up is just the highly technical nature that GAP reports have started to have to take on for you to be able to advocate and engage in this process. And how the GAP has stepped up to this challenge is commendable. So thank you for the work you're doing to really dig deep. One of the, sorry, I'm trying to remember the bullet point. In your, one of the points you had made was that noting that the fishing kind of has been happening in the same area for an extended amount of time, not that the fishery is chasing fish, but the fishing has been occurring in the same place without any noticeable or without any like decrease. And it's kind of odd if fish aren't coming in, or there was something in there about not moving. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the nature of the fishery and what you think is contributing to that.
The fishery.
It was number 2 under the macro look. That's where it is. Sorry, I was scrolling through.
The fishery, the widow is dominated by the midwater trawl fishery. The midwater trawl fishery, the majority of the take is in 2 areas off of Central Oregon. One of them is off Central Oregon, past the shelf. And the other is the area immediately surrounding Astoria Canyon. And those happen to be right where the 2 processors are in Newport, the 2 main processing ports for widow rockfish. And the fishermen have not had to, in the last 8 years, they've kept up their catch averaging 10,000 metric ton, and they haven't had to start traveling further, which you don't want to go further. They hadn't had to go on the shelf where you're more likely to catch smalls. You're not on the shelf, you're still midwater, but you're more likely to catch smalls or bycatch. They hadn't had to go into Washington as much, where the widow seems to, there's more risk of yellowtail and canary. They've been able to stay where the cleaner fishing is. And so comparing a modeled 40% coast-wide biomass decline with the fishery that stayed in 2 primary locations and kept a pretty good CPUE, and the fishermen who've fished for decades know that the widow congregations are, because since back in the 90s, there weren't all the 8-inch foot rope rule. You didn't have accountability for catching smalls. You had 3-inch mesh. You had tire gear. You could go anywhere and fish. And they know the congregations of the widow were not getting to them now. The bottom trawl's not there. The midwater fishery doesn't go there up and down the coast. They don't go there. And we hadn't had to go chasing known congregations of widow up and down the coast, and processing hasn't wanted the widows off of California. And there's been a decline in Southern Oregon. So that's where the fishery stayed, and it's been pretty good. And so we're saying that if you think about that, it doesn't match the model. There's something off.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then looking at the table that you put in on page 2, if I'm reading what you're suggesting here is if you go over to your kind of middle column, the 2019 model, hook and line adjusted actual catches, that's what you're suggesting, or the gap is suggesting we look at?
Correct. And that is the same, in the GMT report, you'll hear from the same table requesting extending the table to 2028. And so it's similar to the GMT, yes, but that's the number 8290 and 2027 in that column. Yes, that's what we're referring to.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Corey Niles, then Rebecca Lentz, and Asia.
Oh, I didn't see everyone else hand up. I might have held off, but just quick, while I do have the mic, I think Jamie said dig deep, and I think just wanted to thank Jeff. I think I've learned more about midwater rockfish fishing this past summer or spring than in 18 years of doing this. And so, yeah, I really appreciate all the time and effort and hearing you all and the people you represent. And I guess a scenario that, yeah, this is really interesting how these things can add up, but I don't mean to go on too long here, but the other kind of thing that freezes my brain, Jeff, is that the midwater rockfish, and I've heard you kind of talk about this pattern before, they call it, you have dome-shaped selectivity. So you at certain size, age, they start to show up in the fishery, and then as they get bigger and older, they disappear. And I can see that pattern, I think is what I'm going to get this wrong, but you can see that new recruitment coming in can keep CPUE high because the young fish are coming up, they're reaching that age when they first hit the nets, and then they drop out of the fishery. And then if the new recruits aren't behind them, then CPUE is going to drop. But I think what I'm trying to get at is you talked about, I think you were calling them resident fish at one point, and maybe I'm mixing up my stocks, but I think this was widow. But I'll stop there to see if you had any thoughts on that pattern about the size of the fish, and as you go deeper, seeing the older fish. And if I got that totally wrong, please don't be shy in telling them I'm totally misremembering.
I'll try to be concise. In the assessment on page 98, figure 12, it's got expanded age compositions for the midwater fishery. And one really interesting pattern, I think, is you see dominant year classes last for about 5 years, and then a new class that's a few years younger comes in. And there's this constant, and that's really interesting. And that continues. Now, when the midwater fishery started back up after the 2015 stock assessment, you had the ACLs jump up starting in 2017. And you see from the age compositions that actually before, we see a little bit in actually 2015, because there were some slightly increasing allocations, you start seeing some older fish. But you don't see those as much in the past 4 years, even though you've got another dominant year class. And again, it's starting to, each year the class is getting older. That's your dominant age. But the theory is well, why don't we see the older fish like we did in the 2010s now. Well, one theory, nobody knows for sure, but one theory is, well, you caught the resident fish. If you didn't hardly fish there since the year 2000, then you come back in, you catch the resident fish. And the fish that are in the fishery now, you're not going to target fish that you can't fillet. You're not going to target small fish because you're not going to get paid. And so, but they're younger, but they're still the size that they're still a good size. They're grown up. They're 7, 8, 9, but you're not getting the 18-year-old fish. So if that answers.
Okay, Rebecca Lent and Asia Shumalo. Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jeff, for the very thorough report and review. Lots to digest there. I guess I heard when I was in the field and you graciously introduced me to a bunch of fishermen in Newport. I heard that quite a bit. Nobody fishes like they're doing a survey. So there's always a difference, right? You don't go out and mow the lawn when you're trying to make some money. But is it particularly important in this fishery to understand the difference between the survey and the fishing and that pattern? And is that what hyperstability is all about? I'm really intrigued by that term because I don't know how you can be stable if you're hyper. But just, is it a particular problem for widow rockfish? Thank you.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, is what a particular problem?
The difference between where you fish and where you survey. Thank you.
I'll try to be concise if I can. And yes, because you get two very different things. If you're fishing in an area where you've caught the resident fish and you're fishing midwater gear. If you're in the survey, you may be fishing where nobody's fished for a while, and you're not really getting the widow where they live anyway. But if you get bottom trawled on the survey, well, you're good chance you're gonna get some older fish, and there's a good chance there's more older fish around now because we stopped. The huge effort that was on the shelf in the 1990s just pretty much stopped in 2020. So you do get very different fish, two different. It's very different data, very different fish, and there's an easy explanation for that.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Is it worse? Is it a greater potential error for widow rockfish than for any other groundfish? Is this the particular problem for this species, that difference?
I would think there would be issues with just about every species. Would the widow be the most divergent between types of data you get? It might be one of the most, maybe, I'm not sure.
Thank you. Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer, and thank you, Jeff, for the report. And just echoing what Jamie mentioned about the quality and thoroughness of these reports, that and I also know that you guys have been taking a lot of time to follow along at these meetings, often at the cost of your business to show up. So I wanted, I think because these conversations that we've been having about all the stock declines have been happening across a string of meetings, I was wondering if we could just have a chance for you to talk about the economic impacts of what a 50% fish reduction would be. I know that this has come up at other meetings. We've discussed this before, but I think for the last two meetings, it's kind of been washed away. The specific economic impacts of widow has been sort of washed away because we've been talking about the assessment and not about what it would do to you guys to have this change if we're not confident about it. So I was just wondering if you could comment a little bit about the economic impacts in particular.
Well, I'm speaking as a GAP, and I can speak from my personal experience, but extrapolate it to others because it's similar. The morning before I flew out, I went down to the plant to see several workers processing widow. I managed two boats. One had brought widow in. They brought him in on two successive trips, and so I was there to see one down at the plant, and then go to see one that just was coming in that morning. And there's a lot of processing going on now with widow because hake ended. The hake disappeared, and the crab's not starting maybe December 1st. But there's time to process widow now. And so the workers are there. It's great for our boats. And if you have 50% cut, well, here's another thing. This year, one boat I managed, third bottom trawl, a third widow, a third whiting. We stopped bottom trawl earlier than I would have wanted to because I wanted to save short spine for the two boats that were going to fish hake. I couldn't risk not having enough if it was a bad short spine year. But we had to extend our widow fishing because we ended bottom trawl early. So talked with the captain about, we'll try to get we just kind of metered it out longer than we would have. And so if we get a 50% cut, there's probably a dozen boats that kind of widows a pretty, like maybe a third of a business, let's say. There's like a dozen boats where it's kind of a pretty primary fishery. There's another dozen boats that it's, they fish it at the end of the year if they have opportunity left over, many of them whiting, not all. There's processors that keep a fresh market going all year long. And I think that's really important because we want the bottom trawl fishery to exist in the times where other fisheries don't. And we want to build groundfish markets with a series of different species. And especially if we can get a fresh market going, because you have that gets you extra value for the vessel and the processor. And so widow is a very important species to keep that fresh market going during the year. And that's an example for me, but that's extrapolated out to the others.
Right. Any other questions on the Groundfish Advisory Panel report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Jeff. And next we have a Groundfish Management Team report, Mr. Christian Heath. There's Christian. Good afternoon, Christian.
Good afternoon, Chair Hassemer, council members. For the record, my name is Christian Heath. For those of you who may not recognize me, I am here to read supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team report on adopt stock assessments. The GMT requests the stock assessment team extend the projections detailed in Table 1 below through 2028, which is found under Request 2 on page 24 of the agenda item F2 attachment 3, proposed new widow rockfish base model and changes from the August 2025. The GMT expects that pending further review of the widow rockfish stock assessment, having both the 2027 and 2028 values available will help facilitate discussion on the 2027-28 harvest specifications, and Table 1 is provided in the report. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Heath on the management team report? And doesn't look like there's any questions, so thank you very much, Christian. That completes the reports, takes us to public comment. We have at least 5 signups. And they're on the screen before us, so go through and see who's connected here. We'll start with Mike Rutherford. Mike, can you hear us? Doesn't look like he's connected right now, so we will circle back and check with him. Next is Yelena Novak. And welcome back to the table, Yelena.
Good afternoon, Chair Hassemer, council members. I'm Yelena Novak, speaking on behalf of the Oregon Trawl Commission on agenda item F2, Adopt Stock Assessment, specifically the Draft Widow Rockfish Assessment. OTC is a fisherman-funded state commission representing Oregon bottom trawl and midwater trawl fishermen who deliver various groundfish, including whiting and widow rockfish, to Oregon shore-based processors. OTC recommends that the draft assessment not be adopted for the purpose of setting the 2027-2028 catch limits, and that it not be endorsed as the best scientific information available. We appreciate the Council and the SSC for recommending that the draft widow assessment receive additional review. We fully support the GAPS report and the recommendations for Council's consideration for the full SSC supplemental review. OTC remains concerned about the assumptions made in the new iteration of the assessment and the fact that its results continue to differ substantially from what fishermen observe on the water. The model predicts a 40% decline in the entire coast-wide spawning biomass. Meanwhile, fishing occurs only in few areas of the central and northern Oregon coast, where catches have remained healthy. All other historic widow hotspots along the west coast see little to no fishing for many years. I understand there is a concern with hyperstability, which, if I understand correctly, describes a situation when fish tends to aggregate in certain habitats or for spawning, and fishing effort becomes concentrated on these predictable areas, leading to consistently high catch rates until the population is severely depleted. The issue with this idea is that there are numerous preferred habitats for widow rockfish along the west coast. Oregon's active grounds are just a few of them. Fishing effort has remained focused off Oregon, not because these are the only places where fishermen can find widow rockfish, but because processors are located close to those areas. And the grounds are convenient for the fleet. And there is an added benefit is that fishing in these areas is easy and mostly clean. We also continue to have questions about the assumption that older widow rockfish that is encountered in the survey makes the overall population less productive. The 2014 study by Stafford et al. Shows that older widow rockfish produce substantially more offspring than younger fish, which suggests that a higher proportion of older fish would make the population more productive and not less. Lastly, I would like to address unobserved hook and line discards. We previously requested their removal from the model because they negatively impacted results, despite the fact that the sector is catching only a tiny fraction of widow compared to trawl sector. And the trawl is 100% observed, including its discards. In the new model iterations, something appears to have been changed in how hook and line discards are treated, resulting in an even more substantial projected stock decline than before. The West Coast groundfish trawl fishery today is rigorously regulated, and it is sustainable. Numerous restrictions and regulations have been put in place to ensure long-term health of the groundfish stocks and habitats they depend on. The potential 60% ACL cut is unwarranted, and it would have devastating economic consequences for this industry and our markets. Lastly, I would like to add that we welcome collaboration and continue to invite scientists to join fishing trips to get a first-hand experience with widow and other groundfish stocks of interest. Please let me know if there is any interest in that, and we can discuss the timing and logistics. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Novak on her testimony? And I see no hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Lackey. Welcome back, Jeff.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jeff Lackey, and after the Q&A session, after the GAP report, I don't think I have anything substantially new to say. So in the interest of time, I'll just say thank you, and I won't waste more time.
All right, thank you. Let me see if everybody got all their questions out. I know you were a GAP representative then. Some of them were a little your opinion, but thanks very much for being available. All right, next we have Sarah Nayani. Good afternoon, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Sarah Nyani. I work for Arctic Storm in Seattle. We participate in all three sectors of the trawl fishery, and the catcher boat that I manage, the Sea Storm, is one of the largest rockfish participants on the West Coast for the trawl fishery under what's currently an EFP. So the outcome of the widow assessment is really important to us, our fleet, and we've been tracking it really closely. I'm seeing an assessment that is a very different perception of what's happening on the coast. And I just want to provide public comment that I think a large part of that is because we have a survey that's not designed to survey for widow rockfish or midwater rockfish. It occurs in the day, and it is not on some of this, able to sample over some of the substrate where widow are most commonly found. And we also have a fishery that is aiming to avoid bycatch, which is a good thing, but has ended up fishing in two main areas. And so the fishery dependent data that we have is limited spatially. There's not a lot of catch data off California and other areas where there is a lot of widow rockfish because there's not processors down there. So given, market constraints and constraints that we have on the data that's collected, it's really hard to see another assessment cut so drastically. I think we have a real problem here. This is something I've been up here testifying about before, but I think we need to take a step back and look at the big picture, that we have an assessment that I think between now and the next time that we're able to do a benchmark assessment, we could put together some information that would combine the 2015, 2019, and 2025 assessments to come up with a number that's more in the middle. And if you look at the gap report, there's a table there that looks at adding the hook and line to the 2019 update. I think that would be a really good approach and have less impact on fisheries until we can do a full benchmark assessment. So I think everybody's on the same page that we need a full benchmark. The problem that I see, and that I actually gave public comment to the SSC, is like, by the time we get to that full benchmark, if we don't have additional data, are we going to be seeing the same thing? And through SpexFlex and work that the council, all of the advisory bodies, all of the industry, and primarily the region has been conducting, we're trying to do a patchwork response to the drastic drops in stock assessments that we're seeing. But I feel that we're kind of trying to put a Band-Aid to like resolve the outcomes of these assessments over and over and over and over. And when you have one species, it's hard enough, but when you have multiple that are having these huge cuts, it's a major problem. And so we've had an emergency rule that went through that the region needs to publish. We're working on SpexFlex, which takes a lot of time in the council process. I think the root of the issue is that we're having a problem with stock assessments right now. I know we're waiting for the council to review the stock assessment process. I wish that we could, have that information today and start today, because one of the things that I would like to do is collect data and figure out what data is needed in order to have a better informed stock assessment on this that is matching with what the fishermen are seeing and is accurately capturing more of the picture of the fish that we know are out there. I think another problem that we're having is that we're hearing from scientists and stock assessors that there's no way to meaningfully incorporate the valuable information that's coming from fishermen, and these are experts. We need a way to capture local and traditional knowledge and inform the assumptions that are made in assessment. I understand when there aren't large enough data sets to inform certain pieces, but we have a lot of very valuable information from fishermen that have put a lot of time and effort into informing this assessment. And I haven't seen any response within the assumptions in the model that could be adjusted based on that feedback. And so I think we need to be really clear as a council family about how we can move that forward. In SpexFlex, that was kind of the part 2 that the GAP was hoping for, is more of the scientific topics, but we were waiting for the stock assessment review to be completed. But in the meantime, we're suffering under these drastic cuts. Our fishing communities are suffering, and I think we need to find a way to bring together the information that we have to put something together until we can have a full benchmark. So I'm really concerned about this assessment. I'm really concerned about our assessment process, and I'm really concerned about stakeholder faith in the stock assessment process and their willingness to continue to participate if that information that's so valuable they're providing can't be meaningfully incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Nayani and her testimony? And I see no hands, so thank you very much, Sarah. Next, we have Kurt Cochran. Kurt, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Chairman, members of the council, I'm Kurt Cochran. We are a multi-generation fishing family operating 3 trawlers out of Newport. Sitting on the outside looking in, there is a big problem with the widow stock assessment. It's not tracking with what's on the grounds. There are widows all along the shelf of California, Oregon, and Washington, not just in a few spots where the fleet is fishing. In the whiting fishery, we limit the fishing around certain areas, and then the boats targeting widows fish close to the ports they're delivering to. You've heard some of this. Assessment, this is some of the problems there. The assessment is incredibly sensitive to natural mortality. The bottom trawl with the hook and line survey is driving this with very little data on a few years of older ages. Kind of hard to hang your hat on that. You've changed the model weighting a couple of times now, but isn't that outside the scope of an update? Cutting the widows by 60 or 50% is unacceptable. It's going to devastate the trawl industry, the processors, and communities. I'll point you, there is a 2021 paper authorized by Kristen McCaw, or authored, by Kristen McCaw, Dr. Puntz, and Dr. Hilborn, looking at alternatives, rebuilding plans for some of our rockfish stocks. And it shows widow has never actually been overfished. The dramatic ACL cuts in the 80s devastated the fishery and weren't necessary. I say this because I feel like we're right back at the exact same spot again, making the exact same mistakes. I asked for a full survey and stock assessment every 2 years. You guys call it full benchmark. And I guess I'd be okay with a 10% reduction, but you leave me no choice but to ask the council not to adopt the draft assessment. Keep the same ACL as last year. And I'll give you a little bit of history or explain a few things we'll try to. In all our trawl fisheries, we catch large fish with the bottom trawl and the smaller fish with the pelagic gear most of the year. They sometimes switch. The shelf is closed to bottom trawl where the widows live. And the yellow eye rockfish live there on the bottom. None of us have enough yellow eye to take that risk. And there's a lot of yellow eye there. I could go into that. A little bit more history. Back in the late 70s, we caught widows with bottom trawl on the last day of the trip, developing a fishery. In 1997-98, I started pelagic fishing widows, and we fished Nelson Island until we couldn't catch them there anymore. And then we moved up and down the shelf, fished up and down the coast. And we got, until the thing is closed. And when we got our access back here to fish widows, again, found that they were right back at Nelson's Island, and the fleet is still fishing there. I kind of say this a little bit because they're very resilient. We're not coming close to fishing all the places that have widows on them. I could name every little rock from here to wherever you want to go, from Straits of Juan Fuca to clear down into California. And we've fished all in the past, and they're not, the survey's not looking at that, not looking at the abundance that's in the ocean. They're only looking at a few areas that we fish very selectively and minimize the range of years of fish already there because of the way we're fishing. If you give me access to a bottom net and give me a free run of the coast, I can show you exactly what's there. So anyway, thank you for your time, and and don't make the same mistakes you made in the past. The SSC or the scientific, they're kind of isolated from this. The fishermen are isolated. It's the council's job in the middle to break both sides and bring them together and make the right choice. And that's going to be a hard one for you, but that's your job, and I ask you to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Cochran on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt. Thank you for taking the time. I think you kind of touched on it. I almost asked Sarah this, but and Sarah's interest in collecting data from the fleet. I think I heard you tell the SSC earlier this week that you, kind of like you're saying now, you may be fishing for whiting, but you see the widow on your electronics. I hope that was you. But do you see that prospect of you guys can tell from on your electronics where the widow are? I was like, how do they do that versus all the other species? But any thoughts on what Sarah mentioned about how the fleet's observations might be showing widow, potentially be able to survey widow better than the bottom trail survey?
Yes, there's a lot of thoughts. I can go into a lot of them, and I see them. We fish whiting and we see them. We got pretty sophisticated electronics. I've been a lifetime of doing this. I started fishing when I was 9, running a boat for widows when I was 18, owned my own boat when I was 21, and I've been 64, and I've been doing that my whole life. We're also shrimping, and shrimping I use a live camera. And you see them down off California, Southern Oregon. You see them swimming in the shrimp trawl and then right back out. The whiting boat's the same thing. And I talked about whiting because we different times of year, they're in different places, and we kind of stay away from them so we don't catch that bycatch in the whiting because it beats it up. And big tides, and we know some rules. The big tides in the fall or spring, kind of move them off the shelf and out over the edge, way out deep. The fish aren't deep, but the bottom depth is deep. And then other tides, they move right back on the shelf. And so we see a lot of this, and we see them and stay away from them. We report the bycatch in different co-ops, and we really work at staying away from them, and we do know what they are. You're going to hear probably Mike Rutherford testify. You're going to hear, you've heard Jeff. That fleet of boats is pretty much the exact same horsepower, exact same boats as I was fishing back in 1980. 600 horsepower. So that hasn't changed. If it was all higher horsepower boats fishing these, I would maybe agree with the science a little bit, but I don't. We're seeing the same class of boats fishing the same areas as we did back there, and seeing that catch there. So that brings me back to, I've always felt that the fleet should help drive survey data. You can't do it fleet-wide. I'm sorry. I wish you could. I think it's too much. It's garbage in, garbage out. Too much information. But if you would take a trawler out of every port, or maybe 2. You also take Jeff's boat, or take one of Mike Rutherford's boats that fishes whiting, fishes groundfish, fishes the widows, and put a data logger on there and just collect the information and see where the boat's going, different times of day, what they're fishing, what they're seeing on their meters, and even have a live ride along. Back before Magasin, we took state people out to do the surveys. I did a lot of that, got to know them quite well, and went to school with their kids. But even go out and do a ride along, a few times in the summertime, and take length frequencies and all of this and data and see what's there. But if you did it with 2 or 3 boats, out of Newport, out of the river, out of Coos Bay, year in and year out, and collected that data on them, and not everybody set their machines up the same way, it wouldn't take long to get useful data and to see what's around. Even when they're traveling, you can see the widow schools at nighttime. I've driven all over the high spot down there off Band and just drooling and looking at widow schools, because I used to fish them back in the day down there. Other places when I'm waiting to, my turn to deliver whiting, so I've got nothing to do. So I'm just driving around looking, and then it's my turn. So I go back offshore and set and get a quick bag of whiting and deliver to the Arctic storm. But anyway, yeah, I think it'd be a very simple process to do. I don't think it'd take long to get information. If you tried that on all the fleets in the port, I think you'd get too much data and you wouldn't be useful. But one or two boats year after year, I think you would get quick supplemented data to help drive some of these things. And if you give people the leeway, or if there's enough yellowtail, some guys can use bottom trawl and catch them and show you different age, groups in the fishery. But right now, we're trying to minimize all the different bycatches, whether it's salmon or whether it's yellow eye or whether it's something else, and we're fishing very selective, and that's what you're seeing, and that's what the science is looking at. They're not looking at what's in the ocean. Sorry for the long answer.
That was great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Hessemer. Kurt, thank you for testifying today. I know prior to the shutdown in 2000, I think well over half the quota of widow was caught with bottom trawl gear, with free vital and roller never tire gear, which is now illegal inside 100 fathoms. Could you maybe give us a little insight as far as that fishery when it occurred? Was it the grounds? Is that ground still open, or is it? I'm assuming it probably isn't available to the fleet anymore because of the gear restrictions of the EFH. Could you speak to that at all?
Very little of the grounds that I used to fish is open. It's just about all closed. We got a big closure around Hecata Banks there. We can fish around the edges of Hecata Banks, but we don't fish up. I can't fish up in the areas that I used to all fish. I used to actually tow a bottom trawl right on top of the humps and catch widows and greenies. I used to use the pelagic trawl in between those, but all over down there. As you move up the coast, there's a lot of other areas that are close. The shale pile, I'm just talking Newport right now. I guess we should go down California too, but it's all closed, and we took a lot of widows off that. That's kind of what I mean. I started at Nelson Island in the beginning, but once that got fished down, we moved inshore. I mean, we used to fish in Stonewall Banks, outside the edge of Stonewall Banks, 75 fathom high spot, the fingers, go up, around the canyon and different things. I can access some of the canyon, but it's just a lot of area that big chunks, big reefs, big habitat that is all close to us, and we don't have access to it anymore. It's a good thing, because you get good recruitment, and we don't have to worry about the stocks being wiped out. It's a nursery ground, and it feeds into our fisheries, but it doesn't get looked at, doesn't get surveyed, it doesn't get taken into account. Is the problem with the way this system is set up, and we don't have access to that anymore. And that's where all the bigger fish is. You actually seen it with a couple, I call them set lines, but hook and line surveys. But that's, in every fishery. I don't care if I fish hake, I don't care if I fish pollock, I don't care if I'm fishing rockfish. The bottom trawl catches the bigger fish, and the pelagic trawl catches small fish, unless the tide changes and they invert a little bit. But that's very few times a year. So, thank you.
Follow up, Brad?
Yeah, if I could. Thank you for that. I'm just kind of curious as far as the range you guys are fishing. Would you characterize Hecata Banks to Gray's Gray's Canyon? It's probably where majority of the fishing is happening in this fishery right now.
Yes. Yeah, that's out over the edge. Not really what I would call up in the shallows. You know, we're fishing south of the heck of the banks. There might be somebody goes down off the high spot, one or two trips here, but most people are south of the heck of the banks, out over the edge, not up on it. Maybe the 10 line, you might get a couple trips going, and then most of it's coming off Halibut Hill or the high spot outside the fingers. Fingers isn't being touched. Then you get a little bit at Nelson Island and a little bit at Windy or Big Hat or Daisy, whatever you want to call it. And then, you know, you're moving up to the canyon, and then you move up to one little spot at the Willowpaw and one little spot at Grace Canyon. And that's it. We're not talking anything around the Spit. We're not talking about the north end in Washington. We're not talking about down in California. There and all the places are there, and we're not talking up in the shelf that's getting fished. And man alive, I mean, I could sit here for hours naming off all the different spots. That's, you know, we're just not touching, and the widows live there.
Cool. Hey, thank you, Kurt.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you for your hard work.
All right. Let me check back once more. I know Mike Rutherford is online, but I don't see a microphone there, so no way to hear them. Is that correct? So that will complete our public comment then and take us to our council action. Wait for that to pop up on the screen. And there it is, adopt the stock assessments as appropriate and catch-only projections for Boccaccio and black rockfish. Any hands to start the discussion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm thinking it might be easier to start with number 2 and then go to number 1. Not to preclude anything else, but when it comes to that point, I do have a motion ready for number 2 if you want to take the low-hanging fruit.
Go ahead. The order doesn't matter. I don't see any other hands here, so.
Okay. The fine gentleman at the Tower of Power, I believe, have it. I need to be able to read what I wrote. I move the council adopt the catch-only projections for black rockfish off of Oregon and Boccaccio as shown in attachment 1 and attachment 2 respectively.
That language on the screen appears accurate and complete. You agree?
Yes, sir, it does.
And is there a second? Seconded by Brad Penninger. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair. Really do appreciate the work that the stat teams or the NMFS folks did before they were had a lengthy vacation, unpaid vacation, to redo these catch updates with the old Sigma calculations. I think there's some additional discussion that needs to happen on the new Sigma calculations, but appreciate going back. The net result was minimal, but it was trying to be very transparent and open with the process we were going forward, and this does get there. Both the SSC and the GAP recommended to use these for our specifications going forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? Seeing no questions, discussion on the motion? And there's no discussion, so I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Lynn. That takes care of task 2. And we'll come back to the first task. Brad Pettinger.
Well, I might as well start it off, I suppose. Well, first of all, I just want to thank the Jeff Lackey and the gang out of Newport there, the MTC folks, for really kind of bird dogging this thing here. It's just a piece of red meat on the table. I didn't want to get in the middle of feeding frenzy, so I didn't really get involved too much as far as their review of this. But they've done a great job, I think, of just dissecting this and showing where I think there's the deficits as far as that, the outlook of their stock. I think it's really important to really figure out or get laid out as far as where this fishery is occurring. That's why I asked her that last question. There's really not much happening above the Grays Canyon. There's not much happening south of Hecate Head. I know that there's the high spots. Was always a big Widow Rock spot. The 800 Rock just south of that. The thing about Rogue River Reef is just a big hot spot. And on as you go down clear to the off the football down off the San Francisco. We've got a vessel that's been fishing out of Monterey the last couple of years, and we get a smattering of that in the bottom trawl net. We've got middle water gear, but we don't fish down there because for Widow because it'd be more of kind of a, at least for folks down there, more of a frozen fish market and then fresh. But we certainly catch a few in the bottom trawl net. But then in our boat run back and forth can certainly see it. I know that our skipper, one of our skippers, is fished out in Eureka for a number of years, and going over top of the Pinnacle Patch there south of the River Canyon. I mean, there's schools everywhere. Matter of fact, we bought midwater gear to propagate a fishery out of Eureka, and then the plant never did really commit to buying it. Not much off there, so it's kind of a shame we did get something going on there. And since that plant is not processing at all anymore into there. Think about in 2011 assessment, I believe, up until 2011, I think we're about 300 or 400 ton. It was the ACL, I believe, as we're rebuilding the stock after the overfish declaration. And I think in the 2011 assessment, when we're working through the spec cycle, we're going to go to 1,500 metric ton for an ACL. And I think it's kind of funny, but back then that there was actually a minority statement in the SSC about going that high. They really didn't want to jeopardize the rebuilding of Widow Rockfish. We've done about 190 million pounds in the last 9 years of this stock without any degradation in the catch per unit effort. Maybe 30 or 40% of the coast, maybe. And I know that this, we're fishing this stock down. I get that. We're going to expect the ACL to drop some, steady drop. But I think what's been proposed to us, it seems very unlikely and certainly not realistic. I think the fact that there's no bottom trawl fishery for this stock anymore. The older fish that we're worried about as far as contributing to the recruitment, those fish are not accessible anymore with the gear that we use nowadays. There's a lot of precautionary things that we've built in through closed areas, gear restrictions, and those I think are reaping dividends for us. But I think that anyway, I just hope that we would hold off on moving forward with this as setting an ACL for the next couple of years. I think more information needs to come in here. I think maybe there's some, hopefully some middle ground or something that we could not take the cut they're talking about moving us to. Certainly the facts, the fleet thing, and I would maybe put that to Kurt, as he mentioned about there's a lot of spots. They go to the big spots. There's probably a little bit of widow rockfish over a lot of those rocks up and down the coast that we never even see. And I will I will say that the fleet did a lot of work looking at rockfish abundance in the aughts. I know we had some of the vessels go out with a cage, open cage with a camera on it, and actually did a lot of acoustic work. And I think that work probably was curtailed because when the 2015 assessment was kind of gave us no rationale to keep moving on that. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Thoughts, Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Chair. I do want to echo the thanks that has been said elsewhere, especially Mr. Lackey, the time and attention he has put into this and attending the meetings, Ms. Mann, Ms. Nayani, really trying to provide that industry perspective, but also acknowledge that the Groundfish, the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee, I think made a real effort to try to incorporate their information under that review that happened. So just express the appreciation for the continued trying to work and communicate together, always room for improvement. This is maybe a process type question, and I'm not sure if it would be for Ms. Bellman or Executive Director Burden. If we do not adopt that assessment at this meeting, at this time, and instead go with the SSC's recommendation to do another, what we used to call mop-up. Do we need a motion for that, to do that, or would it just be guidance, thinking procedurally how we would proceed? Thank you.
It appears Executive Director Burden will answer it.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the question, Ms. Mattis. Let's see, I think you could do it either through a motion or through guidance. It's really a matter of process. And so I would say a motion is appropriate if you think there's controversy, and so that makes it clear to us. If there is the desire of the council to have this second supplemental review, whatever we want to call it, what we would be looking for is some direction from you about what the scope of that review would be. And so usually we would have a terms of reference that we would assemble. The SSC has proposed some specific narrow questions of that supplemental review. My question to you is, do you agree with that? And so we wouldn't have another chance for a council check-in on what that scope is. We would need some direction from you about the terms of reference from that supplemental review.
Thank you. Other discussion then following on that? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'll try to, for the sake of time, I'd really I won't go into all the thoughts about here, but there are some questions. I guess my preference, if I'll stay with, if this were the halibut world or the whiting world, I think we would be finding a way where they have, decision tables and more flexibility to make some more balanced decision. I think what we'd want to be doing is, given the seriousness of economic consequences here, have a full. It doesn't seem like there's too much more data we'll have in 2 more years. But we will have a full star panel and more time for back and forth, as Dr. Schaffler told us. But until that time, there is possibly a cost. There's possibly a false alarm here that has economic costs to our fishing communities. And looking at even the current assessment we have, the cost to the stock is much less, much lower. And I think so what I'm thinking, long way of getting back to Merrick's question, I think, yes, asking for that SSC review, but cueing in on what Dr. Field said, that Ms. Kent in particular have been asking the SSC to think out of the box as part of that. The cost to the stock, even if this assessment is correct, is, I think you could still ramp down catch more smoothly and be at above B40%, our target, in 2029 when a full assessment would go into place. And so I'm wondering how, in international realms, that would be a reasonable thing to do. And I think it's really just this interpretation that the OFL, we can't go above it. It is the job of the SSC to set harvest level recommendations that prevent overfishing. I think there's more flexibility in that statutory phrase than we are using. Absent that, I think we should take the SSC up on their offer, and it was a good review, but the stat was not there. The federal SSC members weren't there, so I do think this next review that they are proposing does have potential to do more than we've seen before. But I also, do that review, but please, as Dr. Field said, listen to folks about, think of the out of the box ways we might kind of balance that risk of a false alarm and cost to communities versus the risks of the stock.
Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair. And I won't restate the things that Corey said. I think he said that really well. The other thing that stood out to me was the need to start working on collecting additional data to feed into a new assessment. We're going to get the same result if we, I hear this agreement that we need to do a new benchmark across both the scientific and industry groups. But if we do not spend this time in between also pulling in additional information, then I think that we're going to end up in a really similar place. And so I don't know how to get there, but I think that should be part of anything that we think about moving forward, is how do we get that new data. And then, yeah, I really want to sit with and echo Corey's call for thinking outside of the box and balancing impacts to fishing communities here. I was pushing on the economic questions in particular because of, I think people should take industry's engagement here as an indication of how important this is and how dire things are, and not as them being just like nitpicky or, they are speaking from a place of a lot of concern. And so if there's not this like full confidence that a 50% cut is absolutely the right answer right now, then I think, and if the October 2025 assessment does not allow us to, if adopted as BSIA, does not allow us to phase in according to the rules of Magnuson as it is, I do need that I'm asking for that out of the box thinking from the SSC too. And I think that there are some options that are there in the FMP. They listed one in the SSC report. That's possible. I don't know if that guidance to think out of the box needs to be, well, yeah, maybe that's what I'm opening this question up to with everybody else. Is there dissent around the need to think outside of the box right now? And if so, that's the place where we need to go with a motion. And I think we try to work together to come up with one if there's dissent that there needs to be out of the box thinking.
Thank you. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not sure where we are in the process, but what I heard a few minutes ago was using as a directive the report from the SSC with the tables, talks about requests for the stat to address prior to the SSC review. So there is a mention in the paragraph above that, furthermore, these models do not account for the considerable changes to the fishery. I assume that means listening to what is being heard from the fishing industry, shifting effort or whatever. I'm not absolutely certain, but if we heard, and we did hear some compelling testimony about how these things happen because fishing happens in one place and surveys happen in another place, I assume that the next round, if not this next mop-up, but the next benchmark would take into account, to the extent possible, the input from the fishery itself. We heard some compelling testimony about that today, and I hope that will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Dimond.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I am a question off of Executive Director's response to Ms. Mattis. Do we need to come up with those things right here, right now, or can we come back to this later in the meeting to identifying those things for the SSC?
Executive Director Burden.
I do believe we could find time on the agenda to squeeze in a return back conversation, give you some time to formulate your thoughts about what that supplemental review would look like. So all that is to say, I don't think you need to force it here. I think we can find a time to come back.
Thank you very much for that answer. And sorry, one more thing. I'm putting it out there because I don't want to leave this behind. I'm going to say it now because it wasn't said early enough, I feel like, during the unfortunate Quillback issue, but a pause button would be lovely. I'm just putting it out there and recognizing that it's not something that's probably going to happen right now, but I have to say it. The repercussions of this going sideways as it stands are right there. And so if we can find a creative alternative way through until we can get to something else, gotta put it out there. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And just a reminder, some of this, as Mr. Niles pointed out, that what the SSC has laid out, there's a fairly descriptive, maybe prescriptive table that spans 2 pages on how their process could occur, but that's for your decision. Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Chair. I was debating whether or not to speak up on this, but as we move forward with this process, it seems like there's a general feeling I'm getting around the table is to not adopt this assessment at this time, go to the second supplemental review, et cetera. As we're thinking over the next three or 4 days, and this, I can't let my old GMT hat go. The GMT is going to need some guidance on what to do about widow rockfish for their overwinter analysis. So if we collectively have some guidance to them to help them in their process, maybe these are 2 separate conversations, but since we're kind of thinking about widow over the next few days, it seemed like a good point to bring it up and say, hey, let's think about what guidance we give the GMT and council staff as they work on specs. That'll come up under F3 or F8 later in the meeting. So thank you for letting me look after the GMT again.
Jen Kwan?
Yeah. So I just, I know the furlough threw a wrench into this, but I just wanted to add and let folks know, we really appreciate the SSC and others supporting in our recognition and need of having NMFS at the table as part of the solution here. And we support keeping the door open on this assessment right now as we continue to evaluate what the path forward should be for the next biennium.
Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Chair. I was going to respond to a couple of things, but first, Ms. Shamilo put out there kind of this out-of-the-box thinking, and I think Mr. Niles did as well. And just generally, I think that as a whole, this council certainly behooves itself to be thinking creatively and to be thinking out of the box generally on all of our agenda items across all of our FMPs. So I agree. I think that's a good thing. And it's great to hear a stock assessor and NMFS saying that they are also thinking that way. I would maybe put some, I'm getting the feeling this might be coming back later in this meeting, but I'm just going to voice that I do think that does need some sideboards because this needs to get done. And I think I heard Dr. Field say that, they could engage in out-of-the-box thinking in January, which I think is when this tentative, I'm going to say it, second mop-up would happen. And then I also wanted to reiterate, Chair Hassemer noted again that SSC did provide, they went to the trouble of laying out things that they wanted to see. And so I think that should be central to whatever we ask them to do. That's important. And then also just in light of the larger situation around the federal budget, I would just really encourage us to make sure that meeting happens in January. If we do decide to move forward with that later, this clearly is of high importance and timing. And so let's just make sure that happens. So thanks.
Thank you. So let me suggest a path forward, but did you have something, Corey? Go ahead.
And I think this goes with, but I want to, because watch the words that come out of my mouth. Sometimes it's hard, but I do want to respect that I really think, I believe thinking coming back with more time on what the council expects of the review is a good idea, but recognizing that we give a high deference to the SSE and on how they structure the reviews and to what they know is most feasible to do. And I don't know if this is the right way to phrase it, but the OFL decision is their decision. So I think we have to I just wanted to voice that I do recognize that. And while I think maybe Ms. Ridings is speaking at sideboards, I don't think the council should be too prescriptive, not that people have said that, but be too prescriptive in what the SSE should be looking at. But thanks, Pete. Sorry for indulging me there. I'm looking forward to your recap.
So it's getting late in the day. We have a banquet. I sense we're not ready to make the decision on where to go. We would suspend action on this item and come back in the morning, allow the executive director and deputy director to look at the schedules and see when within the next couple days we could fit that in. And the expectation, I think, on when we take it up again is we would have some fairly concrete thoughts on what we expect from this supplemental review. There was a mention of terms and reference. I would just note in my mind, it's a little difficult to associate terms of reference with out-of-the-box thinking. How much you want to constrain that. So think about what the out-of-the-box piece is and also the model review. And as we said, the SSE has laid out a fairly quite descriptive pathway there that you could look at and use as guidance. And there were some other recommendations in the GAP report there and the GMT report. So unless there's discussion that helps that, Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Chair. If at all possible, having this before F3 comes on the floor would be helpful because this decision, parts of F3 will depend on this decision, I think. I know it may not be possible, but that would just be a preference in the flow of the dominoes that have to flow. If it's not, we'll just have to delay the widow piece on F3 under the harvest specifications. Thank you.
All right. I'm sure they'll take that into consideration. Executive Director Burden?
Yeah, thank you. And if that is the will of the council to come back later in this meeting to decide on the nature or what have you of the supplemental review, Kelly and I and some of the other staff officers, we can huddle and sort of pin down the best time that we could do that, and we could report back to you first thing tomorrow morning. So right now, we're still trying to figure out when that would land, but we could have an answer for you in the morning.
Thank you. Corey Niles?
Thanks. Just one quick, I think that's the way, but I don't know if F3 would be, but I mean, I think Widow we have a bit of a lucky here in that Widow is not Canary Rockfish, where it doesn't affect every sector that we have. So, I mean, maybe it's before F8. I would just throw it, but I trust American staff to figure it out.
Okay. Is that agreeable then that we just suspend action on this agenda item? We'll come back and hear when we will, tomorrow morning, we will hear when we have an opportunity to take it up, and that'll give you some more time to think about it. So, that good? All right. So, Todd, sorry we didn't wrap it up, but so stay tuned. We'll be back. That then completes our business for today. Let me check in with the executive director. Any other comments here before we adjourn?
Let's see, just congratulations everyone on a very productive day, and thanks for being nimble on the agenda. For those of you that are joining us this evening, we will be, if you go out the doors and look to your right, that's where we're headed this evening, and starts in about a half an hour. So other than that, Mr. Chairman, I do not have any further announcements.
All right, thank you. We're adjourned for today. These